Grandmaster David Howell getting his makeup done by Rita. Everyone is getting ready now for the fight in Chessable Masters. Jovanka preparing the opening that she's gonna present to all of you today. And of course, our two finalists, Liren and Pragnanda, getting ready for the very final day of the tournament. One of them will be the winner of Chessable Masters. We are making our way towards the studio. Tour director Arne Horvei. Askild is here, ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Oh, it's gonna be an exciting day. Now we're walking into the holy control room where we have a bunch of people making the show possible. Here is, Simon getting mic'd up. Are you ready, Simon? I think everyone is ready. And here in the control room, these people are making it possible for us to air out to all of you out there. And we see actually Ding and Prag, they are connecting now. And are you guys ready?
Yeah!
The final day, everyone, of Chessable Masters. Welcome, everyone.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Oh, behind of the computer, Magnus. Yeah. Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn.
It's going to be checkmate.
Shaking his head.
As,
look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second to make a move. Wow.
This just looks glorious for white. This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening. Crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
The winner is young Christoph Duda. For the very first time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour history, we have an all-Asian final with Liren and Pragnanda. The winner will take home $25,000 plus whatever they earned in the preliminaries and this very cool NFT trophy. And actually, the trophy is also available in a special fan edition for the highest bidder, and you can check out all about that on chesschamps.io. And today we're gonna decide who wins the tournament Chessable Masters. On the first day of the final, both players came ready to fight, especially with the black pieces.
There we go. The avalanche continues. And the pawns, yeah, this is what we call a pawn storm. These two pawns winning the game. We called it earlier, and it's happening.
Ruthless play by Ding. Very, very impressive. I feel like this is, yeah, like you say, model game.
There we go. The white knight disappears. The white rook is attacked. White's rook can go somewhere, but it's never going to be able to attack anything. Black simply has an extra knight.
And we do have a result. Pragnanda, he does lose the first game.
Ding would, I mean, he's on his knees begging for the draw at the moment, but Pragnanda won't give it to him easily. Here they come.
Here it comes, and I agree with you there, David, that white king should not have moved. It should have been the white rook that was doing the heavy lifting.
Oh, that's so clever. I thought this route was just blocked off, the black king coming in now to win this white pawn. I thought it was impossible because white's rook can go and win the black pawn, but Prag had spotted that he can skewer now the king to the white rook, and he wins the white rook, and Prag is going to take this game. And it looks like Ding has resigned. It's hard to imagine Prag saving this in any world at the moment. White's rook now, and the white knight in the corner, just immobilized. Oh, unfortunately, I think this might be the killer. Black's rook is just removing the blockader of his c-pawn. White's rook now on the c2 square. Stuck. If you trade off rooks, Black is just going to create Beth the b-pawn again and going to queen that pawn again. There we go. We have a result. Ding takes it.
Ding, the winner of the first match, taking 1 point in the final, winning 2 games. So, David, how impressed were you with Ding Liren yesterday?
It looked like Ding, as we are expecting these days. He's just at his best. He's playing really smoothly. He did lose one game, but even that one, he didn't really make any blunders. It was more about Prag's brilliance. And yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Prag over the course of 4 games now to fight back and beat Ding. Ding looks great.
Yeah, he has to win the match today, Prag, to take it to tiebreak. So what is it about for Prag today, Simon? At least today, he didn't have any exams to start off the day. Feeling maybe a little fresher today.
Yeah, he's probably a bit fresher than me and ready for the battle, I'd imagine. But I think he's got to enjoy himself. I mean, he's in the final. He's playing world number 2, and he can win the match. I mean, he played a brilliant game. He won a game yesterday, so he's just got to try to turn it on like that, really, and just go for it, take his opportunities. If he gets any opportunities, he can't let them go by, that's for sure, because you don't get many against Ding.
Yeah, we really did see some amazing chess yesterday, Jovanka. So what do you expect from the match on the very final day?
I think we're going to see that clash of styles. You know, I think Ding is going to steer the positions into a slightly more solid nature, obviously, because he only needs to draw the match. But when it comes to Pragnanda, I think he will take inspiration from yesterday's victory. And there it was a very dynamic game. And I think he's going to steer the games today into fire and excitement.
Oh, I love it. It's always fun when a player is in a must-win situation, and that is the situation for Prag today. So a total of 4 rapid games today to decide the final. If Prag wins this match, then we will head straight into tiebreaks. If Ding wins or they tie the match, then Ding will be the winner of Chessable Masters. And we do have a lot of cool content coming up for you guys as well. I'm especially looking forward to the opening test that David has had with Magnus, Carlsen, and Jovanka will today present to us the Terrash opening. I'm looking forward to that, Jovanka. And actually, that is the prize in our question of today as well, of course, on the semi-Tarrasch.
Yeah, it is. It's called the Classy Semi-Tarrasch by Lenier Dominguez. A very, very good player there. And we're asking a very simple question. What is your favorite opening in chess and why? As always, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps, and I look forward to hearing all about those pet opening variations.
I do too. And I did mention the opening test with Magnus Carlsen a year ago. David tested Magnus's memory, and that was just astonishing how he was able to memorize so many ancient chess games. So before this tournament, David tested him in chess openings.
This position, threatening checkmate. Yeah. Black blocks, and white gives up a pawn.
Could be anything.
I think I see somebody play like this. I don't know why on earth they would.
This one is named after a part of the anatomy of an animal.
Like the donkey scrotum?
Cut. Very close, actually.
Horse's ass?
The monkey's bum.
The monkey's bum. Okay.
It's another English chess player, and he said if this works, then he's a monkey's bum.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work, that's the problem.
There's going to be some strange openings in that full video coming up later. 1,500 openings in the world, David.
Yeah, and I chose the ones with the weirdest names just to test Magnus. And yeah, I caught him out on a few, as you saw in that video, and there are some bizarre chess openings out there.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to that full video. But now it's all about the big battle between Pragnanda and Ding. And of course, we do have opening stats for these people and Pragnanda today. He's going to start out with black. He had huge success. Well, he did win one game with the black pieces yesterday. And what is the reason for the success, David?
Yeah, yesterday was all about the black pieces. Prag winning with black, Ding winning 2 games with black, and here we see the stats. Some mixed results. You do see that Prag is especially good in the Sicilian, especially good in the Nimzo, Indian and Catalan, but some mixed results elsewhere. And we saw yesterday he actually won against the English opening, so the second stat on that diagram. And yeah, Prag looking good with black, but today it's all about his white games. It's just about holding with white. Yesterday, that was his big weakness.
And, well, same for Ding. He did lose one game with the white pieces yesterday, and he's going to start out with the white pieces today, Ding. So let's take a look at his opening stats throughout the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Looks like he should try to get into the Queen's Gambit accepted.
It looks that way. The problem with that is that Prag doesn't really play the Queen's Gambit accepted. And yeah, some surprising stats there, because Ding isn't necessarily scoring as heavily with white as we're used to seeing in the past. And it will come down to opening choice on Prag's behalf. Yesterday, Prag needed to win one of the games when Ding was white, and he failed to do so.
So, Simon, which opening do you expect in the first game, then?
I expect, because Ding struggled with the English opening yesterday, he lost when he played it against Prag, he might switch it up and play d4 and go for a Queen's Gambit, because he's historically really, really good in the Queen's Gambit. So, but maybe he doesn't want to give his candidates prep away. That's the other thing. So it's like, how much does he want to show there? Probably not what he's prepared. So so it's going to be interesting. Yeah, but I think d4. I'll go for d4. Yeah.
All right. And as you mentioned, Simon, Ding is ready for the candidates world #2. Maybe he is the next challenger to Magnus Carlsen's throne. An exceptional chess player. And now we're going to hear from one of those old, good how-to videos describing Ding Liren.
Ding Liren is China's answer to Magnus Carlsen. When Ding burst onto the scene as a teenager, he had a very aggressive attacking style. As he's got older, however, he's become more strategic, and he even had a 100-game unbeaten streak in 2018. Powerful with white and unbreakable with black, Ding has the potential to be a future challenger for the world title. One of Ding's strengths is his calculation. Ding, he's always had this ability to see very deeply into the position. Here we join one of his most famous games. With black, he has already sacrificed his queen for only a rook and a piece. That being said, the white king is out in the open and extremely weak. Ding now came up with an incredible idea. Even computers struggle to understand this at first. Ding brought his rook forward to a square that looks like it's protected. If white were to capture this rook, however, then black would take with his knight, giving a fork, attacking the white king and attacking the white queen. This would be winning for black. Black also creates a threat. If white were to play a clumsy move, a careless move, then black would give checkmate. He pushed his pawn forward, protected now by this black rook, and after white takes, bishop would jump out and give checkmate. This is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen.
An incredible player, Ding Liren, playing late at night in China. Will be midnight when the final day starts in 3 minutes. Pragnanda sitting in India. And we do actually have players from the 2 most populous countries in the world against each other in the big final. Who do you hold as the favorite, David, to win the whole thing?
At this point, it's got to be Ding. We know that he's higher rated, slightly more experienced, but it's just the fact that he holds the lead. So today, he can just bully Prag in a way with the threat of drawing. Prag can't afford to take too many draws. Prag has to take bigger risks. And when you take risks, those can backfire. So I think Ding to play it safe and take the win.
And you also mentioned in the video, at some point, Ding had a 100-game unbeaten streak. There's actually a Chessable course on that incredible streak by Ding. So is he like the nightmare opposition for Prag today, when he has to win at least one game?
Yeah, he has to. He has to win at least 2 games.
Yeah.
Or at least 1 game and get to 2.5 points, and then he can strike back and take it to tie breaks. I mean, but this is such a big ask. And of course, Ding will start with the white pieces. So, you know, it's going to be such a tense affair, and I can't wait to see what the Indian prodigy brings to the match today.
It would be so cool to see Prag strike back, and playoffs, tie breaks between those two. It would be fire, yeah.
Because we also know the whole of India is following this. They are watching Pragnanda, the 16-year-old. And these are the head-to-head scores before the final match in the tournament. Ding is so close to 2,800 on the tour rating. Only Magnus Carlsen is above 2,800 in the tour. Do you think he's going to make it today, David?
It's possible. He's so close now, Ding, to that magical 2,800 mark. That being said, if he does play it safe today and just take the draws, if he gets them, his rating will drop. So Ding will have to perform really well to hit that magical mark.
Ding Liren getting ready in China. Pragnanda, he had exams before the first day in the final yesterday. He's going to have exams tomorrow as well. He did say to us in the interview yesterday he needed to spend this day both preparing for this final match and preparing for exams tomorrow again. What an impressive 16-year-old, but hopefully he is ready, because we know chess means the most to him. Ding with the white pieces in game 1. So what will we see? Simon said, not English.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. But Simon, if Ding does open with 1d4, what do you think Prag should do? Yesterday he played a bit of a weird one with bringing his 2 knights out early.
It's very hard to predict. I mean, what should Prag's game plan be? I mean, should he try to draw with black and then try to push with white, or should he try to bring the battle as soon as he can with the black pieces? And that will be reflected in what opening he plays, I think. I mean, I expect he should go quite solid, because Ding's such a great attacker, right?
At least in the first game.
Yeah.
Losing the first one would be a disaster for Prag. That being said, I mean, going solid and relying on the white games, do you think his confidence will be affected losing 2 games yesterday with white?
It certainly is. I mean, winning 1 game with black is certainly an achievement. To win 2, that's definitely going to dent Pragnanda's confidence. But we have seen that Pragnanda is incredibly resilient, and Simon, you would have won the bet if you'd taken it on.
Simon knows best.
As always.
And,
right. Yeah, what are we seeing on the board in the first game here?
Early days, it is a Queen's Pawn opening. It could go into the Queen's Gambit declined. It isn't going into the Nimzos. It is the Queen's Gambit declined, and this is where, as Simon mentioned earlier, Ding is one of the world-leading experts in this opening, and Jovanka is going to be very happy about this.
Yeah,
it's the Tarash defense.
It's the semi-Tarash.
Semi-Tarash.
Yay, well, thank you to Ding and Prag, because we're going to have big focus on this opening today, and now we can learn all about it.
And this is actually our prize for the quiz of the day.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're going to see Tarash's ideas in full flow.
Yay!
Didn't we saw this in the last tour when I think it was Magnus versus Mamajarov, and I think we were saying then, why on earth would Black play this opening? Because it does seem like White has generally a very easy plan, but Black needs to be prepared very well, I think, right, in this opening to get equality. But it's kind of like a safer option, would you say, this opening? I guess, in a way. So.
And yeah, I guess if we just describe what's been happening, the reason Simon mentions it's a safer opening is that a lot of pieces are actually off the board. All the bishops are off the board now. 1 set of knights have also been traded. The reason maybe White has a small advantage, or it's easier to play with White, is because if you look in the centre of the board, those 2 white pawns, very flexible. They can both push forward at some point, and White controls a lot of the board. I think while queens remain as well, White normally has great attacking chances because the Black King doesn't have any defenders around it. That being said, Black's position doesn't have too many weaknesses yet. So Black's rook just came across to a nice open line on the c-file, and ding, this last move. I'm not such a fan. I would have loved to see that pawn go 2 squares forward. Simon pushing Harry to the h-pawn and going on the attack, but Ding just creating some room for the white king. It's definitely both sides maybe playing solid at the moment.
And very fast. Ding up to 17 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
2 minutes more than what he started with after 15 moves.
Lightning fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's predicted this Ding or whether he's just studied it before maybe for a different opponent. Either way, it does feel like Prag, yeah, he's maybe not going to try and all-out win this game yet. But we will see. If the queens do come off, I love Black's position, because if you look on the left side of the board, there is a 2 versus 1 pawn advantage there. In an endgame, that will become very relevant. But in the middle game, where we are now, it's all about White's centre. And you mentioned last time, Simon, we've seen a similar opening to this before. Magnus Carlsen ended up, I think, winning that game. And you liked White's chances there.
Yeah, I did. I mean, this was from the last tour, and Magnus did a masterclass from this opening, and I think it was Mamedyarov he beat. But in that one, he kept the light square bishops on, and you can see that Prag has swapped those bishops off here, which takes a bit of sting out of White's attack. That extra piece can be used for the attack. I mean, normally when you're controlling the centre, like White is here, I guess the standard idea is to turn that into some advantage, like a kingside attack. So I am, like you said, David, a bit surprised he just pushed the h-pawn 1 square. You know, it maybe made it a bit more sense of my eyes to push it 2, but they probably both in preparation here, Jovanka, I guess.
Yeah, this is actually not that common of variation inside the semi-Tarrasch. I mean, there's been no games in this in my database. And like you mentioned earlier, normally the light square bishops are on the board. And White's plan is, you know, either to initiate a kingside attack, which is playing on the right, or by pushing... What was the name for the d-pawn? David the d-pawn.
Ding the
d-pawn.
Ding
yeah.
dong.
Pushing it 1 square forward and just trying to take as much space as possible. And yeah, I've seen Mickey Adams, England's #1 player. He's played the semi-Tarrasch a lot, and incidentally, I've always seen some dreadful games where he's been playing against Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov has just absolutely demolished him.
I remember that game for the Olympiad.
Yeah, Olympiad, yeah.
It seems very popular, doesn't it, David? I mean, you've played at these levels. This opening is a very popular choice from the players of the black pieces, and I still don't really understand why. I'll be honest, I couldn't play this way, because it seems like you're always fighting just to get equality. But is it just because you're so solid? Is that why it's played?
I think so. I mean, firstly, there's not too much to remember, I guess. You can kind of reach a position like this one or similar variations just very simply. You only need to remember one idea. White doesn't have too many options to avoid this opening. And yeah, I guess you're right, Simon. Very, very solid for Black. Also, I think it suits players who just don't really want to do too much. They just want to exchange pieces. They want to head towards an endgame, and they're relying on White not being able to attack. You mentioned attacking the black king, maybe. White doesn't have too many pieces to go towards the black king. And yeah, if White isn't kind of energetic, if White doesn't do anything, then Black is just completely fine here. OK, first of all, the black knight on the edge of the board is attacked. That knight was badly placed anyway. So it goes back to its starting square, which does look a bit odd, but it will centralise itself on the next move. And first of all, though, the pawn is coming. This pawn steps forward. And we mentioned this idea. We'll see a trade of pawns. I think White's going to recapture with his pawn, although Ding has the option of taking with the white rook. If White's pawn were to recapture now in the centre of the board, he would create a passed pawn, but it's also an isolated pawn for White. So short term, OK, he doesn't take with his pawn, which would have been very risky, actually. It would have imbalanced the pawn structure. Feels like Ding is trying to play it safe. Feels like Ding just wants to maybe just have a quieter game in this one. The black queen is attacked, but wherever she moves now, as long as she finds a safe square, I don't really see how White is going to create too much energy in this position. Black is still rock solid.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you there. And also, I'm just looking at Ding. Do you think tiredness will start creeping in? Because, of course, you know, Ding is playing, starting the matches from midnight in China. And
he's got a smaller bottle of water this time. His bottle of water is normally 3 times the size of that. It's enough to feed his whole family. Yeah. And now he's got the baby bottle. Is that a bad sign?
Ooh.
He's got to keep hydrated. You know, so.
Maybe it's just further away from the camera this time. It's a matter of perspective.
First time you saw it, Simon, you were asking if he was a mini person.
It did kind of look rather strange, didn't it? So, but it's good to be hydrated, obviously, when you're playing. Very important. So,
Yeah.
He did mention in an interview yesterday that every day he was getting slightly more tired, and he was pleased with how yesterday went because he was feeling tired. I mean, imagine feeling tired and playing a match like yesterday where actually he played really high-quality chess. Both of these guys, actually, I went back in the evening yesterday after the games and I went through, there were no big blunders from either side. Normally we're used to seeing, especially in rapid chess, a big blunder here because of time trouble, a big blunder there, just maybe a moment of madness. But no, it was just really good chess.
Wow.
And the games that were decisive, it was just tiny little mistakes that the opponents really hammered, kind of punished.
That's
really
good dedication, David, as well, because like you're commentating here all day. This is a sign of a true professional, and then you go and check the games out again. It's like that's why you're 2700 strength, you know. It's like
because I have no life, Simon.
no, it's good. You can really get into the games and learn. I mean, it's obviously
trying to learn from these guys.
Yeah, great way to learn, right? Learning from the top players, you know. It's one of the best ways to learn.
And it's so impressive what you're saying as well, David, because we did have quite a lot of time trouble yesterday, especially Prag with seconds left many times.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the game that Prag won, he was low on the clock most of the time. And even though he was a pawn up for a while, it looked like it was going towards a draw. It's not clear where Ding made a mistake. Prag somehow just ground him down and won a nice endgame. And likewise, when Ding, the 2 games he beat Prag, it was because of being able to push a past pawn, but the way he slowly kind of set things up, built up the pressure, and then pushed his pawn at the right time. It was just masterful from Ding. So patient, so so controlled. And I'm expecting more of the same today, just 2 players at the top of their game.
And Pragnanda has now taken his first big pause in the game. So is that now the moment he is making a strategy for the rest of the game?
Yeah, I think if we just jump into the position to explain why Prag is thinking, the Black Queen obviously under fire, she needs to move. A few squares you can choose from. You can kind of go this way, line up with the Black Rook. It's not clear whether you're blocking the Black Rook or whether you're actually helping it. You could go this way towards the centre. And I mean, one other option maybe would be to go to this square, although I don't really like provoking the white pawn forward to gain time against the Black Queen. So it does feel like Pragnanda here, he's choosing this square, or maybe this square. And once he chooses, I think then he's trying to formulate his plan. He's going to try and figure out which pieces to maybe trade off. If he can trade off all the pieces, then remember, Black in the endgame has a small advantage because 2 will beat 1, and those pawns, we call them outside pass pawns, they're further away from the rest of White's army, so they'll be harder to stop. So I think for Ding, it's about keeping the pieces on. For Prag, it's trying to trade them off. And actually, thinking about it, the downside behind putting the queen on this square, Simon, maybe you can talk us through this.
Yeah, well, I actually heard Kaja mention this yesterday when I was watching the show from down the Good Night, and I remember, Kaja, you remember it, and you said knight on f5 will
thrive.
That's it, and that's maybe the first idea that springs to mind here, especially that Black's played this pawn move around his king. There's kind of a little bit more instability. It's a little bit looser, the Black king over there. So, I mean, that's something I'd think of maybe, David, here. But
the white knight, yeah, exactly, Simon. A very attacking idea. The knight can jump into the centre, very flexible square, and nearly no matter what Black does here, for example, if Black tries to trade off the knights, then White will, of course, dodge that trade and jump to the magical f5 square, hitting the Black Queen. And the reason Simon says it's so dangerous and the reason this pawn is actually poorly placed is because you can never really kick this knight away. Say White brings a rook across, there are better moves, but Black now can never push his pawn to kick the knight because this pawn is now hanging. So actually, this is the worst structure for Black. White here can just win a pawn for free with a check and then retreat his knight next move. But yeah, this is the worst structure to have when your opponent's knight is on this beautiful f5 square. Just because you can never kick it away.
So some danger lurking in the position. It looks like super calm, but, well...
That's why Prag has gone the other direction with this queen. So now if the white knight does jump in, at least if it does reach its destination of f5, it won't be gaining time against the Black Queen on this square. So I think good choice there from Prag, although the computer doesn't agree. We'll find out why. It looked like a decent choice.
It's very strange how the moves h3, h6 have probably really benefited White there in this position. If you could put both those moves back one square, then Black would be a lot happier. So it was kind of crafty, like little move that Ding played there.
Oh, so the white h-pawn is nicely placed,
Yeah.
but the black h-pawn is badly placed.
Yeah, the white h-pawn just gives the white king some breathing space, but as we saw in that variation, the black pawn maybe not so well placed if the white knight does reach f5. I think that's his idea. He will go for this soon, but first he just centralizes his other rook.
That looks scary. Two rooks on the same line.
Rooks on the same line, but one of them might get traded off. If black does decide to challenge in the center, one of the rooks might get traded.
But if all the rooks get traded, then it's going to come back to an idea that you mentioned earlier on about black's passed pawns on the left side of the board. So going to be an interesting battle ahead. I can see that there's a lot of imbalances here, and it's actually possible that there could be 3 results.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it has been some simplifications, lots of trades so far, but as long as queens remain on the board, 3 results definitely possible.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
First day of the, first game of the Chessable Masters. I can't believe it's the last day, actually.
I know.
It's kind of gone past so quickly. And, well, I'm excited. Everyone here is absolutely ecstatic. We can't wait. And also, we love it when we get selfies where you show us where you're watching the show from, how are you watching it, and how are you enjoying these 2 fine players battling it out. And to kick off the selfies, we have Chesstainment, who is watching the exciting Chessable 22 final with my friend Beth Harmon.
Oh.
That is such a cool little figurine there.
Wow.
Yeah. And if you want to send us your selfies, we will feature them on the show. You can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yes, we had so many selfies yesterday and we loved it. So please keep tweeting your selfies. The queen is moving towards the white camp. Ooh, scary.
Yeah, no queen's gambit here, just the offer of a queen exchange. And, okay, white dodges this, but this involves a pawn sacrifice. And Simon, do you like this one for white? Okay, the pawn wasn't even captured. Maybe we can jump in. And was this surprising to you? I like the idea of a queen trade, but white said no, stepping forward. And what about this pawn?
Yeah, I mean, critical if Prag, I think, could have taken that, right? I mean, it's if he was really ambitious, maybe that was the move to play. I can understand why he didn't, because look at Black's king side. Black's king side is completely open, and
No
it looks a bit scary, doesn't it? But that would have been an all-in move to take that one and just try to defend. I like what he's played, though, just bringing a piece out into the centre of the board. That knight can come round and help defend the king as well. It seems very sensible. Yeah. But, yeah, you mentioned exchanging queens, so Prag putting the queen into the position makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, if we had seen a trade of queens, if we go back, then I think Black here would be very, very happy. Not just is this pawn under threat, but also an isolated pawn over here in the endgame to go for. So, yeah, keeping the queens on makes sense. And I think just to show why this was such a bad move, it's because of that knight to f5 idea. The white knight would centralise, it would come to the f5 square, and as Simon mentioned, no protection around the black king. And the queen, I mean, the disconnect between the queen and the king, I mean, the queen will never act as a defender, simply. So Prag, sensing danger.
Yeah, no, I was going to say entirely... Well, it's related to this position, but I was doing some research, of course, on Sigbert Tarash, who I will talk about a little bit more. And yeah, he was famous for his principles. He had so many opening principles, and he was like so stubborn about them. He would always go on about them, and people would like challenge him. And anyhow, he had this idea that if you sacrifice, say, a piece, or in this situation, a pawn, you had to get the compensation when in terms of time. In chess, we talk about tempo.
Yeah.
And, you know, what do you think about that idea? You know, it's an idea from the late 18th century.
Okay.
Do you agree with it?
So sacrificing a pawn in return for a few moves?
For a few moves, yeah. So I'd never heard of this before. And he was like, he was the one who's kind of like, chess is all about material, time, and space. He was quite big on space.
All of them, yeah.
Do you know what? There's so many sayings like this, aren't there? Like, you know, there's so many different ones. Like, oh yeah, you've got to remember this. I don't think anyone does. I mean, I think when you're actually playing, you never think like that. You're never like, oh yeah, Tarash said, you know, if I sacrifice, I'll get a couple of tempo. It's like, no, you just don't. You just try to work it out, don't you? I don't think anyone anyone thinks like this, really. I don't know, does anyone, like, is Tarash in your mind when you're sacrificing the pawn?
Not really.
I think it's a bit, I don't know, there's loads of these sayings, there's so many of them, and I just think they're all nonsense, really.
This one I had never heard of, that, you know, that you sacrifice material, you must have time in return.
Yeah.
I thought I have to have a chat with you guys and just see what you all think.
I think when you're studying the game, it helps to kind of drill these mottos into your mind, or at least if they're true, which some chess sayings are. You can definitely see positions like that one. If Black had grabbed a pawn where he loses 2-3 moves, it's disastrous. But then Simon's right. During a game, chess players, we forget everything as we just calculate. We forget our inner voice sometimes. And yeah, I would say it's probably quite true. If you lose 2 or 3 moves just for the sake of one pawn, especially if you have a weak king, it's not going to end well.
Yeah.
But maybe a little bit ahead of his time as well, because you said he was all about the space, and isn't that like the AI
Yes.
kind of way of playing?
Yeah, and he had... well, he was a very interesting chap, let's just put it that way. And, you know, he rated his opinions very highly. And
Well, chess players do.
We were talking about this earlier, weren't we?
the thing was, he lived in a time where it was kind of a bit trendy to be post... what's it called? When they didn't actually like the centre, they wanted the hypermodern, that's the word. And the hypermodernists in chess, they wanted to first of all develop the pieces on the wings and then attack the centre. And he was just like, no, take the centre, and really, however he played chess, he would not break his rules.
Well, he sounds like a smart guy.
Well, it did cost him. You will find out.
Okay,
you will find out. I mean, there were so many funny stories that I was just like sitting there and I was like laughing, especially when it came to other people's commentaries on him as a person. It was,
Coming later, you guys. Looking forward to Jovanka's deep dive into the Tarash defense, correct?
Yeah, but also discussing Sigbert Tarash, the man behind the name. And whilst the players are
thinking for 5 minutes now.
Yeah, he's just thinking about how to proceed with his position, because this is, I guess, is the critical moment. Is he going to go all out for an attack on the right, or is he going to perhaps start focusing his efforts in the centre? And whilst he's deep in thoughts, there you go. And the question has been answered. He's moved his knight to the edge, but it's not going to stay there for too long. It's going to head to your favourite square, the F5 square, where the knight will thrive.
And something just happened there with Ding. He kind of gestured and, he was looking away, shaking his head. It looks as if like a fly had landed on him or something.
I actually saw that on social media yesterday. There was a fly in his room. We didn't actually catch it because it was so fast. He caught it.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually...
Like Mr. Miyagi?
Yeah, with chopsticks.
Yeah, look at
out.
this. This is from...
Really?
Is this from yesterday?
What a ninja.
Yeah. Oh, it's now.
Oh, my word.
Yeah. This is what happened.
But can he do it with chopsticks? That's what I want to know.
I'm not sure about the sound effects there. They might not have been the fly itself.
Might not have been the sound itself, but we have nightmare about flies and mosquitoes in the Meltwater Champions chess tour. Remember Nepomniachtchi last season? He actually lost a semi-final match because or was it a quarterfinal match?
Yeah.
I think, it was a match against Wesley So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A whole day mosquitoes in his room.
Yeah, it was quite funny, actually. We saw them swatting him away, and, it's really disturbing, actually.
I mean, he directly lost because of the mosquitoes. He was literally swatting them away and blundered while he was doing that.
Yeah.
Wesley So, meanwhile, was just chuckling, laughing, and took the 3 point happily.
That was crazy. And, so hope for Pragnanda then. Maybe the mosquitoes are on his side. And you were going to show us, David.
Yeah, and actually it's a really, really critical moment now. It's all to do with this magical F5 square that we talk about. I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but knights on F5, they always just lead to checkmate. Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov, there's some great quotes about knights on F5 always being worth at least a pawn, sometimes even a piece when you're attacking. But Prag can't do anything about the knight getting there, really. Instead, he just counterattacks, and now he's threatening White's pawn in the centre. And the key variation here, I guess, is if White just ignores this pawn, don't get distracted when you're attacking. What happens if White jumps in with his own knight? I think here, if Black gets greedy and captures this pawn, it might just be disastrous. I think the White Queen will just slide across, threatening checkmate on this square. protected by the white knight, and if black, for example, pushes his pawn forward, a variety of moves, but at the very least, white could jump in, and I'm not sure what kind of fork this is. It's just a family fork, hitting the rook, hitting the queen, hitting the other rook, and white will win material.
Right, so why jump that way now? Because earlier you said just take that free pawn.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kaja. This one's probably just as good, taking a pawn and attacking the black king. This one goes for checkmate. I'm just greedy, I think. I want to win material, but this one looks very good. The black king, no defenders, so actually a choice. You can win this pawn, go for the attack. Very, very good, probably winning for white, or you can jump this way and just hit everything. Hit the queen, hit the two rooks, and win one of them on the next move. So I think the whole idea here, if the white knight jumps in, is that Prag wants to drop back with his knight and offer a trade. He wants to hit this knight and hit the white rook. It still looks super scary for white. There's all kinds of sacrifices. You mentioned Kaja taking this pawn at some point, maybe even sacrificing the knight just to open up the black king. This looks very, very dangerous. I'm not sure there's a way to win, though, because the black knight might just come and defend its king at some point. Knights are great defenders as well. So that's why I think Ding hasn't jumped in yet, because if he throws his knight forward, maybe the black knight can defend and try to remove the white knight. It's hanging by a thread. For example, if the white knight jumps this way, then black is just in time. Remember, the queen attacked. Black is in time to counterattack by taking the white rook and hitting the white queen in the process.
It's heating up.
It's getting complicated. I mean, these are variations. We're showing moves in a couple of different lines, but Simon, can you see anything better here, maybe in the current position for Ding? What else could he be considering?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like a critical position, doesn't it? I mean, you mentioned, Dave, it is really heating up, and this is one of those structures where you need to write that it's a turning point. It could go either way from the next moves onwards. We're going to know in 5 moves, I would say, who's on top of things. But I also have to admit, I really like the way that Prag's playing. I love the way he's got his queen to such a great square. It feels to me that, I mean, Ding could have put his knight into the centre earlier. Prag's also got his knight out to a decent square. He's got his rook attacking the centre. I know his kingside is scary, but he does have a lot of counterplay in the centre. So I'm liking what Prag's done since the opening here. I think he's done it very cleverly.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah.
I agree. I think both sides are playing very, very well. One, you asked for ideas, David, and I did have one idea that was just to kind of flip the move order around, because they often say that when you're calculating lines, check one variation, and if it doesn't work, flip the move order. And I'm thinking, actually, maybe you can start by moving the queen.
Lining up with the king first and kind of keeping this one up your sleeve, keeping it. They do say the threat is stronger than the execution, so maybe just keeping it as a threat. Maybe it's harder for black to stop, because now if black does, for example, get greedy and take this pawn, then we actually reach that position again that we showed earlier, and checkmate coming, white is just winning. If the black knight jumps back, then maybe now the knights won't get traded off. The white rook can, for example, enter the position, but instead we see a different move from Ding, and it feels like he's going in the wrong direction somehow. I love that one, Jovanka, going for the black king directly, but OK, he's gone to kick away the black queen. Simon, you mentioned this was a good square. Where do you think the black queen is going to go? Attacked now by the white rook.
Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, can he take the pawn in the centre as the first move you must consider? I mean, you'd love to take a pawn, swap the queens off. If this works, you play this move, but I don't know. I mean, you're in a very uncomfortable pin, meaning the black knight is lined up now against the rook, and I think white has a lot of pressure here, but is it enough here?
Yeah, black is one pawn up and this knight is attacked, so I guess white's idea is now to jump into this square. Yeah, it's all about the pressure here. I don't really know how you escape from this. It looks very scary. The problem is, at some point, this knight is going to get attacked for a second time, and if it can't move because of that pin, it might just fall off the board.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go rook d8, but I mean...
Oh, yeah.
No,
interesting. Counter-attacking against the white rook, and we're going to see this, maybe.
He's so brave, Prag.
So brave.
He really is such a brave player, and he really trusts his calculation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've actually got this position. You called it. And white is one pawn down, but these pieces are great at the moment. They're all really active, well-placed, and black's pieces are a bit loose. This is undefended. This one is pinned, and this one undefended as well. Oof, you're right, Simon, so brave. I'm not sure I would be brave enough to play this, but you're right. Maybe black can get away with just shuffling his rook out of the pin to counterattack against white's rook. I'm scared of some knight checks as well, so first move that came to my mind was moving the king. It's just about whether this move, for example, jumping in with a knight, forks the two rooks, whether you can find something here, maybe nothing. Oh, it's living on the edge for Prag in the current position. Huge threats. For example, the knight jumping in. For example, the white rook stepping up, kicking this knight away. Yeah, I don't really see a good move here, to be honest.
Uh-oh. And it's going to be very dramatic if he loses this game. What do you think is the most likely result right now, then?
It's all about the next 2-3 moves, right? If Prag can survive, then he's doing great for black.
Yeah, if he can survive, he's pawn up. Yeah, like you say, pawn up. And David, I just wanted to comment. You have the mind of a computer, because I just checked the first line of the computer. It likes your king move.
But what happens after the white knight jumps in? That was my first instinct, but...
The computer has a way. The computer always has a way.
Wow.
Maybe we can see the Stockfish suggestions on the screen, see what the computer wants to play. Because, OK, there are 3 moves that survive, and I wouldn't say any of them are easy.
No.
None of them are that natural. I mentioned that black king move, but I thought it didn't work after a bit of thinking. It's OK according to the computer. We'll show this in a moment. The other 2 moves involve retreating black's rook from the centre of the board. And maybe those are more logical. Let's just explain the rook moves first. The second best move is retreating this rook, just overprotecting this knight, defending it twice. Normally, overprotecting something is a good way to make sure it stays on the board. No way through here for white. The third best move is bringing the black rook the whole way back, just to defend its fellow here. That's maybe difficult. Retreating moves always not that instinctive. And the best move, bringing the king to the edge of the board. What is the solution here, Jovanka? The white knight would jump in, attacking these 2 rooks. Oh, is there something really sneaky here? Can you play this move? No, that doesn't quite work. A rook trade would just win here for white. I don't see it. What can black play?
I will tell you what the...
Oh, OK, maybe you move the black...
actually counterattack.
Yeah, this would be... If Prag finds this is incredible. I'm not sure where the black knight goes, but the black knight has to go and attack this white rook in the centre of the board. It looks like you're about to lose pieces here for black, because this rook is under attack, this rook is under attack. You're only attacking one of white's rooks here. But, for example, after, say, rook takes rook, this rook is under fire. So before you take white's rook, you have to see that you flick in a check first. You throw in a check first, keep your rook safe, and only then do you jump back and take white's rook. You actually end up a pawn ahead with black. So maybe Pragnanda, I mean, this variation, it's what, 4-5 moves deep? He has to calculate it and he has to assess it correctly. He has to check every move that there's nothing going wrong. 3 minutes on the clock, it's not easy to do that. So current position is this one. Will he play what the computer wants? King to the edge of the board.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely line, though, but I don't think he's going to play it, especially with not that much time on the clock.
Too hard to find?
Yeah, you know, it's a lot of variables, as David mentioned. And whilst Pragnanda is figuring things out, I just wanted to read an answer from our quiz of the day. It's from Thomas Ledford, and we're asking, what is your favourite opening and why? And he says, English, Play patiently to see what plan your opponent has, and then Simon will like this: breaking it down, crushing dreams is the point of chess, right?
Very mean.
Yeah, I mean, it was Fischer, wasn't it, who said something very similar?
Yeah.
Bobby Fischer said, you know, he was he just liked destroying his opponent mentally and everything over the board, and that's what he did. So breaking their dreams seems quite appropriate, really.
Yeah.
You know, it is a battle after all, and you know, you've got to be vicious. So yeah.
And the question is, can Liren break Pragnanda's dreams? He is under 2 minutes now. Will he find this king move?
Yeah, it hangs by a thread for Prag. We did also mention that retreating the black rook from the centre of the board, there were 2 squares that were OK as well. But those ones are difficult. It still feels like there's some pressure for several moves. Prag can solve all of his problems with this black king move, but it does require that kind of precise calculation we were talking about, and 1.5 minutes.
He finds it!
He's good. He's a very good player, Prag.
Wow. How impressed are you now, David?
Wow.
I'm super impressed because, remember, it's not just about finding this one move, which was also my first instinct. It's about calculating, what was it, 4, 5, 6 moves accurately ahead for each side. And I think I would have just seen the white knight can jump in and I would have given up my calculations there. But Prag is so good that, OK, he spent a bit of time there, but he saw far into the future. And now I don't really see what Ding does to keep his momentum going. The computer says 0.0, but if Ding doesn't find anything now in this next couple of moves, white is just a pawn down, and Pragg might well win this game.
Wow. Things are turning, you guys. And Pragg, he has to win today's match to take it to tie breaks and win the whole tournament. Black had great success yesterday. What if Pragg again starts with winning with the black pieces? Ding in deep thought now.
Yeah, you can tell Ding did not expect that at all. And Pragnanda looks like he's very happy with himself. You can just see, he's bobbing away. He's calculating the lines. Yes, they're good. I love it when people go, yes, yes, yes. This is good. This is good. There are a few options. You know, he has to play aggressively. There's no doubt about that. Either the knight's going to jump in, or maybe the rook can line up to the 7th row, start munching or eyeing some pawns.
Yep, the rook has targets on this side, maybe later on this side. This pawn currently protected by the black knight, but maybe you can capture it a bit later. I like that one, Jovanka, just to show that variation again, because it was so complicated, the white knight jumping in. This is for sure what Ding planned to do, hitting the 2 rooks, remember, but Pragg had calculated that the black knight could just counterattack, hitting this rook in this centre, and also opening up this rook along the line. And no matter what happens here, OK, we haven't seen this, but no matter what happens here, the rooks will come off the board and black will end up with 1 extra pawn due to a counterattack on this guy. So Ding said, OK, that's too complicated. Lift up the rook. And now this pawn under fire. Pragg, he's so clever. He drops his knight into the centre of the board, giving up this rook, but counterattacking against white's rook. And after a trade here, we see the rooks disappear. Ding is now probably going to win his pawn back because he's attacking the knight and this pawn on the side of the board. So I think Ding's found a good way to equalise the game.
Wow, so both players, just some incredible moves here right now.
Yeah.
High quality chess.
Yeah, certainly. I can't get over that amazing move that he found, because there was a position that David highlighted, and like literally every single piece of blacks was on freeze, was up for grabs.
All 4 rooks were attacked at the same time, and that's you nearly never see that in chess. Just incredible. And sometimes that's the beauty of the game. I mean, these top players, they see so much. Often a lot hides kind of beneath the surface. You don't see it on the board. But that was just one variation that we showed that Ding avoided, but Pragg had seen.
And a bless you to Pragg, a little sneeze there.
Yeah.
The white king is also now hiding behind those 2 pawns.
Yeah, a bit of symmetry here.
Yeah.
And the whole reason Pragg did this is so that his rook could protect the knight from afar. And there we go, 4 pawns against 4 pawns now. The Hoover is out. Things are starting to get eliminated.
Does that mean we're getting closer to a draw in this first game?
Yeah, just look at the pawns. They're basically the same pattern, and there aren't too many pawns as well. There's only 4 pawns. Both sides have 3 pawns on one side, 1 pawn on the other. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah. What would the strategy be here if you were in Ding's shoes? Would you try and just kind of lengthen this game as much as possible, just keep the game going, tire out Pragg? Or should Pragg be the one trying to lengthen the game because it's later where Ding is in China? Or would you just agree a quick draw and then move on to the next one?
Yeah, I'm a bit of an impatient person, so I would just, draw, move on. What about you, Simon?
Yeah, I wouldn't mess around. Just take the draws. No point shuffling pieces around all day. You know, get the draw, get it over with, get on to the next one. But you know, saying that, I'd also be like, right, okay, it's not actually a draw, as in it's not a draw yet. How do I actually get the draw? Yeah. You know, you just got to play the best moves, haven't you? Because there's no obvious way you can, you know, repeat the position 3 times. So I think, but it's so symmetrical. Will be a draw in the end. But a very, very high quality game. And I mean, Pragg's move King H7, it reminded me a little bit of this amazing move that Magnus found in one of the tours. I can't remember the move, but he found some move which, will he find it? We're all there. And it's like some move. And then we interviewed him afterwards and he's like, yeah, it's just easy. But, you know, he was like, yeah, what are you talking about? But at the time, we're all thinking, it was something on the left-hand side.
This A4 move.
Yeah, that was it, A4.
It was like the wildest position ever, and it's just a quiet pawn move. And,
that was it. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of that. You know, we're all like, oh, he won't find it, and he finds it, you know.
So we all fell off our chairs. And then, I remember actually on the interview with Magnus afterwards, looking at us like,
obvious.
I think it's quite relevant. Magnus said in the interview afterwards that he found it by a process of elimination. He looked at a bunch of other moves and none of them worked. I think it's the same for Pragg. Maybe he was looking at 2 or 3 other moves. Maybe they were okay, but this way he eliminated all danger, traded off a set of rooks, and this last pawn move by Black. He's getting ready to shuffle the Black king across 1 square, keep that king nice and safe, and Simon mentioned there's no way to immediately force the draw. That's true. But if the knights come off at some point, it's a dead draw. If it's just rooks and pawns on the board, same number of pawns, assuming it stays that way. Yeah, I don't really see any way Ding can imbalance this. OK, he attacks the black rook, eyeing up one of the black pawns, but that black pawn on the b6 square is defended, so Prag just attacks the white knight. Maybe we'll see a bit of a dance here, the white knight stepping back where it came from, the black rook going back where it came from, and the position repeating.
Okay.
Prag.
Are you... sorry, David.
No, I was just going to say, Prag has 1 minute, so maybe Ding has his eye, or one eye at least, on the clock.
I was going to ask, are you seeing... we're talking about Magnus and Prag finding these moves. Are you seeing Magnus Carlsen qualities in Prag?
Yep. I mean, it's just that instinct as well. I think when Prag was young already, he had it. He was so good in strategic positions, endgames, and that's something that Magnus had. Lots of young players know how to attack. That's something that you have to know when you're young because you don't really learn it when you get older. But it's just endgames and that strategy, that kind of knowing where the pieces belong, calculating at the right time. Prag's just, yeah, so mature. Definite shades of Magnus, shades of Vishy Anand as well, maybe.
Yeah, well... That sounds like a good combo in a chess player.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And I do think that Pragnanda also worked with Kramnik at one point in his life.
Yeah. I know Kramnik had a training camp with Gelfand with a whole bunch of the top Indian juniors, and meanwhile the knights did leave the board. They found a way to trade them off and, yeah, draw any time soon.
Yeah, maybe they can, after this last pawn's removed, just repeat some... They should now be able to just find a way to get a draw, I feel. I mean, they can't offer a draw, can they? Or,
I think they can, but maybe it's a badge of honour that you don't want to be the first one, you know, showing weakness and offering the draw. They'll just repeat the moves, most likely. Yeah. And 3 pawns against 3 pawns, they're completely blocked. And, yeah, we'll see the rooks just dance back and forward.
Got to be careful you don't pre-move here, because I've done that so many times and lost my rook, you know, so just by putting it in the wrong square. So, OK, I think that's
no mistakes here. It's a draw. The first game, Ding with the white pieces, but he did win the first match. A draw for Prag with the black pieces in the first game. He is still in the fight to win the tournament. He still has to win a game today. But they are tied now after the first game, and in 15 minutes, game 2, Prag will have the white pieces. This game, David, it was interesting.
It was.
What should we take a look at?
It was really interesting, and I think it was that one moment where Prag found this really clever, this really genius move to get rid of all pressure in Black's position. It was here, Black to play, Prag's move, where we were a bit worried about the pin along this line. We were worried about the white knight jumping in with a fork on the 2 black rooks. But here, Prag found this really calm, really cool move. It cost him a few minutes, but it was time well spent. He just put his king on the edge of the board. And the reason this is such a strong move, we will see it in a moment, because after white lifted his rook up the board, Black could now move his knight away, break the pin, and counterattack against white's rook. And here, after the white rook did take the black rook, we see that the black king now is no longer on the back rank, so this no longer happens with check. That's why it was such a genius move, putting the black king on the edge of the board, and now Black did have time to go back with his knight and capture 1 white rook. And we saw eventually the game did fizzle out to a draw, but it was because of that one move that Prag defended so successfully. And
he has now 15 minutes, Prag, to prepare for his first white game of today. And Simon, do you think that is the game that Prag has decided this is the one he needs to win today?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the white pieces, so he's got to go for it a little bit. And I think he showed in that first game that he's playing brilliantly today, so that's very encouraging. And if he plays like that and he gets a good opening, there's no reason he won't win the next one. So. Absolutely.
Starting in 13 minutes. And after the next game, we're going to tell you a beautiful story of a boy in Nigeria. He is in a great organization called Chess in Slums. We're going to talk more about that. This first game that we saw, it was a semi-tarash, and later today, we're also going to deep dive into that opening. But now, a quick commercial break.
I think for me, She Moves Us is about the passion for life. It's about doing things that light up our mind, light up our soul, light up our brain, and in the process, hopefully light up the world and give motivation to others as well to be able to do the same. I think there are so many iconic women in the world who've raised the bar and really shown that it's okay to break conventions and it's okay to break norms. And yes, it's not easy and it's hard, but it's also so rewarding. To be completely honest, it's a lot to do with how I feel about the game that drives me. Definitely seeing the women around me in my personal space go after the things that drive them definitely makes me feel like I can do that as well. The one thing that I learned along the way would be that you don't have to live up to the expectations of others. I think you have to do things which exceed your own expectation to build a world around yourself that you feel proud of. And that's the only thing that is your responsibility, to create the life that you're proud of. For me personally, I would say a strong woman is somebody who has complete belief in herself, and no matter how many people question her, how many people try to put some kind of self-doubt in her, whatever the circumstances is, there is an ultimate belief in herself and her goals, and she's able to take on the challenges, whether it's external, whether it's internal, and go forward with, once again, the life that she wants to create. If I had to talk to my younger self, I would probably go and give her a big hug and tell her that it's going to be amazing in the most difficult times and just keep going. The only thing that I would like to say to people who have a passion for something which is not what the society or the general norm or the general structure is or what people expect out of you, and you have a path that you want to take because it makes you happy, just keep going on it. And believe in yourself. It's going to get tough. It's definitely going to get hard. It's not going to be easy. But in the end, it's going to be 100% rewarding.
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely going to crash. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Welcome back to Chessable Masters. Game 2 is coming up shortly. But before that, we're joined again by the vice president of our presenting partner, Meltwater, Zubair Timur. It's nice to see you again.
Hi, Kaja. Nice to see you. It's been a while.
It's been a while. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm here in Dubai. Much like the tournament, it's hotting up here with temperatures of over 45 degrees, so quite a hot one.
Ooh, that is very warm. And before we start presenting the social media leaderboard, Zubair, can you remind us, what is it that Meltwater does?
Absolutely. So as the sport of chess continues to grow globally, providing access and excitement to viewers across the world, Meltwater feels privileged in collaborating with the Play Magnus Group as we seek to communicate the sporting and community benefits of chess. So Meltwater is a company that originated in Oslo, Norway, and is now a major global player in the field of online and social media monitoring. So we help our clients across a variety of sectors to monitor, analyze, and act upon digital insights. Similar to chess, which is based on information available for both players, we help businesses make better decisions based on the data provided, enabling real-time strategy and decision-making to take place.
And Meltwater is providing both a social media board and social media leaderboard and social media insight for the tour. It's always very exciting to see in each tournament. And first of all, the social media leaderboard. Magnus Carlsen is often on top of these, but what is it like for Chessable Masters?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the conversations happening around us, and it will come as no surprise This week's huge news story and conversation is the 16-year-old phenom Pragnanda's victories over Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, plus his appearance in the final. He's the most popular player by far as he dominated the social media leaderboard with a staggering 59,000 mentions across Twitter, Reddit, and other sources too. There was a chorus of congratulation tweets with the former Minister of Health for India tweeting a video of Pragnanda's victory against Magnus. That alone was viewed over 138,000 times. So Prag's victory has really captured the imagination of the public. We'll share more details about that. It's a great story. Magnus has dropped down to second place with over 41,000 mentions, and Anish Giri finishes up the top three with over 8,000 mentions. It's also cool to see some newcomers, such as David Anton and Jordan Van Foreest as well.
Absolutely. And of course, with Prag on top there, is it India that is the most engaged on social media for this tournament?
Yes, absolutely. So when we look at the countries that are talking about chess, there's a clear leader in India. It will come as no surprise that the share of voice across that market has dominated the social media landscape. If you look at that here right now. So
wow.
By far and away number one, right? Pretty impressive. What was interesting, however, Kaja, about Pragnanda's victory is that the audience covered both chess and non-chess people as well, right? So it was yet another pop culture moment which created a feel-good effect across multiple online platforms. That being said, the US, UK, Spain, and Norway completed the country leaderboard. And an interesting aspect about this is actually the US market. It's been now consistent in the last 2 or 3 tournaments in the top 5. And there was recently a collaboration in New York City between the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour and Chess in the Schools, which provided a unique opportunity for public schools and their kids to interact with the sport. So that video alone was also viewed over 3,000 times. So how cool is that, Kaja?
Very cool. And I'm also noticing on the top keywords, final exams, that of course is also about Prag. So many tweets and so much stuff all about Prag in this one.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think it's safe to say that not only did he capture people's hearts and intentions on the board, but also off the board as well. So when you look at the word cloud there, school is a phrase that jumps out and explains the efforts to bring chess maybe to a new audience and the educational aspect of Chessable. Speaking of education, we also have final exams. To understand that better, let's take a look at your favorite part, Kaja, which is the emojis right there, okay? So unfortunately, there's no burritos this time around. But what we did see, however, is a number of emojis around graduation, flowers, and of course the face palm, which features quite prominently. So the face palm is, of course, a reference to Magnus Carlsen daring to play one of the riskiest opening moves with a 1h4, I believe it is, that caused a sensation online. And the graduation is, of course, an acknowledgement of Prag's victory over Giri. And just 7 hours later, he was sitting an exam at school. That's really impressive stuff from Prague, right? I don't know about you, Kaja, but that takes some serious concentration.
Yeah, at 16, I had more than enough with my exams. I didn't do too good on those either. So very impressive by Prag. And Zubair and Meltwater, as always, fantastic to see these social media leaderboards. Thank you for joining us again, Zubair.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure. Just one final anecdote for the Battersea Chess Club. They held a number of viewing parties across London. So whether it's New York or here in Dubai and Oslo, it's great to see the community of chess growing internationally. So that's all for me. Thanks for your time, Kaja.
That is a great idea, actually, Zubair. Thank you for joining us as well. And do that, everyone. Go together and watch chess together. The next game and the final is starting in 3 minutes. Before that, the most popular player this tournament, Pragnanda. This is the story about him.
So, actually, my first question is going to be about your name. What do you prefer to be called?
I think Prag is definitely fine.
So just Prag?
Yeah. I started to know the rules at around 3, and I played my first tournament at the age of 5.
Wow.
And I started with the state tournament, I think. And it's also funny that sometimes my sister would usually go to some strong event. And you know, I would be sitting outside with my mother, and so my mother just thought she'll just put me into the tournament, and I usually play all the tournaments where my sister plays. So.
Wow, and so how much older is she then? What age?
Like just 4 years older too.
4 years older? So at 5 years old, you would maybe play against 9?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow, and would you start winning?
No, I don't win, but I get a lot of experience, and I think which really helped me.
He's a very jovial kid. He's not very emotional. He doesn't get upset about things. When things go wrong, he can smile at it and forget it. So he doesn't react to negative things in a traditional way, I would say. I started working with him when he was like 7.5 years old kid. He was already having probably around 1700 rating, which was quite high for a 7+-year-old child. And it was very clear that even at that point, it was clear to me as a coach that I'm getting an opportunity to work with a highly talented player. And he was extremely passionate about the game and very hardworking. And he became an international master at the age of 10, which was, at that time, he was the youngest in the world to become an international master. And subsequently, he became a grandmaster at the age of 12, which was number 2 in the world at that point. He became a 2600 player at the age of 14, which was the youngest in the world at that time. So it looked like he's very much on course to at least trying to become a world champion at a very young age. But then COVID happened and he could not play any competition the last couple of years. And now he's trying to make a comeback. So it remains to be seen how things will pan out from here.
And what do you enjoy doing outside of chess? Do you have any hobbies?
Yeah, I like to watch some comedies and some movies sometimes. And yeah, I usually like to play sports, some sports, but I'm very bad at them.
Yeah, he's basically a very jolly-going person, I would say. He likes to have fun, but when it comes to chess, he can become very completely different person altogether.
And it's getting serious for Prag. With the white pieces, he has to win a game today. And it started game 2. They are eager, these two, starting before time.
Yeah, very eager to get going. And we can see Prag, look at what he's doing on the camera. It's just head down, hand over his head. He's trying to work out or maybe trying to remember what his opening preparation was. I'm a bit surprised he paused there because they had that exact position yesterday in one of the games. There he played something different and, wow, a repetition of the first game today.
Is it?
Another Tarash or semi-Tarash.
Oh, yeah, slightly different line.
Slightly different this time.
Well, I'm surprised because Ty just did write that the draw rates in semi-Tarash and Tarash are way above the average for the tour. So very drawish.
It's a very solid line, and the top players are all using the semi-Tarash just to neutralise the white advantage. And I have to say, at the lower levels, though, I mean, the margin of error is much higher. We saw, say for instance, in the last game, that there was possibility for white to go wrong. And I have to say, in lower levels, semi-Tarash is very popular and also a good opening to play for the win.
But this is top level, and Prag has to win.
Prag has to win, and that would make us think, stats-wise at least, this is a good choice from Ding.
Yeah.
Ding just needs a draw. I like what Prag's done over the last couple of moves. He's kept queens on the board. Actually, the main line of this opening ends up in a whole bunch of trades. The queens coming off the board, another set of trades. Right now, Prag has kept the queens on. White's queen will be a bit of a target in the centre of the board. Black's pieces are going to come out and gain time against White's queen. But, yeah, he needs to do that. He needs to keep as much tension as possible, Prag, if he wants to win with White. That being said, he does have a target. This White rook now has slid across, and Black's pawn in the middle of the board is isolated. So it is a weakness long-term. And, Simon, you've mentioned these isolated pawns a few times in the past.
Yeah, very, very standard structure that you get often with the queen's pawn opening. And lots of players like playing. I mean, it depends really what side you prefer being on in these types of structures. And when you have this pawn in the middle of the board, you try to get your pieces active generally, and you try to kick the queen around, for example, at some point and use that pawn as a bit of a space advantage. But when you're playing against that pawn in the middle of the board, I think we called it, you know, the no mate's pawn because it can't be defended by another pawn. You want to just attack that pawn, often swap off some pieces because in the ending, that pawn becomes even weaker. So it's kind of like, yeah, unbalanced, interesting position.
Very interesting position and interesting development there from the white bishop. Maybe hinting at some attack later against the black king. For example, if the black knight comes out now, we talked about gaining time against the white queen. This is why we say don't bring your queen out too early in games. But the white queen now would have slid across, maybe lining up an attack against the black king. So we haven't seen that move order. Instead, we saw Ding very cleverly push his pawn forward first, forcing the white bishop back to this square, and only now kicking away this white queen. The white queen sitting on the edge, and we might see a situation now. We've actually seen something similar in a game with Prag before against Magnus Carlsen, but now this pawn is attacked and white has to defend it, either by offering a queen trade. I'm not sure he wants to do this if he needs to win Prag, offering the trade of queens, or stepping the rook up one square and protecting this way.
Yeah, and actually they are still following the path of theory. It's been played 3 times in my database, and some good games actually. Wojciech has played against Jordan van Foreest, and yep, every single player has defended the pawn by stepping up the rook. So yeah, definitely a very tense battle actually. I mean, Ding is by no means playing safe, because as Simon mentioned, the more pieces that get traded, the weaker the pawn with no friends in the middle becomes.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Prag finally gets the white king to safety. That's a good sign for him. And now white can try and focus all of his energy, all of his pieces on that black isolated pawn in the centre of the board. The compensation black gets for that pawn in the middle is that black's pieces find some nice squares. Black's minor pieces especially are nicely centralised, and also some control over other key squares in the middle. So, yeah, as long as black keeps that central pawn defended, as long as black keeps pieces on the board, it's still very, very balanced. White has the long-term hopes, but maybe short-term, it's all about Ding.
Okay, well, Prag is thinking he has to win at some point today to take it to tiebreaks. I did see a tweet before the show started today by Magnus Carlsen's coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, announcing that he will actually be running together with another person in the FIDE elections. And I was so surprised when I saw this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So Peter Heine would be running here alongside a Ukrainian grandmaster who is running for president. It's a difficult situation right now because we have the current FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, and obviously with Russia at the moment and very close ties to the Kremlin, it's unclear whether he's going to be able to run or kind of hold his position. So yeah, Peter Heine, he's very, as you see there in the tweet, he's very, very kind of forceful on cracking down on corruption and making everything transparent within FIDE. But yeah, it's surprising because he's a full-time coach of Magnus, and is that hinting that maybe he'll take some time off from that role?
That's what I thought, because of course Magnus has been hinting he will maybe give up his World Championship crown. And I'm thinking, like, have they now been talking? Is Magnus ready to give up his crown, and Peter ready to go into more politics?
Yeah, I mean, Peter's wife as well is a very well-known politician in Lithuania, and so she's very high up in the government there as well. So he's got very good, stepping stones to get into that kind of thing, and he's always having discussions, shall we say, with Satowski, who is one of the head of FIDE, I believe. So it's they're always quite fun to watch those discussions. So it's kind of like a natural move, I think, in a way that he sees a lot of corruption and he wants to do something about it, which is good to put your neck on the line, I feel, if you're quite loud in speaking about these things. So,
and the elections will be held during Olympiad in August. This is a big moment for everyone in chess, right?
It is a big moment, because of course if there is a change, then big shifts will happen. And yeah, I just got distracted by the
Are we
moves.
seeing big shifts in the game? The bar reacts.
It was unexpected for me because Ding just shifted his king towards the centre. Out of all the moves, I did not predict that one.
Yeah, a bit of a weird move.
Yeah, I mean, that would be bottom of my list of moves to play. I mean, I think that would be, at least my 20th choice, just moving the king towards the centre. I mean, it defends the bishop, David, does it? I mean, is that the idea? And
I guess so. Maybe he just didn't know what else to do, how else to improve the black pieces, and he defends his bishop here. So that does free up the black knight at some point to move away, and this is no longer really a threatening pin. But yeah, as you guys mentioned, it's just super weird to put a king on this square, because traditionally, going towards the centre, well, every other piece is on the board. It's a risky strategy. Yeah, and I've actually had this type of position countless times in my career, but with colours reversed. It comes from a C3 Sicilian, and actually I would often have, albeit with white, I would have this exact structure with black, all of my pieces on these exact squares. And I always found when I was younger, when I was playing it, this position, I just couldn't come up with a plan. If you can't push black's pawn forward in the middle of the board, if you can't break things open, what are you going to do next? And actually, maybe this is another idea of Ding's, just thinking about it. Maybe he wants to push his pawn forward, but if he had done it on the previous move while his king was still on this square, then there is a direct problem. For example, after a trade of pawns in the centre, a capture of the knight, we could see a situation where actually white can win material here by moving his bishop, giving up his bishop with a check, throwing it out of the way, hitting the black king, and after a capture, now he can capture this black rook. The reason you gave up your bishop is for the rook to defend your queen here. So here actually you win a rook for a bishop. Now that black's king, for example, is on this square, there's no longer a check to gain time. So maybe that's his idea. But it's very deep, sophisticated, and Prag can stop this, for example, by moving the white bishop back or somewhere just to keep control over this key square in the centre of the board.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the psychology of playing such a strange-looking move, you know, because picking up the king and moving it towards the centre, do you need guts to do this here?
You need to know when to freestyle.
Because if this doesn't work out, you know, this is going to be the moment that we're going to hone in on, and we're like, what is the king doing on that square? Why is it not?
But at least he's got a plan, I guess, because he has got that plan of pushing the pawn. But I agree, it's very strange. And I would have, you know, if I was Prag here, I'd be very happy the way the opening's gone. I mean, I've drawn a very nice game with the black pieces. I've got, if you play this opening, this is the middle game position you want. You want pressure against that pawn. And if my opponent plays a move like King F8, I'm kind of laughing inside. I'm like, you're an idiot. You know, even if it's a really good move, I'm like, you're not doing anything, are you? And I start to think, OK, well, that's great, because I don't have to worry about anything here. As long as you spot that pawn push in the middle, I gain in confidence. And as David said, it should be quite easy to stop that pawn push. So I would be feeling very good after seeing a move like that. And I think Prag's got a very nice position from the opening here.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm just worried about Prag's usage of the clock. He's down 6 minutes already, and he's thinking a long time now. So this move by black, you're right, Simon, it just looks ridiculous. But it has surprised Prag enough to make him think 3.5 minutes. And yeah, I just want to see this white bishop step back to open up the white rook's protection of this key square. Maybe Prag is also considering bringing the knight back to hop into this outpost later. The square in front of the isolated pawn is always a great outpost for knights to occupy. So that would be logical too. But Prag, either way, he needs to decide. He needs to maybe prevent this pawn push, and then he's got a great position. So this is a small critical moment, but once he stops this pawn push, he will start bringing the white rooks towards the centre, improving his position. Ding, seemingly not clear what he wants to do with this king move.
Do you see winning chances for Prag?
Yes, but he might need to speed up. I'm just a bit worried about his clock.
Yeah. And whilst a puzzled Pragnanda is figuring out the plan, I have a very cool selfie that I'd like to share with you both, with everyone actually. And it's from Abhishek, who says that his wife surprised him with a chess cake on his 31st birthday.
Wow.
I was super happy to get a bite of the rooks and the bishops and carefully avoiding the candle. And it's so cool with chess cakes, isn't it?
I've never seen one, I think. Very cool.
I've eaten one. Well, I haven't eaten the whole thing, but I have eaten a slice of the chess cake.
Oh,
very good.
Which piece is the most tasty? The king. Must be the king.
It's the biggest piece. There's more to eat.
That's why you're a top chess player. You think in a clever way.
I'm a cake connoisseur.
Well, we do know Simon loves the cake as well.
Cheers for that, Kaja. Not the last.
Stealing some Norwegian cake.
I did, yeah. Last time I was here, I nearly got arrested for walking out with some cake out of a supermarket. So yeah, and the alarm went off. So yeah, I do love my cake, I have to say. Especially Norwegian cake. It's very tasty. So yeah, you got some good stuff over here.
Yeah.
I agree.
Maybe that's a better price than a trophy for chess tournaments. Why not just award a cake? Something you can actually eat.
A little bit hard in online chess, I have to say.
An NFT cake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit disappointing.
I would say.
Actually, they made it look really tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be able to eat the cake. So
Trying to work out the position on that kind of chess cake board.
Also, why you are a top chess player? That's not what I looked at all. What does it look like? Let's make out.
It's an almost perfect cake. Let's put it that, almost.
But was one file or rank too few, unfortunately. But okay, in this position though, it's Ding's turn to think, and that's a good sign for Prag. Prag did indeed retreat the white bishop, one of the moves I mentioned that does stop black from advancing a pawn in the center of the board. So yeah, Ding, it wasn't clear what his plan was with the black king move. He needs to go back to square one and think of a new plan.
Yeah, and whilst Ding is thinking hard, he did play the semi-Tarish opening, and for our quiz of the day, the prize that's up for grabs is a Chessable course on the semi-Tarish defense. And meanwhile, Ding has come up with a plan. He's picked up his knight and he's put it on the edge of the board. And that knight is actually going to head to the c4 square to attack the rook. It looks like a nice idea, also liberating the light squared rook.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense actually. Yeah, I like the look of this one a lot. And as Jovanka said, the knight is coming in. If white, for example, doubles up the rooks, this would be a big mistake because now the black knight jumps in, attacking this rook. But not only that, it attacks this pawn. And another idea would have been, for example, in the previous position for the black rook, maybe to come down, attack the queen, and maybe even attack this bishop on the edge of the board in some variations. And Prag decided, OK, he's had enough of the fun. He's just trying to grind things down now. He's trying to swap the queens off. And if the queens do disappear from the board, then maybe the focus will go back onto this isolated pawn in an endgame. And it just depends what you do next. If, for example, the black knight jumps in, do we trade? Do we just exchange and move the white rook? It's possible. There are tactics, for example, like the black knight taking this pawn, trying to get rid of a defender of this white knight. But it does look like white can just come happily across. Yes, the white knight drops, but at the very end, white can start grabbing some pawns himself. I don't know. In the current position, do you see anything, guys, here for Ding after this queen move, the offer of a trade?
No, I mean, I like this last move of Ding's, as you say. At least he's trying to get active now with his knight. I mean, it looks a lot more sensible than moving the king as he did. And maybe that was why he did this king move first, though, to try and put white's bishop on a slightly worse square. I mean, I still prefer white, certainly here. If you can exchange queens and just pile on the pressure against black's weak pawn in the centre, that would be, well, everything's going according to plan, really. That's what you want when you're playing against the isolated pawn. So I still definitely prefer Prag's position here. It's going to be a long game, isn't it, though? Definitely in for a long battle with this one.
Yeah, and especially once the queens are swapped off. And so again, a very tense moment for both players. And well, I was just going to read out a few quiz of the day answers, and we are asking, what is your favourite opening? And this is the important part, and why? And Chestertainment says that their favourite opening is the Polish. If you learn the lines, you get a lot of people unguarded, especially on Blitz and Bullet. Sadly underrated, but it's a great weapon if you master it. Oh. And this is what I love about openings. You get people who are very, very passionate about it. Yeah. And they're like, this is the reason why you should play my opening, and especially when it's underrated. And Enrique Matteo Rosati says that their favourite opening is, and this is very, very popular in the UK as well, the King's Gambit, because I see in it the beauty of romantic chess. Playing it recalls majestic games like the immortal ones. It places challenges for both sides since the very beginning and leaves room for surprising novelties. It is incredibly romantic. They used to play it in the I was going to say the olden days, but by that I mean like the 18th, 19th century, and where it was gentlemanly to accept pawn gambits, and so you see all these kind of like crazy games. They didn't care about pawns. They're like, no. Why should we? They're just there, just sacrifice and, bring the king out, checkmate. And,
if you declined the pawn sacrifice, you were definitely frowned upon.
Really?
If someone offered you, like, a free gift on the board, like a sacrifice, if you're a gentleman, you had to take the sacrifice. Otherwise, they'd be like, how dare you, how dare you dishonour the game of chess in your good moves that you're playing. So, it was frowned upon. So,
Wow.
It's quite strange.
Sometimes your opponent will sacrifice a knight and you know that taking it will lose you the game, but you have to take it because you have to be a gentleman.
So, when did this all change? Who said, like, come on, this is
crazy? It was around about the time of Philidor. So he was in the 18th century. So he was like, guys, because it was mainly guys playing. And he said, guys, pawns are the soul of chess, and he really believed in structure and, he kind of changed things a little bit. But I must admit, chess was very much kind of a game of fine manners and playing in fine locations. Although, interesting enough, whenever I study kind of chess history or just read the stories about them because I love it, I've always just assumed that they were very rich people playing chess. But in fact, no. In fact, I would say the majority of the world-famous chess players actually come from very poor families. And chess was a salvation for them. Yeah.
Huh.
Also, we mentioned in the tweet the King's Gambit. I was just thinking about it. We talk about the Queen's Gambit all the time. It's much more popular. The King's Gambit, out of fashion. It is a bit of a dodgy opening because you just lose a pawn most of the time. But there's no King's Gambit declined. There's no King's Gambit accepted. It's just you assume you accept it. And, I know Simon's played that one against me.
I played it at British Championships.
How did it go?
It was a solid draw. Not solid at all.
It was a bit wild and weird, but it was a draw.
It was a real fun game. But I think one of the things you said earlier, the game's going according what we've already looked at so far, about people getting really attached to their openings is quite funny because people really do. It could be people who haven't played chess for a long time, but they're like, my opening is the best. No, it's the best, and they will argue that point. They'll be like, I'm not playing anything else. No, even if a grandmaster comes along, that's not very good. What did you say about my opening? So it's like their baby or something. It's like, just give your baby up. It sounds a bit harsh, but you just gotta chill a little bit, and it is strange. How people have the love affairs with their openings, and it's only a way to get in the game. And this is the Chessable Masters, so if you want to learn about your openings, obviously you go and check out Chessable, which has got them all over there. But you can have a bit of fun with your openings.
27 courses by Simon Williams on Chessable.
It's a lot, isn't it?
And counting.
They're all my babies, all my little babies.
Do you have love affairs with the openings that you create Chessable courses on? Because you must spend so much time on creating those courses. I suppose slight love affairs, because it's a lifetime of work you're putting into something. So it's like, it's not just something you make up in a week. It's like something you've honed and mastered since you started playing chess. So you do get attached to them a little bit, and you do fight for them, and you get a bit passionate about them sometimes. So, what was the very first course you made? What was that on?
The Dutch opening, the classical Dutch, which is what I probably know the best. So even though not many people play it anymore, it's
You've had some great games though with it.
I had some all right games with it, and So, but it is. Don't get too attached to openings, I would say, because it's just a way to get in the game. And you can see Magnus flips that on his head, and he just plays whatever. He's the world champion. He's like, it doesn't really matter. So it's
universal.
It's important, but just don't.
It's like supporting a football team. Once you choose one to support, you stick with it the rest of your life. You can't change teams,
And sometimes you're stuck with a really crappy football team, aren't you? And what can you do? You've got to follow them everywhere through thick and thin. They could be losing every game. Like, there goes another one. It's like, okay, I'll play it again next game. It's like,
no. You go back and you work.
And then you lose.
You work hard. No, I certainly... like Simon mentioned about the process of producing a course. And, I kind of, when I wrote my book on the Caro-Kann, it was really a turbulent love affair. I spent 2 years every single day working on this book. And there were so many times I was just like, I hate this opening. I hate this so much, and especially when the grandmasters would come and they would play some great game and they would just demolish my analysis. I was like, oh, I felt like I could not make any headway whatsoever. But then, you know, the love was reignited as soon as I found a remedy, and I remember that I came running and I was like, I mean, the way that I actually whilst authors these days, they use supercomputers and super engines, and they really check the analysis. I did that I didn't use super engines because they weren't around at that time, but I was me and my engine, and then I would get the board out and I would put the positions I recommended on a board, and then I would drag my husband, who is around about 2100 FIDE rating. I would drag him and I would say, hey, you play on the black side, and if you can handle the black side, then okay, it's fine. I know that I've recommended a good line. Yeah. And so it was 2 years of this, and by the end of it, I know many people ask me like, why don't you write it again? I was like, that book took 2 years. I didn't even make minimum wage here.
All right. This game is also taking some time, playing slow so far. We do have a few new moves.
Slow so far, but the game is really livening up, and it's livening up despite a lot of trades happening. We have to jump in because we did miss a few moves there, and a queen trade. That is how things started. That is how the tactical sequence began. And in this position, we talked about the queen trade earlier. The queen trade did happen. White capturing the black queen. The white rook, remember, was under fire. We actually showed this in a variation, but it did happen on the board. We predicted it correctly. The black knight now jumped in, removing a defender of this white knight. And after the black knight was captured, the white knight was captured and exchanged there. Black was temporarily a pawn up, but white regained the pawn with his rook. And this white rook very active, attacking this weak black pawn. And black decided he had to retreat back to a really bad square for the bishop to defend it. And now Prag has brought his rook across. And queens are off, a set of knights are off. It's relatively balanced, but remember, we talked about this pawn. And this pawn in the centre of the board is still a bit of a target. The Lone Ranger, the D pawn with no mates. And I don't know, personally for Ding, this is a really depressing position, I feel. Black is the one playing for the draw. White has full control over this pawn, and more importantly, the square in front of it. White's knight will be a monster once it arrives in the centre. What do you think, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of helps Ding a little bit. I think Ding is now trying to draw this position, and the more pawns that get exchanged, the nearer a draw it becomes. So he's got rid of one set of pawns on the queen side. That kind of helps him. But I still definitely think it's Prag with the advantage. Not much else has changed. Black's got, well, 2 weak pawns. White's only got 1 weak pawn. If we just look at it that way, all those pawns highlighted are a bit dodgy. So Ding now going for more exchanges, and I think this is, he's just trying to exchange off and get to a draw in this game. Can Prag keep the pressure up though? And I think he's playing fantastically well so far in this game. So yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a very small advantage, but a very safe advantage for White. The bishops are looking at each other, expect an exchange at some point, and then the White rook will just take a step back. I'm not sure exactly where, but yeah, as soon as the White knight enters the middle of the board, the position will stabilise, and yeah, we're in for a long grind. It's all about endgame technique now. Can Pragnanda squeeze water out of this stone? Yeah, Ding, he definitely looks in the type of mood to just play it safe today. It feels as if Pragnanda's going to get a few small chances here and there, but they might just be very fleeting chances, momentary ones. And yeah, this is the current position. White's rook needs to decide where to retreat to. Endgame time.
Yeah, and of course, if this game does end with a draw, Ding with the white pieces in the next game, if he wins it, he will be the winner of Chessable Masters. So Prag, he needs to win a game.
Yeah, he just needs 2 points today from the first 4 games. And
yeah,
that's a big, big ask for Prag to win at this point. Okay, White's rooks were attacking the black pawn in the centre of the board. The black knight now blocking the attack at least of one white rook. And there we go. Knight on an outpost.
Yeah, that knight is on. It's a great square, blocking, standing in the way of the D pawn, the queen's pawn in the middle. I do feel that Prag is better. He has the hope. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ding is just like holding tight and just having to react to whatever Pragnanda comes up with. But then again, you guys have mentioned the pressure is on Pragnanda.
Yeah, it feels like defensive Ding today. just backs to the wall, just locking things down, going for exchanges in the first game and in this game. Any opportunity, just trading things off. And he knows that's bringing him closer to victory overall in the Chessable Masters. That's a dangerous strategy long-term, though, because if it gets in your mind that you're just playing for a draw, you won't make the best moves all the time.
No, we've seen that so many times with that strategy, losing games. And if Prag will play for the win, what kind of moves are we looking for in this game?
It's
not that one?
Yeah, I mean, that one is okay. That's a good start. It's just difficult to kind of come up with one overarching plan. It just needs to be small gains. Maybe White will start pushing pawns forward in front of his king, gaining space, improving the White king, centralizing it. Ideally, you want to trade off, for example, White's bishop for the Black knight. You want to end up in a situation where White's knight in the center dominates the rest of the board. And, for example, the Black bishop can never challenge the White knight for the rest of the game. It's just about deciding which exchanges to make, targeting those 2 weak Black pawns that Simon highlighted. And it's just about making small incremental gains every time and not allowing too many more exchanges. If the rooks all disappear from the board, it will be a draw. Black's 2 weaknesses can only really be targeted by the White rooks. It's going to be difficult.
The more I look at the position, the more impressed I am with how Ding has coordinated the pieces, because suddenly it just dawned on me while you're talking. White's light square bishop, I know it's on the first row, but bishops have long-range potentials, and this one's really bad. Doesn't actually have a role.
Yeah, White's bishop is a bit stuck.
It wants to be attacking pawns, and instead it's just looking at a nice empty diagonal. So, again, another pause for thought. And whilst the players are thinking, can I sneak in another answer to our quiz of the day? Kirk says that their favourite opening is the Queen's Gambit accepted. Prevents Black from striking in the centre, whilst giving Kirk full control of the centre. And, well, we have a move from Ding. And earlier on, I was kind of pointing out about how White's light square bishop is not great. And Ding promptly, well, he decided to move his dark square bishop.
Yeah, his bishop now hitting the White rook. And White's rook, it can't really step off the first rank. Jovanka mentioned the White bishop, and suddenly this really sad piece at the bottom of the board just drops off. This would be a check. Actually, it's not the end of the world. The White king can move, and if the Black rook does take this bishop, then actually the Black knight falls. So maybe you can actually try and leave the White bishop as bait there, but I guess this bishop threatening the White rook, at least it gives Prag a big kind of dilemma here. Where do you put the White rook? No matter where you go, it's not going to be on the most active square. I mean, for example, if you move across, this White rook is just a bit blocked in. Thinking about it, maybe White can just step forward. And if you can step forward, as we just showed in that variation, maybe swing the rook across, go for this pawn at some point. Yeah, Prag, though, 2 minutes. He needs to speed up. The game is still at quite a slow pace. Just no big tactics, no big threats, apart from this one right now from Ding. Yeah, Prag just needs to start trusting his instinct. He's so good with no time, but he needs a little bit for later, maybe, when it comes to trading off, deciding which pieces to trade off. And wow, really interesting stuff. He drops his knight back. The king of counterattack, Pragnanda, attacking the Black rook. So Black's rook steps back, and now he finds a really nice square for the White rook. And yeah, I mean, he's so creative, Prag. Every time I think he's about to play a defensive move, nope, he counterattacks. And right now, maybe the White knight at some point will relocate to attack this central pawn.
Is that Black king a little unsafe? Or is it just me?
Yeah, it is a point, Kaja, especially while the rooks remain. It could feel unsafe. I think it's close enough to running away that it should be fine. And kings in the centre of the board will be very, very good if the rooks disappear. The Black king, for example, is it will be quicker for the king to run over to this left side of the board. If you look at the White king is really, really distant now. So the Black king ready for more exchanges later. Simon, is this your type of position, though?
Not really, to be honest. But I mean, I don't normally get this type of position. But I mean, I think both players are playing very well today. I mean, there's such fine margins, and it is, as you say, like more how Ding is going a bit more defensively than we normally see, which shows another sort of side to him. And obviously, all top players, all grandmasters, and going down, can play all types of chess. So they don't just really excel in one area, and you see that when these guys are playing. I mean, at this position, I think Prag is doing a good job, but Ding also. So there's not, it's very tense still. The clock situation is going to heat up very soon, isn't it? Because Prag's down to 2 minutes and Ding just going under 5. So a lot still going on.
Yeah, you mentioned the clocks, and yesterday there were no big blunders. Today there have been no blunders at all. It just feels like maybe Ding is slightly quicker than Prag. Maybe that was the difference yesterday. Just putting an extra dimension of pressure, not just playing on the board, playing on the clock as well. Yeah, but Ding right now has to figure out the black knight and the black bishop. They're kind of protecting each other in a way. There's kind of a cluster of pieces, but they are a bit loose. Maybe you need to defend the black knight if you can. Ding, though, long think for him.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really want to exchange pieces here. There is a problem. If the black rook takes the white rook in the centre of the board, the white pawn will actually recapture. Black's knight will be attacked. Black's bishop on the edge of the board is about to drop off. So you can't trade rooks in this position for Ding. If you can't trade rooks, you have to look for other moves. And he does protect his knight, attacking white's rook on the edge of the board as well. We see a check. Where to go?
So what do you guys think now?
Yeah, I like Prag's chances still. Should be balanced, but big question. This is a check. OK, let's have a vote. Does the black king step down the board, out into the open? Does it step back? Does it hide? Or does black block?
Ooh.
3 choices.
I mean, I'd like to go forward somewhere, if I could do, and probably to dart square in front of the pawn. I don't really want to put my king back because the ending is getting near, and I want my king to be active in the ending, but I'm also a little bit scared. So I'm also like, I don't know, actually, might just go back, I don't know. Very hard to say. OK, I'll go forwards.
OK, to the 6th rank.
Yeah, to the 6th. Right.
You have to be brave for that.
What about you guys?
Jovanka?
Yeah, my vibe at the beginning was actually to go to the 6th row as well. But again, I need to be very precise. I would only choose one square, which is the square in front of the f7 pawn, the f6 square. Otherwise, I would go back, because if I block the check, then I think a pawn just drops off.
Yeah, the black pawn in the middle of the board might drop if you block this check. I would probably say the same, but just for argument's sake, I'm going to say let's go back to the 8th rank, just to be safe.
He's blocked it.
He blocks it. He chooses the option that we thought wasn't really possible, Ding.
I mean, this is the move he really wants to play if he can, but, I mean, has he got some idea of exchanging his bad pawn and going for the A pawn, maybe, or something like this?
Yeah, wow.
Interesting decision.
Really interesting decision, and we have to jump in because Ding has just sacrificed a pawn. We are talking about this pawn in the middle of the board. Now we will see a rook trade. That's almost guaranteed, I think, at this point, a rook trade. And here, Simon, you mentioned maybe going after the white A pawn at some point. OK, the rook did disappear. I was going to ask which way to recapture. Ding has answered that question. And now, if this pawn in the middle is captured, how can black compensate? Is he going after the white bishop? OK, he is going after the white bishop. White is 1 pawn up, but Jovanka highlighted this bishop as being a bad piece, and actually it's running out of squares. If you move it, then the problem is the black rook will come down with a counterattack, attacking this bishop and this pawn. Black is at least going to win the pawn back with a great position. If you defend the bishop, for example, with your knight, then this knight might get deflected away with the black knight at some point. You have to be really careful there. Prag decides to go passive. Ugh. In an endgame, you don't want to go passive, bringing the white rook back to a bad square just to defend this poorly placed bishop. But white has won a pawn in the process. Do you guys think the activity of black's pieces, for example, if he puts his rook on the 2nd rank, do you think the rook, the knight, maybe this bishop soon lining up against the pawn, is it enough compensation for black?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to fast forward in my head and trying to think of a way that white can kind of coordinate the pieces in order to make progress. And that's not going to be easy, actually.
No, it's not going to be easy. You can have maybe, for example, one good piece in the centre, but what next? You can't really move this bishop because this pawn would drop on the edge of the board. You can't move your rook because you need to stay defending your bishop. Everything's a bit kind of paralysed and stuck for white here.
The bishop can't move. Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it a few. OK, so Pragnanda goes to a different square with a knight, but bishop not moving at all. I mean, where can it go?
Now the black bishop can just, sit on this square and peer down at this pawn. Everything is stuck for white. I'm slightly worried about black's pawn starting to come down the board as well.
I think a very, very clever decision by Ding, because The other positions we're looking at, he was left with that weak pawn, and he'd have to defend. And you know, he's now going active. Best defence is attack. You know, going active if you can. You should always look for the active solution, and I like what Ding's done there.
Yeah,
bit of pressure, and you know, if he can get his pawn back at some point, then it will just be a draw. But he has the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is why he's such a world-class player, Ding. I talked about him being in defensive mood, but he happily gave up. Remember that black pawn that was just sitting in the middle of the board? He happily gave that one up in order to improve the rest of his pieces, and it's in the end game. Pawns don't matter so much right now. If you look at the white pawns, they're not running forward anytime soon. So yeah, I think fantastic decision. Just the judgment of giving up a pawn for free, almost, but activating your pieces. It's made his position so much easier to play. It's a happy type of position for black now, and it's not a happy position for white's pieces. So, yeah, especially when players are getting low on time, it's a good practical decision. Go active, always.
So winning chances getting smaller than for Prag in this game.
It just looks difficult to play, yeah.
And objectively, should Ding start playing on winning this game?
It's not out of the question.
I was going to say that, you know, because take a look at White's pieces. Look how they have kind of huddled together in one corner of the board. I mean, none of the pieces are in an aggressive mode. They're just purely defending each other. And as David says, you know, you manage to kick away one piece, then suddenly the whole trio, they kind of fall apart. And the target, of course, is that lone pawn on the left.
Yeah, if white's A pawn there drops off the board, then Beth, the B pawn for black, is going to start racing down. And the quality of black's B pawn is so much better than any of white's other pawns. Meanwhile, Ding, he didn't have a direct way to win any white pawns, so he's just gaining space. And now this pawn push for black, maybe it makes it difficult for white's pawns. Remember, white has the majority on the right half of the board, 4 versus 3. It's difficult to advance there as well for Prag.
And I was just thinking, if that B pawn queens, that will be like the third time that Pragnanda has lost to this type of pawn, and he'll be having nightmares.
Yeah, the B pawn.
Yeah, yesterday Ding won twice with black, and it was both times due to that black B pawn.
Really?
Will lightning strike a third time? Surely third time lucky for Prag. That won't happen. But OK, first he offers a trade of rooks. Ding, of course, says no. When you're material down, pawns down, don't trade pieces. And look at that white bishop. It's the worst bishop I've seen this tournament.
Yeah, and there might be some ideas of black moving his bishop as well to attack the rook. So, I mean, could we even see a weird draw here? The rook coming back, black's rook coming in. OK, so Prag is still playing for a win, I feel, with that move. That's because you're leaving your knight a little bit loose. You could have put it back on the first rank.
Yeah, could have come back.
But he's got to win a game somewhere. That's the thing. So, you know, if you're in Prag's position, it's like, OK, I'm a pawn up. You know, I've got to. Where am I going to get my win from? Is this as good a chance as I'm going to get?
OK, a big trick in the position. The black knight coming to the edge of the board, hitting the white knight, and the white knight could not stand its ground. It had to capture. OK, which piece to take for Ding? Do you take this bishop or do you take the knight?
Oh.
2 choices. First instinct, Simon.
Bishop.
First instinct, Jovanka.
Bishop.
First instinct, Kaja.
Well, knight, because it's an open position. I want my bishop.
Yeah, OK, interesting. What will Ding do? I don't know. I want us to sit on the fence.
What would you go for? You've got, come
I'll
on.
probably take the knight. I'll stick with Kaja. So 2 on 2. Me and Kaja against Simon and Jovanka. What is going to happen? For example, if you take this bishop, the reason I'm reluctant is this bishop was so bad anyway. And the white king can move. If the white knight can re-centralise, the white knight will be strong.
Yeah, that's true.
That being said, this pawn is very, very weak, so...
I wanted to push the B pawn, you know, get the old B pawn going, but...
Get this guy motoring down the board.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
The time now, well, they're both under a minute, so this is where it heats up. I mean, you know, it's going to be more fireworks coming here. Still a pawn up, though.
And from what we've seen so far, who has handled time pressure the best?
Yeah.
Look at that, Simon.
I'd say Ding slightly, but unfortunately, Jovanka and Simon were right there. The bishop did disappear, and now instead of pushing this pawn, black steps back, the white knight retreating as well. So at some point, this pawn will push, but it's all about whether Ding can fight. And if he can gain this pawn, he needs to. Suddenly, Prag has great chances if he can keep this pawn alive.
OK.
Because the imbalance helps him, the white knight against the bishop.
He played a great ending yesterday as well, didn't he, to get his win. Prag when he was a pawn up. So, I mean, this is the kind of position it's been proven that he plays extremely well in, and it is a pawn. It's still a pawn, and more pieces are getting exchanged off. When you're a pawn up, you want the pieces to come off because that extra pawn is more likely to become a queen.
Yeah.
And we all like the queen in the ending.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
So, so I mean, there's definitely some chances here, definitely.
Growing chances,
yeah,
for sure. And okay, the white king, we talked about kings in the centre of the board. Okay, black's king running away, just kind of contradicting my point there, but white's king is centralising. I'm really not sure why Ding retreated the black king. Maybe he was scared of the white knight jumping in with checks. When you're low on time, knight checks always decide the game somehow. Knight forks, double attacks. And it's just about whether Prag can make progress. It feels like Ding is just going to sit and wait and hope that Prag can't do anything.
Such a dangerous way to play, isn't it,
Yeah.
Rose? I mean, I agree with you. Why is the black king going into the corner and white's king is coming to the centre? Yeah. It's an ending. King is very important, so use your kings. I don't like what Ding did with his king there at all. It just seems very peculiar. Black's still active, though. And his bishop is better. It's a very nice bishop, that one, always pointed towards white's pawn. That gives him some compensation. And he's going to reroute the rook to maybe attack that pawn now. If the A and B pawn come off the board, so you have to sometimes imagine exchanges, but if somehow these pawns get exchanged, I think it's very close to being winning that, but black has this useful G5 move. I'm not sure. I mean, good winning chances if the A and B, as in computer versus computer, perfect play. White might be winning that anyway, so it's going well.
Yeah, agreed. They do say that when there are pawns on both sides of the board, bishops are better. When there are pawns on just one side of the board, knights are better, because knights are short-range pieces and they can control dark squares, light squares. If it's just focused on one area of the board, knights can be dominant. But because there are pawns on both sides, the black bishop is a great piece. And look at this, the black bishop causing some nuisance. Will we see a trade? Will we see the black bishop taking off the white knight?
Tempting, isn't it?
Big moment. If the bishop takes off for the knight, it's just a pure rook endgame, and they do say all rook endgames are drawn. White is a pawn up, however.
But if you don't take that knight is coming to the centre, and you'll never be able to move that knight from the central square because there's no way you can attack it. I mean, this is one of the best winning chances Prag's going to get, though. He's now a safe pawn up. It was a bit unclear before, but it looks very, very safe. Ooh. And we go into a rook ending, he's a pawn up. Yeah. So, I mean, there's chances, great chances.
I mean, the position is now going to hinge on whether Ding can actually get rid or exchange those two pawns on the left, and that's why he's advanced his pawn. Yeah. I mean, it looks like he will.
I mean, can he? I mean,
I'm not so sure how. Now the white rook will slide across one square, maybe, to attack this black pawn. Maybe you can trade off, as Jovanka mentions, now that bishops and knights have left the board, if those two pawns get traded, it's going to be a draw. 4 versus 3 on one side. If it's just rooks, it should be a draw. It's going to be very hard to create a passed pawn just on the right half of the board. It's all about whether Prag can win that black pawn, bet the B pawn. If he can, he's winning.
The thing is, his king is coming to defend the pawn. OK, so black has to play this move, otherwise his rook was going to be in a horrible place. I mean, I think this is... Is this a winning ending? I would say yes, it should be.
It's looking that way, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, again, look at the kings. Ding put his king over in the corner, and Prag's king has come all the way to cause black some hassle.
To the right side? Is this the side the king needs to be on?
That is where the action's happening. It's all about whether white can maybe move the rook out the way now and move the white king towards black's B-pawn. That black B-pawn can get attacked twice, white's rook and white's king. Black's king is so far away that only black's rook can do the defensive work. So, yeah, that's where the action is happening. Prag now, under 20 seconds, he's just deciding whether to offer a trade of rooks. Black has to reject this offer. A king and pawn endgame is clearly winning for white because he has an extra pawn. An extra pawn is an easy win there. Now black's rook trying to get active. Prag covers the second rank, protects all his pawns. He's getting ready to march the white king up 2 squares and going for that black pawn. Ding cuts off the white king.
Look at Prag, this is so tense, 20 seconds on the clock. He has to win a game today to take it to tie breaks. It's looking good.
It's looking good, but he's lost control. I think you saw him kind of make a gesture. He maybe missed that the white king now is cut off. It can't step forward. And, OK, black, meanwhile, now having to go back with the black rook. Now is the moment for the white king. It's getting close, but can he win that black pawn? That is the question. Ding just trying to kind of cause a distraction. He's not doing too much yet on the right side.
I mean, maybe at some point, white's going to have to give up some of his kingside pawns to win that pawn. in order to win this one, but he maybe does that last resort at the moment. He's going to try to get his rook in the game. The white rook is passive-ish at the moment. I say ish because it's still attacking the B pawn, but I'd like to get it to the middle, the white rook in this position. But it's still, I mean, I still think this should be winning. I mean, if Magnus was playing this, he would win like 99.9% of the time, right? I mean,
if Magnus was black, he'd draw 99.9%
exactly,
of the time.
I was actually thinking exactly the same. What if Magnus was playing Magnus here? What would be the result? I think he'd still win.
Probably. Yeah.
And Ding shakes his head after this move.
Yeah. Maybe he's shaking his head. OK, the evaluation bar reacts as well. Which way is white's king going? It's another guessing game. Do you go towards the centre? Do you go towards the black pawn?
So, I mean, maybe towards the centre. I mean,
the computer thinks you should go towards the pawn now. Right. As Simon says, it's natural, it's human instinct to go towards the centre. Maybe going towards the centre just allows another rook check. Maybe you just need to just focus purely on black's pawn on this side of the board. The computer Stockfish thinks this is winning now for white. Anything over +1 is very close to winning in a rook endgame. And how do you round up this pawn? He's gone the right way. That's the first step for Prag.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do as Simon suggested. You know, the white rook has to, at some stage, abandon the protection of those pawns on the right and just bank everything on this A pawn advancing up the board.
Yeah, and I think we'll see that happen in a moment.
I mean, you might...
Back under 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Sorry,
10 seconds, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking you might better play this move because now where does the black rook go? I mean, if it goes to the side, it's in a much worse position. Yeah. And if it goes forwards, the A pawn's going to win the game quite simply. I mean, this actually now is looking, dare I say it, easy win.
Ooh. You're jinxing it. They're tempting fate there, Simon.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I think the rook needs to step to the side and then the black king needs to really start motoring over to the right.
Problem is, if you go to the side, I'm just going to defend my pawn with my pawn and then my rook comes in and I don't know how you can do anything against that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a very simple winning idea now and Ding is obviously having a big think here because I reckon he realises that it's the end.
Look at Ding's face. He knows it's getting close now to a win for Prag. And maybe we can show this on the board because it is a critical moment. Wherever the black rook goes, it's going to end up on a bad square. If it goes forward, then you lose this pawn. And the white pawn, as Simon says, is just going to race through and win the game. If you go to the side, however, protecting your pawn, then you just get locked out of the game. The white pawn will step up. This black rook now is not on an open file. White will simply bring his rook across, challenge, and eventually this pawn will drop. This pawn is just falling. No way to save it. And Ding in massive trouble in the current position. No good square for the black rook.
Clock's ticking down as well. Under 30 seconds left for Ding. He won the first match yesterday. He only needs to tie this match to win the tournament, but Prag is maybe about to make that huge comeback. The bar saying 2.2 advantage for the young Indian.
OK, Ding's going to keep fighting, of course. He's not going to resign anytime soon. I'm starting to agree with you, though, Simon. It looks quite straightforward.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, I like it when you've got an easy plan and you're a pawn up. And, I mean, this is also very clever. You know, you're just going to win that pawn, queen your A pawn. Here we go. I mean, that extra pawn now...
Keeping full control as well.
You're not losing any of your pawns and that A pawn just going to become a queen, isn't it? This is, I have to say, been a fantastic game by Prag. I mean, we thought Ding always had enough play, but Prag has kept going and going and going. And even in the first game, he played really high standards, so very, very impressive. I remember you did draw one ending against Hikaru with the, what's it called, the Vancouver or something? Vancouver rook manoeuvre. And at least Black's got this now. He can try checking from the side, which was the thing you used, isn't it? I think against Hikaru to draw.
Yeah.
So, Gibraltar.
You kind of need kind of specific situations, but that game I had against Nakamura, there were no pawns on the right half of the board. So it was just about one corner pawn, this A pawn. And the drawing technique, you need your opponent's rook actually in front of the pawn, but the drawing technique is to check from the side, just like Ding is doing. So he's trying to force the white king away. If the white king starts to walk towards the black rook, then the black rook might slide across to attack white's pawn. So you need to put your king on a good square.
But such a simple winning plan here, isn't there? You just put your rook behind the pass pawn.
This is the key.
Tarash's rule.
Tarash's rule, was it?
Rook behind pass pawns.
OK, this guy's popping up a lot today. All the openings, Tarash, You know, so but isn't that just a very easy way to win? I mean,
easy.
Easy,
you know,
yeah.
just
You're right, Simon. Maybe we can show this on the board, the winning plan. Here for Prag, there's plenty of options. First, you step forward with your king, no matter where you go. For example, now the king is far away. If Black slides across with his rook, the key is having your rook behind past pawns in an endgame. White's rook just slides behind. It doesn't look great, but basically this rook is the engine, the propeller. You're going to push your pawn forward, and Black's rook cannot stop the advance. If you try and blockade the white pawn, then the white king is actually going to kind of kick you out the way. And for example, the black king might move. The white king slides across now, and this pawn is just going to motor. The black rook is actually poorly placed. And here we see Prag knows the winning technique. Of course he does. Rooks behind past pawns. Black's king is miles away, and this pawn is just going to march forward.
Now this is easy, really easy. I mean, it is, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is just, it's also, you know, you just push the pawn. Use the king, push the pawn, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ding actually resigns shortly. I mean,
why does the evaluation bar say just 2? Just +2. OK, it's going up now, but it's like Simon says, easy win.
Only chance is to try to cause some disruption on the king's side and try to target something there, but it's far too slow. And as long as you don't take this pawn, don't give your opponent a passed pawn, because if you take that pawn, you'll give him a passed pawn. So just don't do that, and now you can just win with your own passed pawn, which White is going to do.
Yeah. The only way Ding could ever draw this is to create some counterplay, but look at the black king. It's so slow. It's coming now, but it takes ages to come and attack any white pawns. And meanwhile, look at Alice the A-pawn marching down.
3 moves away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just hopeless. There's nothing to do. I'm also like you, Simon. I'm expecting Ding to just resign now.
Yeah, great game from Prag. I mean, that's what we want. Yeah, I mean, Ding won yesterday. Prag is now leading. Could he win? Could he win this? The Chessable Masters? He could do, couldn't he? Now, I mean, he's
16 years old.
He's 16. I mean, how much of a star is he in India? Do we think? Because I mean, chess is so popular in India, and you know, if you were 16 and doing this in England, you wouldn't get noticed, really.
Well, is there some? Sorry, I just got distracted by those pawns.
I mean, you can go F3 here, I guess.
Lock up.
Just play
Lock it up.
Yeah, lock it up. Just don't give any chances.
And look at this poor black king. It just can't get into the white half of the board, and Ding.
Look at Ding.
Yeah,
It's over.
It's over. Yeah. White's king just needs to go and attack this black rook. The white pawn is going to cost black his rook. Yeah, it's just way too slow. Now you can just push this pawn forward. Black is far too slow in this race. He's going to give some checks, force the white king away, but it's hopeless now.
Yeah.
You know, and this is going to be really hard for Ding, because maybe, you know, his strategy is seen to be play super solid. But what happens when you lose a game like that? You know, you can't play super solid in the next game. And is that it? I think we have it.
It's over. Pragnanda, the 16-year-old, he makes a comeback. Ding just covers up his camera. Prag is now in the lead in the second match in the final in Chessable Masters. If this is the score by the end of the rapid portion, we will head to tiebreaks to decide the winner. What a game by Prag, and this one just amazing by the youngsters. So here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
And in today's learning point, we're going to talk about rook endgames, and this was a masterclass from Prag. So young, but so good at endgames. It's quite a rare trait to have. And here we see Prag with the white pieces against Ding, of course. Here, White's king is under check, and Prag won this game with perfect technique. Here we saw a choice, actually. White's king could go towards the center, but no, you should always focus on your opponent's weaknesses. The king went towards the pawn, and as we saw in the game, the black rook tried to maintain the protection, but this pawn push kicked the black rook to a bad square. And if we just fast forward a few moves, another instructive moment. It was here when we saw, in a few moments, the white rook sliding across. Rooks behind passed pawns is one of the key factors in rook endgames. There's 3 things to remember. Go active with your king. Prag has achieved that. Go active with your rook, or position your rook well. He achieves that on the next couple of moves by sliding his rook across. And the third thing to remember in rook endgames, push past pawns. If you have a passed pawn, throw it down the board. And if we fast forward to the final position now, we see here, black resigned, Ding gave up, because this pawn now just unstoppable. And perfect technique, I'm full of praise, and a well-deserved win.
Prag is now in the lead in the second match in 13 minutes. Game 3 will start. Ding will have the white pieces in that one. 2 rapid games to go in today's final match in Chessable Masters, with Prague in the lead. If this is the situation by the end of game 4, we will head straight into tiebreaks to decide the winner. And after this next game, we're very excited to finally show you the opening test that David had for Magnus Carlsen before the tournament. And we're also going to deep dive into what seems to be the opening of the day, the Tarrasch defense. But now, we're going to Nigeria, and we're going to meet a very talented chess player. His family could not afford to have him in school, but discovering chess gave him a bright future.
Good day, my name is Nilo Jami Boluwatife. I am 16 years old. I am from Ekiti State. I stopped going to school because there was no money to further for my secondary school. So I got to know chess Islam through my brother. My brother used to go to the training, come back home with the chessboard. The way the piece looks, I was fascinated by the piece because the way the knight was looking, I was like, I wish to learn this. When I started learning chess, considering Eptos, the academy Eptos, in so many ways, both academically and financially, I was able to learn about chess, at least apply the rules to my day-to-day activities. So when I started learning, they hosted the short random tournament for us that everybody participated. So I was able to come out as the best. So everybody was like, who is this boy? Where is he from? And so I was very happy because I was like, now I'm a champion. So now today I'm very happy and glad that I'm currently the number 8 under 17 chess player in Nigeria. I thank all my sponsors for sponsoring me. I thank Chess Islam a lot. I thank Chessable also because with this site, I'm able to improve a lot in my chess because I got to learn new things, new openings, new strategy. Thanks to all my sponsors. I'm so glad and happy. Thank you.
What a beautiful story on young Jamyu, who is in the Chess in Slums program, another fantastic program helping kids in difficult areas to excel using chess. And chess must be just a great tool, David, to get confidence and to blossom.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it can change lives. I guess just like any sports, often a player has kind of untapped potential. If they discover that love of the game, it can elevate them. I mean, bring so many opportunities. We saw him there playing with Patrice Evra, former Manchester United footballer, travelling now, opening doors, chess. And yeah, I love to see it, breaking boundaries.
Yeah, there's many beautiful stories from Chess in Slums, and also actually released today or yesterday, your chess talk with Pontus Carlsen, Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Who also is doing so much good for chess.
He's actively involved in these type of projects, you know, where his charity or project like Chess to Change and also Business Meets Chess and Kids, they help these children. They actually fund them, and it's not just the children, they also fund the families as well. And they provide them with the learning equipment, everything needed in order to improve their lives, and just to give them the confidence and the network to do better. I mean, such a worthwhile project. And talking about also inspirational projects, I mean, stories, we also have Fiona Mutesi, you know, of course, story? The Queen of Katwe, you know, living in Uganda in the slums and stumbling across the game, and because of the chess program, she was able to elevate herself, and now she's in the US, and she's just finished, I think, her master's or her degree, and she's actually also started her own foundation to help everyone back home. I mean, it really is amazing how chess is helping everyone and how it can be used as a medium so that people can elevate, just basically improve themselves.
Absolutely. And I guess it's not the most expensive sport either, Simon, for kids to start with. For parents maybe in a difficult situation, you only need a chessboard, right?
Yeah, you only need a chessboard. You can even make your own chessboard, which some people have done. And, you know, I was in contact with Tunde quite a long time ago, who's the guy who does this Chess in Slums along with a lot of other people. And it's such a good and brilliant just idea, and the work he's doing is just amazing. It's so good because he's even been retweeted now by like Paris Hilton.
Really?
And yeah, and you know, and it's like incredible to see his journey of him and the other guys there in Nigeria who've built up this idea of just helping out the poorest people and using chess as a tool to help their lives. It's fantastic, and he's a saint. You know, so yeah.
And so just wanted to say one thing about chess being a cheap sport. To begin with, it is a cheap sport.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't cost much to buy a chessboard and chess sets. It's what happens afterwards.
Of course, traveling.
That, of course, the traveling and all the opportunities to play and to get those titles and to get those national achievements and also to set up the program. So these initiatives, they are so worthwhile supporting. I mean, it do so much good.
Absolutely. We're huge fans of what Chess in Slums is doing, also working with Chessable as a tool for all of these fantastic kids, and also mentioning then the chess talk Jovanka had with Grandmaster Pontus Carlsen, released now on Chess24 collection site for all premium user. Here's a little taste of that interview.
I know that your father was at one point the president of the Swedish Chess Federation. So I have to ask, was chess an integral part of family life for you growing up?
My father, he's an, I would say, a good club player. So he was, you know, on the level like 22, 50 for most of his life. You know? And I think one time he even played in the highest group in the Swedish Championship, so he played for the championship, but I don't think he wants to say more about that tournament because he didn't do very, because he was, you know, one of the...
Released on Chess24 premium collection site. Actually, there is also a discount code you can use now to become a Chess24 premium user for a chance to watch this interview with Pontus and many others. And what was the highlight for you, Jovanka, interviewing Pontus?
I mean, for me, it was actually listening to him talk about two of his projects, this Business Meets Chess and Kids, and also Chess to Change, you know, and the impact it had and how much good it was doing in the world. You know, I could see, you know, instantly his face light up when he talked about the success stories. You know, he became like a young child again. And he talks about like how families have changed their lives and how they've like rehoused people and how people have been living in the worst ever conditions. I mean, he said to me, you couldn't even imagine. I mean, these are not houses. These are just made almost from cardboard paper, and they're giving hope to such families. And it really touched me. And I really recommend that everyone watching go check out his webpage, Business Meets Chess and Kids, and also Chess to Change, and just get involved, you know, support this project because it's so worthwhile.
And there is, we have to mention, there is a change to, what is it, Chess to Change event happening on June 12th. I know Magnus Carlsen will be involved, Maurice Ashley will be there, and I think it's in Stockholm, so check that out on their webpage. Now it's getting close to Game 3 in the big final in Chessable Masters with Prag now in the lead. We're looking forward to that, and we're also so happy to see that you guys are sharing your selfies, so let's take a look at a few of them. Thank you everyone for sharing your selfies and for being with us on this dramatic final day of Chessable Masters. In a little over 1 minute, Prag and Ding will start game number 3 with Prag in the lead. And after that game, we're excited to show you the opening memory test that David had for Magnus Carlsen.
Threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
Black blocks, and white gives up a pawn. Could be anything.
I think I see somebody play like this. I don't know why on earth they would.
This one is named after a part of the anatomy of an animal.
Like the donkey scrotum?
Cut. Very close, actually.
Horse's ass?
The monkey's bum.
The monkey's bum. Okay.
It's another English chess player, and he said, if this works, then he's a monkey's bum.
But it doesn't work.
It doesn't work, that's the problem.
I am definitely not a chess expert, but I'm going to guarantee that we're not going to see the monkey's bum in this game, Ding having the white pieces.
Yeah, I can bet my house on the fact that, well, if I had one, that we're not going to see the monkey's bum in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe another Queen's Gambit. That's been the theme of today. Maybe another Tarash defense. But now Ding, he's got to change up his strategy. No more defensive Ding. He's got to play for the win.
Snacking up on an apple to get ready. If Prag wins this game, we will head straight into tiebreaks. He will win the second match, and we will decide the tournament in tiebreaks. Ding, he needs at least a draw or a win in this one. Anything can still now happen in the final, and here we go.
Wow, it's back to the English opening, and this one did not bring Ding success yesterday. Prag beat Ding in the English. And, okay, the knights come out. This is what we saw yesterday as well. Still, this is what we saw yesterday. The 4 knights variation here, all 4 knights coming out, and this pawn push. Look at Prag close his eyes there. He was just thinking, okay, I know what to do here, just need to remember. And he brings his bishop out. This opening actually brought success to Nodibek Abdusatorov, the Uzbekistani teenager, when he won the World Rapid Championship last year. He won nearly every game in this opening with white, against Magnus, against Aroni and Caruana. Beat all the top players in the world. So Ding has clearly taken inspiration there. Simon, another kind of favourite setup of yours, English opening with this pawn structure in the centre.
Yeah, putting the pawns on light squares in the English has it's been an idea for a long, long time. I mean, you generally call a setup the Bodvanik setup, but, you know, other players have played it. And like you say, Magnus even plays this quite a lot. He had a period of time where he played it for a year or so, this setup as white. And the positives are this: you get this grip on the light squares because your pawns are on light squares. They can only attack the light squares, but on the downside, you weaken the opposite colour squares. So the dark squares in the middle are very weak, and they're the squares that Prag would probably try to control going forwards here. But yeah, normalish stuff so far. I think a wise choice in Ding to mix it up like this in general. Yeah. So
talking of Ding, is he looking up at some mosquitoes, some flies, or is he just trying to remember what he's? Is he doing a Beth Harmon staring at the ceiling?
Could
well,
be.
Actually, he does have experience in this line because he just now, at the 27th of March, he played this against Li Di, and in this Huangzhou Grand Masters event, and he won that game.
Okay, that's one of the easiest names to spell, Li Di. I remember playing him once. Maybe the shortest name in chess, 2 letters and 2 letters.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Is there a shorter name in chess?
Surely it's not possible to have a shorter name than a first name with 2 letters, a last name with 2 letters.
Could there be, like, well, I don't know, probably not. No, I don't think so. I'm struggling. Z? No, that's getting a bit ridiculous now.
Yeah, but no, Z.
Z is possible.
I think I've seen some people name their kids celebrities.
Yeah, probably Elon Musk.
Must be, I was thinking about Elon Musk.
Z 1.23 and a half divided by 5. Great child's name.
What about your first child, Simon? Are you going to name him one E4?
I'm going to call him David.
That's a good choice. Solid name.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're waiting for Prag to make a decision. It is quite quiet at the moment. Maybe we can show some of the thoughts that might be going through Pragnanda's head. He can actually choose which side of the board he wants to play on, as Simon mentioned. It's a bit blocked up in the centre. This is the Botvinnik type of structure. And just to highlight Simon's point here, for example, one idea often in these positions is to retreat the bishop. I think he will do this actually over the next few moves, but now black completely controls this dark square. So a big hole in the white centre, but you do have control on the light squares. And first, Prag starts with this pawn push, and after white castles, I think he's got 2 ideas in mind. Firstly, now he might drop his bishop back, because the bishop actually has somewhere nice and safe to hide in the corner. The bishop stares down at the white king as well. Or Prag might well be thinking of setting up a pawn push on this side of the board at some point. For example, you could make an argument for sliding your rook across and pushing this pawn forward. Another idea would be to play on the opposite side of the board and, for example, retreat the black knight at some point. OK, he might be building up for this, and then pushing Freddy the f-pawn forward to open up a line for the black rooks. Either way, you need to look for pawn breaks in this type of position, because white really has a bind at the moment, just stopping you from pushing forward as black with your pawns. And, OK, first, Prag says, no fun for you, taking away this square from the white bishop, and Ding now just developing, controlling the centre.
Yeah.
Logical play.
It certainly is logical play. And I was just going to say that now we've transposed into a game that Ding played against Hans Niemann in the Athens Masters.
Wow.
So that game ended up in a draw. So, but OK, now we've deviated, because Hans Niemann actually offered a trade of dark square bishops.
Yeah, so Ding here could consider maybe jumping in with the white knight. He could consider maybe just supporting this knight. Lots and lots of choice here for Ding. You can move the white queen to a safe square. It's just about choosing a plan, sticking with it and being consistent. And both players playing very fast, actually, up to this point.
Definitely are. Ding, still more minutes on the clock than what he started with. And we're 10 moves into the game. Do you think Ding is, just losing that game? He was in the front seat, and now, feels like momentum shifting to Prag's side.
Maybe it's what he needed to just kind of perk himself up and kind of get energetic again, get focused. He looks very focused, Ding, and like Simon said earlier, I think this is a good choice. Look at all the pawns, all the pieces, no exchanges in this game. Ding, the first 2 games, they were characterised by the fact he was begging for exchanges. And he was forcing all the trades. The first game was just quite a logical draw. Both players played well. The second game, Ding didn't blunder, but he did make a couple of suspicious trades. I'm thinking there was a knight exchange at some point. He didn't need to go for it. And it was because he was happy with the draw, Ding, that he ended up losing that game. So now Ding, no longer happy with the draw. I think we might well see the best from him, or at least a very exciting game ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is what both people wanted. Well, maybe not Ding exactly wanted, but I think it's what he needs. And it also makes excellent viewing for everyone at home, because, we are sending us your selfies. And I just wanted to share with you one selfie from Chess in Slums. Tunde, you mentioned him, Simon, and says, late selfie for the chess champs, but I'm watching from Lagos, Nigeria. And he is cheering for Pragnanda. Pragnanda really has captured the hearts of the world, I think. And Gurprit Singh is saying, enjoying chess in the office.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And hi to Tunde.
Definitely a hi to you. Doing fantastic work, Tunde.
We're so impressed with Chess in Slums. What a great organization. Helping kids in difficult life situations.
Yeah. And, OK.
The thinking has started.
Definitely.
We definitely have to say that. 2 minutes for Ding as he makes his move.
OK, he asks a question of this black bishop, and it's decision time. Simon, Jovanka, Do you step back with this black bishop? Do you keep it on the board, or do you trade off for white's knight? Big question.
I think you step back. I would be tempted to do. I want to control the central square, so I'd like to fight for that. I wouldn't really want to take the knight, I don't think. I know sometimes black in these positions does take the knight if he can follow up with a big pawn push, but OK, stepping back he has played.
We should explain maybe the downside is, yes, white has double pawns, but black now has no real control, and yeah, white can at some point play in the middle, and you chose this one, fighting for the dark squares, and now again decision time. Do you trade this bishop, or do you maybe keep your own bishop on a different square, make white trade on your terms? I guess the downside here is that white, again, double pawns, but semi-open f-line, lots of control over the center now. These pawns control all the central squares.
This actually doesn't feel like an English. This actually feels like something that could have come from a king's pawn opening. I mean, has it? I mean, is it? Can you kind of use the ideas from there?
Very similar to king's pawn openings. It's very similar to the Italian game, maybe with reverse colours. It's definitely pattern recognition from other openings, for sure. And I've seen this pawn structure backfire on black quite a lot in recent games over the last few months. It's just because white occupies this semi-open line. White is the one with the key to throwing pawns forward in the centre. Kaja, you talked about the mean girls last season, and for example, if black just waits and does nothing, then the mean girls, the gang of pawns marching forward.
Have we seen the mean girls this season?
Connect 4.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it for a while. And OK,
that
maybe
would be fun.
Yeah, maybe a bit afraid of this. Prag decided no exchange, no opening up of the f-line. He steps back. But time-consuming for black. If we see a trade, black is going to have to worsen one of his pieces, either decentralize the black knight or put his rook on a bit of a weird square in order to recapture.
Yeah, I think this is the best opening that Ding's had so far in today. I think he should be very happy with how it's going. He's got space advantage. He's developed all his pieces. He's got chances to attack on every side of the board. The centre, the queen side, the king side. So, yeah, I mean, he should play more for the win than for the draw. I think it's such a big mistake to play for the draw or to make exchanges, as we've seen so many times before. And
seems players keep making that mistake.
It's so tempting because you're like, OK, I'll just swap the piece off, get a draw, and I'll win. But it never really works, does it? So it's just like, just go for the win.
Yeah.
And here he's doing it in a sensible way. But I do like his position, I have to say. I mean, it just seems a little bit easier to play. But black's very solid as well. It's not bad for Prag by any means.
And actually, Henrik Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen's father, has corrected me before I interviewed him. I think it was at a World Blitz Championship, maybe. And I said, well, Magnus just needs a draw. And he said, it's very hard at this level to even get a draw.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's just that negative mindset, just playing for one result. You kind of shut off your vision of all other options. Playing for the win, that's always the best way to get the draw in the first place. It gives you options later on to make exchanges in favourable circumstances or to maybe force a repetition of moves if you are attacking. Yeah, it's so hard to draw, especially against the top guys. They never let you... I mean, they'll make you fight king to king at the very end just to get that draw, so it's suffering on the way anyway.
Yeah.
From my experience, at least.
The only person I've seen who's able to draw on demand seems to be Magnus Carlsen. He just chooses some like fantastically balanced opening, but it's never balanced as such. It's always like white is slightly better, and he just manages and locks the game down, and makes his opponent's life difficult.
Yeah, but the others. It can be a struggle, as we saw from Ding in the last game.
Yeah.
Playing for the draw can backfire.
Yeah, and well, for this opening, it's called the English, so we didn't see our beloved semi-Tarrasch, which we saw in the previous 2 games. But we are asking today for our quiz of the day, what is your favourite opening in chess and why? And Spielcheck says that their current favourite is the Colli Zuckertorte, because first of all, the ideas are easy to grasp, and secondly, and I approve of this one, it sounds like a cake. Sugar tart.
Oh, that's true.
Really?
Yeah.
If that was in the cake shop, I would be like,
Oh, you're
no.
missing out.
What, the
You're
collie
missing
Zuckertort?
the Zuckertort. The sugar tart.
Sounds a bit like a dog to me, so rather than a cake.
Collie.
It sounds like it's definitely cake.
Yeah.
It's like treacle tart. Have you ever tried that?
I've tried all sorts of cake in my life, yeah. But
What is the favorite then?
coffee cake, I think. I love a bit of coffee cake, yeah. But I'm not that picky, you know. So,
Simon, you might not like the sound of that cake, but you like that opening, right? As well. I've seen you win some games with it.
Yeah. I've played that opening that's mentioned in the tweet there myself. It's quite a lazy opening, I have to say. Like, you know, you don't have to learn too much theory, which is good for me. I like being lazy sometimes, and it's not a bad opening at all. Favourite of Kramnik's as well, I think. And, so yeah, in good. He plays it occasionally at least. So yeah.
Do you have a Chessable course on it?
Not yet.
Maybe next one.
Yeah.
You have to make it a round number, Simon.
I have to get to like
30.
100, don't I? So,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yes, you
Yeah. I maybe
Get locked in that basement for a few more hours. Study the collie Zuckertort.
Chessable basement.
Glad you said study the colleague. Yeah, Zuckertort in the basement. So, yeah. Are you ever going to do like any Chessable courses, guys or girls? Maybe.
Open to it.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay, so,
watch this space.
Watch this space. Okay. Well, that'd be interesting to hear what people would like to get off you as well, David. What courses? So,
Oh yeah.
Send your tweets if you have suggestions.
That is a very good idea.
What should Simon's 100th course be? What should my first course be?
Coming out on the same day. Next month.
I mean, you've got to. I mean, the thing is, you've got to do a course on something you have a lot of passion with as well. So no matter what it is, and I know I've done a lot of courses, and half of those are the short and sweets, but it's got to be on something you're really interested in. That's the key. So yeah, so you've got to do that. So yeah, yes. Coming out on the same day. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still giggling about that one. I'm sorry, Simon. I just had a vision of you just like on the conveyor belts, churning out those courses. Okay.
And the bishop's moving.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have seen some developments over the last few moves, and we can explain what has happened. We did see a very tense position. We discussed it just before this moment, and now we did see Pragnanda. Suddenly the shoe is on the other foot. Last game, it was Ding forcing all the exchanges. Now it's Prag, and will that come back to haunt him? He was the one to exchange knights. I'm not sure he should have rushed with this, and after the trade, now he allowed a trade of bishops, and look at this black rook. It's really clumsily placed. It needs to take a step back later in order to re-centralize itself, and therefore black is going to lose a move at some point. The rook is actually a tactical weakness along this diagonal as well. So first, Ding retreated his bishop, and look how he's just blocking things up. This black pawn pushes, and the white pawn says, no, you're not opening up this line for the rook. I'm just going to lock down this side of the board with this pawn. And it might look like white's pawn structure actually hampers his bishop, blocks it in. This white bishop doesn't look like it has a future, but if you look at the pawns, white is the only one who can really open the position. And I think he's getting ready to do that next. He's going to throw this pawn forward. For example, if black, say, retreats a knight, tries to bring it to a good outpost on this side, white will throw his pawn forward and say, yep, I'm starting to open up my rook. Maybe I'll open it up on this line. Maybe I'll even swing it across towards the black king. And it's not that clear what black does in return in the current position. White can maybe even open up the centre if he wants. It's this pawn push or this pawn push. Black can't really do much himself. He has to be ready for those when they come.
Yeah, that's really instructive about close positions, and no pawns have been exchanged. It's all about opening a line. And I was just wondering, has anyone ever managed a checkmate without a pawn break?
Yeah. Pawn breaks like those pawn pushes we just showed. You need them, right, to open up lines. Maybe in locked positions like the French defence where the closed centre, then you attack with pieces rather than pawns, maybe. But in general, you need to open up lines with these pawn breaks. And
yeah, there's some openings, aren't there, where you can checkmate this. I can't remember what it's called, but where you bring the queen comes down to g2 and the knight checkmates within 7 moves or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can't remember the name of it either, but yes,
we need help from our Twitter audience with some of these names of openings and checkmate patterns. But meanwhile, there has been this pawn break, this pawn thrust, and white's rook on the f file now is about to open up. Wow, this is really brave from Prag, ignoring the tension of the pawns. He's allowing white to continue stepping forward. What do you guys think of this one?
I think white's got a fantastic position. I've won so many games as white in these openings by, I mean, you don't have to do this, but, you know, very tempting just to push that pawn that's been moved one square on and then just do a pawn storm at your own will on the king side. And this is even more tempting if black doesn't have any pawn breaks, as Jovanka mentioned, because the bishop would have to drop back here somewhere. And, you know, if black can never break out, white can go for the king side. So, OK, he hasn't done it straight away. He's kept it quite flexible, but it seems like a nice position for white here, definitely.
Yeah, you just throw pawns forward towards your opponent's king, again, aiming to open up lines. And it's this king. This king is the target. So, OK, he does stay flexible, as Simon mentions. Maybe just not committing yet, but he does get his king out the way. I'm struggling to spot the exact idea, but maybe his idea, for example, if black just wastes time and allows this pawn push, maybe his idea is that now it's easier for the white rook to slide across at some point and eventually go for the black king. The white king, meanwhile, pretty safe on this square for now. And the question is, again, what does Prag do? How does he break out? He would love to push a pawn in the centre of the board, but he can't push this pawn because the pawn next to it would fall and white would just capture here. So what do you do as black? You don't really want to trade a pawn here because white will definitely capture with the knight, not the pawns, and now you're stuck with a couple of backward pawns as black. This pawn can never, ever really break forward. This pawn is stuck. Black is stuck himself, and that means Prag retreats in this position. He wants to maybe capture here, but first he takes a step back with his bishop, but this is retreating, and yeah, I was going to say, what happens if Ding just supports his pawn on this side? What is Prag's plan?
That's the problem with these positions, isn't it? I mean, when you're playing on the black side of this and white just creeps on forwards with all his pawns, white has all these breaks you've mentioned, but where is black's counterplay? Normally black would like to push in the middle with the pawn in front of the queen, but you just can't, you can never really do that, I feel, and this is why I fear for Prag's position. It's just a bit torturous, where he can't move much and white just comes forwards, and then bang, kills.
Yeah.
That's danger.
Might be time to start stepping forward towards the black king. This is very tempting. You can step forward and then swing your other rook across. OK, he almost nearly guessed it. Yeah. Instead, he pushes his rook one square forward, so he's getting ready to swing across.
I was going to say the only thing that white needs to be careful about is actually, and calculate every single move, is this black pawn break actually breaking out in the centre.
Right,
the move that David kind of highlighted earlier. Only plan. And if you could keep black controlled, it's complete domination. This is nothing for
Maybe
Prag to do.
Just try it. Maybe you should just try it at some point. Jovanka saying that, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, here, can you try it here? Because I'd want to really change the nature of the game here, wouldn't you, rather than defend? OK, he hasn't done it yet.
Doesn't. Oof, I think he might be missing the opportunity, Prag. He needs to throw it forward, like you say, Simon, just to make sense of the black rooks. Otherwise, they're stuck behind their own pawns. But at first, he brings his queen out. I'm not sure where it's going. Yes, you're attacking the rook, but this is defended by the move white wanted to play anyway. White stacking up his rooks, and now there's a position, well, maybe even a winning threat on the board. If black does nothing, if black, for example, just moves his queen, then we'll see a trade of pawns, OK, and rook takes knight. This is a very typical idea, allowing now the white queen to jump in, wrecking the black structure. Is almost on the board. I think Prag has one idea in the current position. He did bring his queen in, and this pawn capture might be met by a check. So he's just in time to prevent white's rook going up and taking the black knight. That being said, this position still looks pretty good with ideas of sacrificing and wrecking the black king side. Yeah, it's looking very, very dangerous for Prag right now.
Yeah.
And if Ding wins this game, then Prag has to win game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. These two are just giving us the most exciting final. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, they're keeping us on edge.
Yeah, we've seen some exciting finals last season, this season, but I don't remember any final where there haven't been big blunders. And there have been no blunders still. I mean, it's just the victories that we have seen, just smooth chess, just capitalising on tiny, tiny, small, almost invisible mistakes.
Incredible.
I mean, the quality is so, so high.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, the quality. I mean, it's such small margins that are winning these games. And I was going to suggest this move with the idea of putting a knight on that square, but I thought maybe black takes the pawn anywhere here. But still like white's position, and the quality is really high. I mean, you know, We know Ding is world number 2. I don't know where Prag is on the world list. I mean, he's not going to be there forever, let's just say. He's going to be moving up the world list, that's for sure.
Where is he, actually?
I don't know. Let's guess. Anyone guess? I mean, he must be...
I would say 60, 70, 70 something?
70 something, OK.
Maybe he's won a few tournaments, right? So
he won Reykjavik, yeah. So
no, it's actually 108.
108.
Yeah.
Wow.
World top 100.
What is his rating?
That's crazy.
And his rating in classical chess 2642.
I'm glad I'm above him now, but it won't last for long. He's going to overtake me very soon.
So, David, you're a stronger player than Prag.
No.
No, you're very strong.
I mean, the last time we played was, what was it, about 7 months ago in the Grand Swiss, and it was a draw. I had big chances, actually, in that game, but...
Yeah, but he's going to catch you up soon, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, already then I was terrified. I mean, he beat me when he was 12, so I've been terrified since then. Since 2017, I've always known he's going to...
Very underrated. I mean, I think it was his trainer who was mentioning, you know, he just hasn't played because of COVID.
Yeah.
This is the problem. And he's
2 years.
Probably in the prime of his development as well, and he hasn't had that chance to play. So now he is playing, and he's showing he's pretty good as well. So,
what I love about Pragnanda's story is actually that he qualified onto the tour because he won the Julius Baer Chess Challenge, which is the tour's event for junior players. So he won a junior tournament. Okay, this is not just any junior tournament. It was the best juniors in the world, and here he is, and he's playing for first place.
Yeah. It's incredible. In the top tournament with world number 1, world number 2, world number 10. No.
Every tournament he plays, it's better and better, the results. The performance is higher and higher every time. Often with juniors, they make a big jump and then they plateau for a long, long time. But not with Prag, it's just steady climb. And that mirrors Magnus Carlsen. That mirrors a lot of the world champions out there. Meanwhile, there has been this break, though. We've talked about it for a while. It's finally arrived. And is this the right moment for Prag? This pawn push, it's maximum tension now in the centre. Black has just pushed his pawn forward 1 square. And, I mean, there's so much to calculate here for Ding. You can capture this pawn, you can capture this pawn.
Sorry, David.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, your idea of going taking the knight is so tempting. Yeah. Maybe knight e2 and then...
Simon, you're right.
That looks so scary, doesn't it?
Is Prag's idea really cunning? If the white knight drops back, as you mentioned, the black queen has to run away somewhere, or it looks like it does, then after a trade, then I think this is just winning for white. You're right there, Simon. Give up the rook for the knight, get rid of black's best defender. Now you can, for example, swoop in with a white queen. There's just not enough defence. The white rook is simply going to step up, maybe take this pawn, or maybe even swing across and deliver some nasty checkmates. But then again, Prag, I think this is his idea. Really cunning. If the white knight drops back, we've called him the king of counterattack. Any time his pieces are attacked, he counters against the opponent's pieces. And here, the black queen is threatened. He's not going to worry. He's just going to take this pawn and sacrifice his knight in the process. But he's attacking the queen now. So if the white knight takes the black knight takes the white queen. And both knights are actually under fire here. For example, rook takes knight, pawn takes, and the smoke is cleared. Black is 1 pawn up. OK, Ding didn't fall for this trap. The reason this works as well, attacking the queen, is that this pawn is pinned, so the pawn cannot capture the black knight because queen takes queen would happen. So we did see a few moves instead. Ding avoiding that trap that Prag had set for him, really cunning trap. Instead, he traded a set of pawns first, and now he's gone for it.
And the bar reacts.
Yeah, OK. What is happening here? The queen now... Does it have to retreat? Can black still jump in with the knight? It's not so effective now because you're not capturing a pawn in the process. Maybe the white queen just moves? Maybe the white queen takes a step back or to the side or somewhere. I mean, the other alternative would be, again, dropping the queen back and allowing this idea of rook takes knight. That looks way too scary.
I just checked the computer variations on my computer, and it is actually, the knight jump is the only move to kind of more or less maintain the balance. Anything else gives white a slight advantage or a big advantage. And after the attack happens, white captures the queen and also black returns. And this is, you know, white is maybe slightly better.
This is one of the most imaginative ways I've seen of trading queens ever in such a complicated position. The black queen drops off, the white queen drops off, as Jovanka says. The black knight captured, the white knight captured, and white apparently has a small advantage, but it's not clear to me. I mean, yes, white can grab a pawn temporarily, white wins a pawn, but this guy is weak. And look at the black rooks on open lines. They can come in, they can enter, and There we go. Prag finds the best move. Of course he does. And this is a fork. The black knight now jumping and attacking the queen and rook. Really tense position. I mean, both players, I mean, no matter what they throw at each other, the other guy's always got a reply. It's really impressive.
Yeah.
Wow.
It would be interesting to have like eye tracker movement on Prag. You know, when he's calculating these really complicated positions, how does he see these like counter attacks? Because they're so difficult. Because often the reaction is, you know, your queen is attacked. I'm going to move my queen, and you actually have to physically fight that kind of instinct and look for alternatives.
But I mean, every attack made on his pieces, it's always a counter.
Yeah.
I mean, 90% of the time, I think in chess in general, you have to run away, or you have to block, or you have to do something. But no, he always counters the opponent's pieces. It's impressive. And you're right there, Jovanka. Eye trackers, we see different styles. These two players focus on the board, but then again, we see Magnus kind of leaning back, kind of observing the whole board. These players maybe focus on one area at a time.
Yeah, it would be interesting if we could see what they're seeing and see the arrows.
Yeah.
That would elevate the game of chess, don't you think?
When we had the Oslo Esports Cup and all players gathered, David is always great at that.
Yeah.
You know, seeing where the players are looking.
Yeah, it helps with the eye movement when you can see them close up. Often over the board, you can just sense what your opponent's thinking sometimes. If you're playing against them, you just get a kind of sixth sense. You're kind of figuring out, like, oh, you're kind of looking at the king side, so I know you're going to try and attack me there.
Do you ever think about that too? Not like, oh, I'm looking too much to that side. I need to, you know, poker face it a little bit.
I think sometimes when you make a mistake, like let's say you make a mistake, maybe it's not so obvious. I mean, not so much nowadays, but you have to remind yourself not to give it away.
Yeah.
So, you know, because if you're like, oh, you know, it's like pretty obvious, isn't it? You know, but you have to just be like, don't look that way. Don't look that way. And it's a very scary moments while you're waiting for your opponent to move.
That must be horrible.
See if they spotted the area that you've played, especially when you're both short of time, because it's quite exciting then. But
got to practice your poker face. That's the.
Would you be allowed to wear sunglasses?
People do. Yeah, people
I've seen Hikaru wearing sunglasses against Magnus.
Korchnoi does. People have done
that's very distracting. I mean,
doesn't stop Hikaru.
True.
I think they made him take it off.
Right.
I mean,
Did they?
When I was younger, especially when it was my opponent's move, or if my opponent was short on time. Okay.
Oh wow! Another fly is bothering.
What's happening here?
Every time a fly comes, the evaluation bar just plummets for him. So
what's happening?
Wow, the black queen has given herself up for 2 white rooks. Technically, that's actually a material gain for black. 2 rooks are worth 10 points, a queen worth 9 points. But a queen versus 2 rooks, it's never easy. And maybe we have to jump in and show what happened. Just as Ding tried to catch that fly, we saw the departure of the black queen. So white's queen, actually, here we mentioned the black knight jumped in, attacking her. She sidestepped, and now black has a queen under fire, a knight under fire. You can't save them both, so you have to give up your queen. And this is... OK, they have jumped ahead. This is the position where it looks like the black knight is trapped. There's 1 escape square, and attacked. It has to capture the white bishop, and Ding had calculated that he can go and grab this pawn in the centre of the board. This is so clever, so resourceful. This black knight, black is actually a piece up for now, but this knight is trapped. How do you get it out? I don't think you can get it out.
It's very complicated now. I mean, it looks like one side's going to win now.
Yeah.
I don't know what side that is.
It's so unlikely.
Because the material unbalance. I mean, when the material 2 rooks versus a queen, very murky position, the chances of a decisive result are just a lot higher. You know, continue in this position, I guess you can try to play something simple like bishop trying to get rid of that strong knight is one idea, but yeah, and I can't believe the evaluation bar says is it 0.0, just equal. I mean, like
from a human point of view, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, and remember, if Prag wins this game, we will head straight to tiebreaks to decide the winner. If Ding wins, Prag will have to win game 4.
Yeah, and we saw that move of yours, Simon, attacking the white knight, and the white knight has jumped to attack one of the black rooks. And this means we could see an even weirder kind of material imbalance. The black knight has an escape route now that the white knight has disappeared. And what do you want to save as black? This is the question for Prag. Do you save your rook that's attacked, or do you save your knight?
I have no idea anymore. Yeah. I have no idea what the right move is here.
Yeah, we have to show this because 2 pieces are attacked. And if you save your rook, then we'll see White regain the black knight, and again, it's still queen versus 2 rooks, but we do have this kind of knight versus bishop scenario as well, just to complicate the matter. I have no idea who's better here. It's still very complicated. But the alternative for black, what Prag is thinking about, what he must be tempted to do, is retreat the black knight. And, OK, he has done this. And when the queen slides across, for example, you could capture a pawn. And, yes, you give up material here. But, for example, we will see a situation of a queen versus a knight, a rook, and a bishop. So 3 pieces against the queen. Technically, the rook, knight, and bishop are worth a lot more, but maybe the black knight is poorly placed, and maybe these white pawns. I mean, there's 4 against 2 on this left half of the board. I have no idea, Simon. It's I don't know. The wildest, weirdest material imbalance you will see in a long time.
Yeah, it's a very difficult imbalance to judge. I personally prefer the queen. I love her free range, and also I love the fact that White has a few passed pawns up his sleeve. But did you just see I don't know, a few moves, just like 1 move earlier, how frustrated Ding was with that fly?
Yeah.
Angry. Never seen Ding angry.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs to get some fly spray or something, just to improve his play, you know. So.
Well, we know it's really bad luck with those mosquitoes or flies. We do remember Nepomniachtchi from last season losing his match, and this is Ding today. The sound is, we have put that on, but
I can remember.
Look at this. And he just can't get it.
That's really, that's quite a loud fly.
It was funny, but now, you know, after he's losing, it's like, he's really angry.
And he kind of suddenly realises he's on the camera at the end there, I think. It's like, oh, right. I remember there was one World Junior tournament I played, and I was playing with Nicholas Pert. Don't think you were playing there, Jovanka. But there was 2 rooms. There was an upstairs room and there was a downstairs room. And it was a really, you know, it was the World Championship under 21, I think it was. And the upstairs room was really nice. It was like lovely boards, you know, just... but if you went downstairs, it was right next to the toilets. And there was a lot of flies there, and it was really bad. So if you were doing bad in the tournament, you literally got sent down to the sewage part of the tournament. And I remember it was so bad, I actually brought in fly spray one day at the board, and I was just spraying the flies while I was playing, because they were just everywhere, you know. And it's like, and it really gave you a good motivation to get out the pooey area.
Okay. Knight has taken the rook. You know, Simon, I actually had the opposite experience. I actually played a tournament where the top room was the worst. It was like 41 degrees in Denmark, and the top room was like quite small. It was quite enclosed. You know, there was no air conditioning whatsoever. And what the organisers had done is they'd opened the doors and the windows in a really hot room with sweaty, smelly people. I mean, I'm not just going to say chess players, because anyone would have been sweaty in that situation. And of course, the flies came, and it was just a nightmare.
But it's not nice when you're trying to think and you get attacked by a fly. Oh, no.
No.
It's like a punishment for winning there.
Punishment for, it's all right the other way around, isn't it? It's like you're punished when you lose. You go to the...
Well, Ding not struggling with the flies right now, and the bar is jumping up for him.
Yeah, that means the queen, despite being outnumbered, is actually better than those 3 black pieces. And maybe it's just a temporary thing. Maybe it's because the black knight is so far away from the rest of its army, and White's queen does have targets. I'm looking at the 2 remaining black pawns on this left side of the board. If they disappear, White just has an army of pawns to throw forward. So maybe the White queen, I'm thinking she can step 1 square to the left, into the centre, go and attack those weak black pawns. I think if Pragnanda gets time to relocate the black knight, bring it back, start putting some pressure on White's pawns, then black's pieces look great. 3 are better than 1 after all, and the White queen will not be able to fight a fair fight if the black knight rejoins. But it's all about this moment, maybe. The white pawn stepping forward, the white queen getting into the game.
Yeah, no. Tao had this material imbalance quite a lot, Mikhail Tao, when he was attacking. Many of his games got to queen versus free pieces like this, a rook and often 2 pieces. And it was always to do with if those pieces can coordinate together. And if they can sort of look after each other, then the pieces can certainly be better than the queen. But here, they're all on different sort of areas of the board. So I would have thought the queen is well, the bar is showing that as well, but it's a lot stronger, and your move looks Looks like a very nice move, David, as well.
Yeah, just one thing I've learned from watching Magnus Carlsen for the last year and a half is that he loves to centralise his queen. This is a target. I'm not really sure how you save this pawn, to be honest. If you push it forward, OK, he has played that. If you push it forward, the white queen does swoop in now, and this pawn is going to drop. And then the pawn next to it's going to drop. Everything falls prey to the white queen. Maybe...
The bar reacts suddenly after thinking for a long time. Back and forth. OK, obviously this is complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think humans, computers, no matter what you are, oh, God, Prag has just given up his pawn. I mean, this move, I was showing it as a mistake. I'm surprised. I thought I was about to say you have to protect it with your rook. At least it's stable here, but he's just pushed his pawn forward. But how do you defend your pawns now once the white queen comes in? I don't really see it. And there we go. Ding doesn't hesitate. Jumps into the black camp, and I mean, sorry, this pawn is dropping, and then this pawn is dropping. The black knight can come back, but I think it's all about the white pawns. It's the key here is not giving your opponent a queen and the pawns. And here, I just have a feeling these two white pawns are going to win the game. Black can win one of them, but the other two is going to cost at least a piece. Black has some chances to give up one piece for both these pawns, but I don't know. I don't know.
If he manages to do that, to neutralise those two pawns, then it probably is a fortress, right?
Yeah, so for example, if black can give up a bishop or knight for those two pawns, he can hold just on the right half. But, OK, let's catch up with the current position. Actually, we're headed here. And right now, Prag has to remove this pawn. He has to get rid of all of these pawns at the cost of just one piece. And then he'll hold the draw.
And he is under the minute on the clock. Prag is winning this game and putting Prag in a must-win situation in Game 4. What a dramatic final. Prag, 45 seconds left on the clock. Yeah. And that must be so hard to calculate how to take those three pawns.
Yeah, I mean, you need a bit of help from white, maybe. The white queen will have something to say about that.
I mean, if you use both your pieces to take the pawns and put your rook on e6, is that a draw?
This is a very good question, actually, Simon. Maybe we can show this one as well. This is what Prag wants to aim for. So he has just taken one pawn. And, OK, I'm just going to show some strange moves just to set up the position that Simon's talking about there. For example, if you give up your bishop for one pawn and then, for example, white waits and you give up both of your pieces, if you get rid of all the pawns and then, again, I'm not sure how exactly to arrange it, but say the black rook gets to a square like this one, is it a fortress? That is the question. You only have a rook and a pawn for the white queen. But maybe the white queen on her own can't win the game. Maybe you're right, Simon.
Maybe this is something the computer would say that white's completely winning here, but it maybe not understand it's maybe, I don't know if white can break it down. White might be able to do a pawn break, but it looks like a very good chance of that position being a draw. I mean, I don't know if you can even give up your two pieces for the two pawns, because it's the kind of thing you want to aim for, but maybe even that's not possible here.
But
Ding here, he's trying to pin and win. He's dropped his queen back, pinning the black bishop along this line. And, OK, first you push a pawn, give the black king some breathing space. Now, if the white pawn steps forward, I think you're just in time to slide back with your bishop, because now you can protect your rook. And, OK, Ding is pushing this pawn. I would be terrified here. These two pawns are marching. OK, the computer can't decide either. That's how complicated the position is. How do you stop these pawns?
Incredibly complicated, and black's got really bad coordination here. Those pieces not coordinate, so he's trying. That looks like a clever try to me. I mean, it'd be cool if we saw that ending now, actually.
It would be cool if we see that, Simon, or we could see a situation where the rook gives itself up for the two pawns, and does the black bishop and knight hold off a queen on their own? I mean, it's so crazy right now. These two pawns are attacked. If you push this one forward, I'm struggling to see. Maybe the black bishop goes back to kind of blockade them, because the black knight, after all, does protect its rook. Maybe you can hold some kind of fortress here temporarily. If we see the white pawn step forward here, I think then now black can just take this pawn. And because you see an attack against the white queen, next move, black will be able to give up one piece. It's all about getting rid of these pawns. He has to do it at all costs. And, OK, we see Ding push, this pawn forward in this position. It's all about the B pawn right now. Bet the B pawn.
Again.
Promote.
Again. It's always the B pawn.
Yeah.
So, Ding loves his B pawns.
He does, yeah.
But the bar has gone down to almost saying draw again.
That means that it feels like Prag should draw with best play, because if he goes for a type of fortress like Simon showed, computers always think white is better, even though there's no breakthrough. And, OK, centralized queen. I think there's a trap. If the black rook takes this white pawn now, then white will actually push forward, giving up another pawn. And look at this, a double attack, check, and hitting this rook.
But maybe you can play this.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe you can even give up your rook. And, yeah, maybe you can somehow give up your rook, and it still takes a while to relocate your knight and bishop. But, OK, Prag doesn't want to give up his rook. And if we go back to the game position, he's lined up. This is actually very clever. He's lining up a counterattack, maybe. Sorry, me and my arrows. He's lining up a counterattack against the white king.
Yeah.
I like this move.
That is a very sneaky move from Prag. I mean, wow, all these counterattacks, all these tactical possibilities. He's just such a universal player. And now the queen centralizes itself to cover this long light square diagonal. Very nice move from Ding.
Big threat.
Prag,
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Big threat. The white queen actually wanted to go all the way into the corner of the board to the A8 square, check the black king and hit the black bishop. Prag now has stopped any checks. He might now, because he's blockaded these two white pawns temporarily, he probably can get that type of position that you highlighted, Simon. He probably will be able to give up the black knight and the black bishop for those two white pawns.
He's playing really well, Prag, because it's a lot easier for white to play. You can push the pawns up the board, but Prag is holding those three minor pieces together, and it's really hard not to lose one of those pieces.
Yeah, hanging by a thread.
Especially when you've only got, seconds left as well. So maybe a draw is the most likely result now, if he can just hold it together. And a draw would be a great result for Prag, having white only needed a draw in the last round.
Yeah, I think I was wrong earlier. I was questioning that decision to give up the black pawns, allow white's pawns to run, but Prag, he judged correctly. He's just in time to stop them. And I mean, that's one part of his game. We talk about him maturing over the last few months. His defensive side of the game, Prag, is way better than it used to be. I mean, it's improving every month. And if he holds this one, just amazing achievement, because it is complicated.
And the bar is shifting sides.
Wow. Could black win? If black can win both of those pawns without losing any of his pieces. Oh, wow, Ding has blundered. Look at him.
The first blunder in the final.
I think so. Suddenly, look at the black knight, the black bishop. They're protecting the black knight now, attacking the white queen, defending her bishop. And no matter where the white queen goes, one of the white pawns is dropping.
I mean,
suddenly it's turning around.
He can win this.
He could definitely win this.
Prag could win this one.
And then we will head straight to tie breaks. Wow, what a game, what a match.
Ding looks devastated.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
look at it.
Taking under the minute.
I mean,
wow.
Will he win this? What do you reckon, Jovanka? Do you reckon black will
I think black will win this.
Yeah.
I mean, especially now that Ding has blundered, because they always say that blunders come in pairs. And just look how upset he is. I mean, it's so difficult to mentally adjust to this shift in situation, and he doesn't have much time. He's only got 24 seconds to recover, and Ding stepping his queen all the way back.
But, so that white queen is actually attacking one of black's pawns, the pawn on the h6 square, but you can just move that pawn. There we go. Prag keeps it safe. And that white pawn, that far advanced Beth the B pawn, is not running away. Now Prag can actually pre-move. He can play rook takes pawn. I don't think there's anything that kind of stops that move.
You're probably right, though. Oh, G4.
Okay. Maybe this one. The only move that would have stopped my idea there. And
is he this is crazy.
What's happening here? Has he mouse slipped?
No, he's just given up a pawn. He wants to throw this pawn forward to open up the black king. Ding is desperate for a draw now. He wants to just open up lines towards the black king so he can give perpetual check. Check, 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 check. The black king, though, needs to keep its shelter. How does Prag... OK, first he eliminates the pawn. Good start. Now, how do you keep your king open? You can take this pawn off the board, get rid of that dangerous pawn, but then the white queen jumps in and it will be a draw. Black's king has nowhere to hide.
It's amazing how the black pieces all look after each other. I mean, they're all guarding each other on those squares. So
like a little triangle almost of protection.
And that's what you guys said. The black pieces, they had to look after each other, and they didn't, but now they do.
Now they do.
Yeah, they do, so yeah.
Now they do. Only black can win.
It's all about coordination and peace, harmony. And now the black king is fulfilling a role. It's protecting its pawn on g6. And I really think the momentum is shifting, and Ding, I don't think is going to save this. Yeah. It's looking so bad for him.
It's just about the clock. Prag has under 10 seconds. Fighting against a queen is always scary, so under 10 seconds, there's no guarantee.
Make a move. Oh. Yeah, with 1 second.
I mean, I would actually say that Ding is probably favourite to draw still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the queen, because of the time.
Black King's quite open.
Yeah, but I think his h4, h5 is actually very clever, just to give himself some practical chances. And he can just keep checking, can't he? Maybe. Maybe he can even do that now. Just, well, depends where you check, but just don't check on the h file.
Yeah. Don't drop back to the h file, to the h4 square now to check with the white queen, because the black rook can actually swing across, block, and win the queen. So white's queen either take off one of the black pawn on the g4 square or go up the board to check. Yeah, there we go. OK, he doesn't blunder Ding, of course. But now the question is, where does the black king hide? It has to go out into the open. Maybe there's just nowhere to hide, actually.
Because black's pieces are... I mean, if black can get those pieces to the other side of the board, OK, you can win. But they are really... I mean, they're OK, but they're offside at the moment.
Far away, yeah.
And the queen can just keep checking. I mean, maybe you can come to the queen side. I mean, maybe this is the way to try win. Put your king all the way over and let it join its friends over there, you know?
I thought about that, but unfortunately the king might get checkmated over that.
OK,
we could give it a go, couldn't we, now?
Yeah.
So maybe, I mean, why not? Bring the...
Big moment for Prag, though, because this is the second time we've seen this position. They just repeated once. If black's king goes up the board, back where it came from, we will see a draw, guaranteed.
No, Prag, he's going to go for the win.
Yeah.
So
he's a brave man.
So I think the winning idea, or you can try, can't you? You can put the king next to the black knight, so they're all good friends with each other, and then you can sort of just try to do something then.
Try to win the pawn.
Knights are king's best friend.
Pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, so the black king, if it gets checked, is going to wander the whole way across the board. White only has one attacker. White's only attacking with the queen. A queen alone, even on an empty board, if black had no pieces, a queen alone cannot checkmate. She needs the help of her king. So I'm thinking maybe Ding will try and get the white king into the game at some point. First he gives another check. Do you think he's going to be brave?
Yeah, I think
why not?
You haven't got anything to lose, have you? Because, I mean, like, all your pieces defend each other. Even if you lose all your pawns, you're still going to draw easily because you just move your king. So just move your king over and see what happens.
1 second, and, OK, he runs to the middle. But the one thing that does concern me as well is that the queen can maybe start eating away
Look at
both
Ding.
the pawns.
More flies. More flies. Distracting Ding.
Whenever a fly comes... Oh, no, he's gone back again.
Yeah, he's just gaining a few seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Now he's going to step up.
Very professional.
Yeah.
I mean,
12 seconds. OK.
I mean, the computer can't really... I mean, the computer says it's kind of equal, but it doesn't really know, does it? I mean, the computer here either, so...
It's black's side of equal, though. It's only black who can win, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So even if, this means that with best play, if Ding's a computer, it might be a draw.
But now the rook can block the check. But OK, Pragnanda decides move the king 1 square forward.
And is it good for Prag that he's getting his king closer to the other side, or does he want to keep it close to those 2 pawns?
I think he has to give up at least one of those 2 pawns. It's all about bringing the king over now to safety. The big question is, if both the black pawns disappear, if white's pawn disappears, queen against those 3 pieces alone, no pawns.
Bishop and knight, it could be. You know,
I've never seen that endgame ever before.
No,
really?
No, that's... No, I've never seen it either. I'd love to see it here, right? Yeah.
Well, history in the making in many senses, because Prag as well, 16-year-old, maybe he wins the tournament today, his first big tournament win.
Look at Ding. Ding is not happy. He's not enjoying this. And I like what Prag has done. He's kept that black pawn alive. Look at everything protects each other in the black camp.
It's amazing, yeah.
The black rook protects the black knight, which protects the black bishop, and black's rook also protects its pawn. The king is just free to run. And we're going to see the power of kings. They can fight for themselves.
Yeah.
No way to force a draw yet.
I mean, if he keeps checking, I mean, can the king escape? This is, I mean, I was thinking the king can sort of come around and the pieces are better guard it, but can the black pieces actually guard the king?
No, they can't. They kind of get in the way. And also, the white pawn actually covers a few squares. OK, so this is a nice move from Prag.
So he can block with the knight, right? Is that the idea, I guess? Yeah, OK.
Yeah, and also I thought maybe the king can step now to the 3rd row, but OK.
OK, he could block. He could stop the checks now by blocking with the black knight. That would be very interesting. Possible as well. You might as well. You can always bring the knight back where it came from. So moment of truth. Ding was doing a good job. I think white's queen needs to check on the diagonals. Now, no more checks. White's queen, however, does protect her remaining pawn on this side of the board, so still some hard work for Prag to do to get the king safe and to go after this pawn. First, though, his bishop is no longer defended. Do you move the bishop? Do you bring it back, give a check to the white king? You cannot go and take this white pawn if you want to win the game with the black rook. OK, he repeats the position. If black's rook had taken a pawn, then the black rook would have been undefended. OK, Now your idea, Jovanka. How do you escape these checks, though? Maybe it's not possible.
Difficult job there. The problem is if you try to run onto the A line, you get checked. Everywhere you get checked. And, did he catch it?
The fly, bothering him.
I remember having nightmares to that movie, The Fly. I accidentally watched it when I was young. I was a child. I was just kind of sneaking in, trying to watch TV behind my parents' back. And I don't know if you guys have seen it, The Fly.
I have. Jeremy, what's the
Jeff Goldblum.
That's the one, yeah.
Scary movie.
Also, don't watch Arachnophobia if you're a child. OK, the king goes to the centre. But again, it's by itself. It can't use any pieces to help block the checks.
Maybe the other idea is, OK, you can try putting the king on B7 and block him with a knight, but I can't see how this king... I can't see anywhere the king can go to stop the checks. This is the issue, safely.
And maybe it can run all the way to the corner, A8.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
You might as well try all 4 corners at this point.
Could we get a game where the king literally goes to every single square on the board? Yeah. You know, so that'd be quite strange.
I managed to do that once in a bullet game. I was so proud of myself. Every square on the board.
Wow.
It was kind of a block position, so I just went across the first rank up, across the second rank up, like snakes and ladders, just round and round and round.
How long was that game?
Yeah, I once played a 300-move bullet game. So 1 minute, 300 moves each.
300 moves?
Whoa!
The most proudest day of your life.
The problem was I was 3 queens up at the end and I stalemated.
Look, well, we got your ending, David.
Yeah, it's this endgame. What an endgame.
Yeah.
So black's pawns disappeared, white's pawns disappeared. I don't know. This one feels winning somehow.
I love the way you get more excited the nearer 100 moves. It always happens, you know. You get nearer the 100 moves and the excitement levels. But table base should probably be able to tell us. I mean, if this is winning or not now.
One of us needs to check that, maybe. Because table base, it is a program. You can Google it. It's free out there. You can any position with 7 pieces, including pawns, or fewer. There is an answer. It has been worked out by computers. It can tell you objectively it's winning, it's drawing. Sometimes it says it's winning, but over the 50-move rule. Actually, the 50-move rule has also started. We should mention, if white can survive to move 120, it's a draw.
Aha!
The last capture was on move 70, and black has to now capture something or checkmate before the 50-move rule, move 120.
And I think if you lose your rook here, I think it's still there's some weird drawing technique. Knight on the fianchetto squares or something. Then it's 120 move win. It's like I remember Keith getting very excited when he was telling me about that one.
So black could even, in some circumstances, lose his rook and still draw. So Pragnanda has margin for error. White does not have margin for error.
Okay. Yeah, table base says it is a draw.
Aha.
Right.
Do you think these players know? You guys said you've never seen it before.
Never, ever seen this before.
Do you think they know if this is...
I don't think they would have had this position either before, because it's so rare to get this this type of imbalance. You know?
Maybe they'll guess it's a draw, because in the end, black doesn't have any pawns to protect the king. Black's king is very open. There'll be lots of checks. But in practical terms, it's still going to be hard for white to save it.
Yeah, definitely.
And you said what move? 120?
120, exactly.
120, that's the move we're looking for. That will mean a draw.
So Prag has used up 9 now of his moves, 8, 9 of his moves. He needs to slowly gravitate the black pieces towards the white king. And this really reminds me of Game 6 of the World Championship match with Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. That was queen against rook, knight and 2 pawns. So here black has a bishop, which is actually better than 2 pawns, but Carlsen won that one because he could push the pawns forward. Black's bishop here maybe not able to help checkmate the white king.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, it's going to be very tough to defend, even if it is a table-based draw. I think.
If it is a win for Prag, is that a game where we will see a checkmate on the board?
Likely, yeah. Or about to be checkmate, white having to give up the queen. We could see a scenario where checkmate is about to happen, white gives up the queen for the black rook, and that is the most difficult endgame in chess. A bishop and a knight against a king. Checkmating with those takes hours and hours to learn. It's torture, but satisfying once you know it. And I would love to see Prag show off that technique. For sure he's studied that one, bishop and knight against a king.
Yeah.
He would win that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Would you win that one, Simon?
Yeah, I think so, but I'd struggle a bit.
I would too.
I'll be honest. I mean, I know Jovanka said she knows it inside out. but I'd definitely struggle a bit. I mean, to me, Black's making progress there. I mean, a little bit. I mean, still a lot of work to do.
I think it's just the table base says unless Black blunders a rook, it will be a draw.
Yeah, but a white king's going to be on the side of the board soon, so
already close to a mating net.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
let's have a look.
If the Black Knight was able to move, the Black Knight is pinned right now on the diagonal. I think Ding needs to maintain that, but if the Black Knight was able to move and give some checks, it would have almost been checkmate.
Yeah. I mean, you can now force the king to the side, which just by checking it, which is normally the way you try to win, right? You get rid of your king's squares that it can move to. In the middle of the board, the white king has a lot of squares it can move to, but if you put it on the side of the board, obviously it can't jump off the board, so it's missing a lot of squares it can go to.
Maybe we can show one of the ideas here for Ding. So, for example, Simon, you're saying get the king to the edge, check it, kick it to the side. I'm not sure where white goes, to be honest. I want to stay on a dark square just away from the black bishop, but if somehow Prag can arrange his bishop coming through, and then if he can somehow arrange his king coming across, threatening some checkmates, it looks so scary. And he's going for this idea. The white king is now on the edge of the board, and the white king is already running out of squares. In the current position, if we go back to it, this king now is almost trapped. It's just about whether white can paralyze the black knight using this pin. Black's knight at the moment cannot participate, but I love what Prag is doing. I think Ding will be lucky to survive this. There's already threats of some nasty checks. Ding now gives a check to the black king, but black's king, I mean, it feels like it can hide somewhere, and at the right moment, black is going to bring his knight to give some checks, bring his rook to give some checks. Yeah, if he saves this one, despite the computer saying it's a draw, I mean, this is going to be a miracle save.
Wow.
Oh.
We could be heading straight to tiebreaks.
That would be exciting as well.
Wow.
I mean, Prag, just what a game. He was on the back foot for most of it. He turned it around and on the brink now, but OK, Ding, I think he has to continue this pattern. Keep pinning the black knight. It's a bit like rook and knight against a rook in a way. The drawing technique is to pin the black knight all the time.
Maybe he's found the drawing technique here. Yeah. I mean, maybe he just can't get that king or knight into the game, which you need. I think you need at least 3 pieces, right, to checkmate the king. And you can only get 2 black pieces. Like, for example, the bishop and rook can coordinate now, but you can never really get a 3rd piece just close enough to the white king. And because the rook and king are short-range pieces, they need to get really close to the white king, but they just can't. You can't get them in, and I think that's why this is still just about looking like a draw. I'm saying that, and I'd be terrified if I was white. Here, because my king is stuck and those pieces are hanging around it. But this seems to be the clever technique that has been done here. Because you just need to get them across one file. The king coming over one file, but you can't.
And Ding is doing a good job of hiding the king on dark squares. I don't think you want to sit on light squares because there'll always be bishop checks. If you sit on dark squares, only really the black knight can make an effective check. And the black knight unable to move at the moment, still pinned.
Yeah, you just need to move that knight or king. And OK, he's trying to get the king now, but it's...
Every time the king moves, it's just going to get checked. The white queen...
It's getting a little bit tricky here for Ding, because there are only 4 moves now that draw. They're all checks, though.
Yeah, white's queen here must have 20-something moves if you combine the queen-king. Is that one of the 4 moves that draws Jovanka?
Yes, it is.
OK, you had to give a check. You had to force the black king away. And now maybe another check, I was about to say.
The black king's going the wrong way now, but if he can get the knight in, he's still going to get those 3 pieces, but it feels like this is... Ding is defending very, very well here.
Yeah. I mean, both sides have defended well this game again. Prag on the back foot earlier, defending, turning things around. Now things did turn around. Ding is the one defending like a lion. Ding, lion. it's...
He's trying to go to every square with the king.
And we're halfway through to 120. 25 more moves. Ding Liren has to survive until this is a draw.
Yeah, the good thing for him is that probably half of those moves will just be checks. That leaves Pragnanda with maybe 10, 15 moves with which to actually deliver checkmate, and still that white king is not quite in the corner yet.
I think Ding looks a little bit more relaxed now as well. You know, just, oh, well, I say that.
He doesn't look happy, but
he
probably knows he's likely to draw this game now.
How many moves have they got now, David, did you say? They got, was it move 120? OK, so they've still got 23 moves or so.
Yeah.
OK.
So after black's 120th move, it is a draw.
And
Another check there. Nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
20 seconds for Prag.
I agree with you, Simon. I think that you get a certain relief every single time that you've kind of figured out the drawing mechanism. Then you're like, OK, I've got it. I understand how it needs to be done. And now Ding moving his king towards the bishop.
I think we're all learning something today. I mean, this endgame, I don't think anyone really has studied ever, really.
No, I certainly haven't.
Now we know the way to draw, to keep checking and pin the black knight when you can.
All those times we're going to get this ending.
I mean, once in 10 lifetimes you might get this endgame.
Maybe. Yeah. I remember I was playing British Championships and I got into an ending where I just had the queen left and my opponent had the queen and knight. And I was playing Steve Ledger and I managed to draw. So it's queen and knight versus queen. The next round I was playing Dave Ledger and I had the queen and knight and he just had the queen. It was like, that is like one in two, I don't know, 20 million or something, I'm sure. So it was really, and that was a draw as well. So and it gets two brothers as well. It's really, it's so really peculiar.
Yeah.
Roles reversed, yeah. And especially endgames with queens. Those are the ones that even the top grandmasters in the world, they're unlikely to have studied. Maybe if it's a queen and queen with one pawn on the board, but when it's queen against several pieces, as we saw in that World Championship match with Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, they're so irrational. I mean, there's so many different kind of types of these endgames that you can't have studied them before. So you just have to calculate, look for checks, as Ding is doing. And here we go. I think we're about to get a result. Position repeats.
Okay.
It's over. A draw. Wow, the drama in this final. In 15 minutes, game 4 will start. And that's going to be a kind of must-win situation for Ding to win the tournament immediately. With a draw or a win for Prag, we're going to head into tie breaks. And this game was a dramatic one. I don't even know where should we start looking at it.
I mean, there's more than 100 moves to choose from, but I just want to maybe show the one moment where things did turn around, where Pragnanda got his winning chances. So we've seen it, Prag with black, Ding with white, and for the last few moves, Pragnanda's been defending so well for his life. It's all about these white pawns. Can they push forward? Can they march through and win the game? And Ding decided, I think at the wrong moment, to push these pawns. He pushed this pawn forward now. And the black rook, of course, came to block it, rounding it up, attacking it once, twice with the bishop. And I think what Ding had missed after the queen comes forward is that now black can create that nice little bubble of pieces that we saw in the game. This bishop is attacked. Actually, if you capture this pawn, then you do lose material. After the white queen steps forward, you'll lose one of these two pieces. Instead, though, Pragnanda had spotted he can simply retreat with his knight, defending his bishop. And as we saw a couple of moves later, when the queen moved, the black rook could just take this pawn. These three pieces now protecting themselves together. And it wasn't enough to win for Pragnanda, but what a fighting game from both players.
Wow. And Simon, game 4 in a little over 13 minutes. White pieces for Prag. Will we see a win for Ding in a tournament win, or will we see tie breaks?
I have no idea. I mean, I think the way Prag is playing, he will hold and we'll see tie breaks. That's what I'm feeling. I feel he's playing. They're both playing really well, but Prag is just being really resilient, and I think this could go all the way to tie breaks. Definitely, yeah.
Super exciting, you guys. Now, we're gonna look back in time. A year ago, Magnus Carlsen just mesmerized the whole world with his memory test and how he was able to recognize positions from games ages ago. So we decided we wanted to test his memory again, but this time in opening. So David showed him some very strange opening, and now let's see if he could recognize them.
Today we have invited Magnus Carlsen down to the Good Night here in Oslo. What Magnus doesn't know is that we've prepared a very difficult opening quiz for him. Now there are roughly 1,500 chess openings out there in the world. I could probably name a few hundred of them, but we're going to test Magnus Carlsen. Let's see how many unusual chess openings he can name and recognize. Okay, I'm going to start you off with one that you definitely know. Okay, so e4, g6, d4, and knight f6.
Yeah, this one has several names, like the Norwegian Rat or the North Sea Defense.
Yeah.
I think maybe North Sea Defense is the correct
official name, yeah. I know you've played this one as well on the Champions Chess Tour. On b4.
I think official name is maybe the Sokolsky, also known as the orangutan.
Yeah.
I don't remember why it's called the orangutan. I think I read the story. It's not a bad move, by the way.
The myth goes, at least, that Tartakova was at the Bronx Zoo in New York, and he had a conversation with an orangutan called Susan about what he should play on move 1, and apparently she told him he should play 1b4. This one, I'm not sure whether you know the name of, but it might be possible to work it out. So 1 knight a3. If you think of the chemical...
Oh, the nitrogen opening, or what?
Na is not nitrogen.
Na is not nitrogen. Oh, it's natrium?
No. Sodium.
Sodium.
Sodium attack.
Are you sure that's not different in Norwegian? It was right in Norwegian.
Okay, this one, I think a lot of the viewers might recognize as well from the Champions Chess Tour. And this position.
What? And Magnus goes, King is, don't do this, don't do this.
And Hikaru laughs.
Does it have another name than the double bone cloud, or that's
I don't think so.
No, the funny thing though is like this position is great for white. It's like much better.
So this one might be tricky. D5 and knight c3.
I mean, I have no idea. It's like kind of Grand Prix attack, but not a real Grand Prix attack.
The name of the opening was coined by a famous Grand Prix attack player.
Mark Hedden?
Yeah, it's called the toilet variation because apparently Mark came up with it while he was in the toilet.
Oh.
He also mentioned if you checkmate using the toilet variation, then that's a royal flush.
Yes.
Yeah, and so on.
I mean, it's the start of a hippo setup, but it's not a hippo, it's not a hedgehog, it's the hip hog.
You can also use it for the type of movement. It's like kind of, if someone is kind of the creepy crawly.
The creepy crawly.
The creepy crawly defense. Very bad opening.
I'm learning though.
This is good.
But mostly, I don't know, for trivia, I guess. Okay, I can already tell you, I probably don't know.
So this position, threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
The black blocks, and white gives up a pawn. Could be anything.
I think I see somebody play like this. I don't know why on earth they would.
This one is named after a part of the anatomy of an animal.
Like the donkey scrotum?
Cut. Very close, actually.
Horse's ass?
The monkey's bum.
The monkey's bum. Okay.
It's another English chess player, and he said if this works, then he's a monkey's bum.
But it doesn't work.
It doesn't work, that's the problem.
Could I see a bullet game with you two, or Magnus has to play the monkey's bum?
Nope.
But which opening? We can play one bullet game with one of the openings, eh?
I'll beat you with the creepy crawly.
Okay.
You start to play normally after you played rubbish for the first few moves. But you're losing on time, what are you doing? This is beautiful, actually. Take it. I'll drive you away. I'm going to win on time. Hopefully, unless I get mated very soon. Where's the win? Where's the win?
There's no win. How is there no win?
I'm still safe. Completely safe.
So close.
Okay. One for the creepy crawly.
Some big smiles there. David is also sitting here. Were you impressed with Magnus' skills in the opening, David?
I was very impressed. I was more impressed that I could trick him with some of the opening games. He didn't know all of them, but yeah, he got me in the creepy crawling opening.
You did seem very interested, though, in all your stories on these strange openings.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he loves his trivia. He loves extra knowledge, especially about chess, and I'd like to think I taught him one or two things.
I think you did. I think you did. And now Jovanka is going to teach us quite a bit about the Tarrasch opening. And Tarrasch, it's actually a man.
Yeah, it actually is a man. And he's actually from the late 18th, 19th century, German chess player and author. And actually, it does look like you guys have drawn those glasses on. I was a bit confused about that. But those fine gentlemen over here actually came to chess quite late. He started playing at the age of 15, and he just became exceptionally good and became one of the world's strongest players. Now, despite being, super strong in chess, he actually wasn't a professional chess player. His main career was actually as a doctor, and he ran his own medical practice. And the reason I'm mentioning this was because in 1890, when the Havana Chess Club issued him an invitation and they said, hey, why don't you come and play the aging Wilhelm Steinitz for a world championship match? This chap said, no, I can't play. I'm not going to leave my practice for such a long time. So, yeah, I have to say he was very, very strong, but he wasn't very popular with his contemporaries. They hated him.
What? Why?
They called him an egoist. They said that his chess literature was great, was entertaining, witty, but tantamount to self-worship. Harsh words. And in fact, he developed a bitter rivalry with Emanuel Lasker. And in 1892, Emanuel Lasker said, enough of this, let's play a chess match against each other. And Tarrasch said, no, you're not strong enough. How dare you challenge me when you haven't won enough tournaments? It was really disdainful. And imagine his horror when Emanuel Lasker actually became world champion in 1894. Now, eventually, the two did actually meet in 1908. Yeah.
You won.
And wait, it gets better. Because when they were introduced to each other, Siegbert Tarrasch came up with this great line. Well, I'm saying it's great, but it really was trash talking at its finest. He came up to him and said, to you, Herr Lasker, I have only 3 words, check and mate. And he turned away and he walked off. I kid you not. According to the books, it happened. Unfortunately for Siegbert Tarrasch over here, he lost the match. 8 points
you gotta live up to your words.
And he later said that the reason that he lost the match, and this is the most creative excuse I've ever heard in my life, I might even use it myself, it was because the weather was too foggy. I just couldn't concentrate.
What a man.
I know. And but despite all this, he actually made a valuable contribution to chess. He actually contributed to 4 variations. We have the Tarrasch defense, the semi-Tarrasch defense, and of course the French Tarrasch, which is one of the most popular answers to the French defense. And a little bit more unknown is the Tarrasch variation in the Rory Lopez. And also he has a very famous for his thinking and his principles. And he kind of followed them to the point of stubbornness. He really believed that in the opening, you develop your pieces, you get your king's castle, you take the centre. And he was really, really convinced about this. He did not deviate from the plan. And he also thought it was terrible if you got cramped positions. He said that they had the germs of defeat.
Very straightforward, this guy.
Totally, yeah. But what can I say? He came up with some great opening ideas. And let's have a look at the Tarrasch defense and the semi-Tarrasch opening. So both these openings are an answer to the Queen's pawn opening. White opens with a d-pawn, black copies. And then White tries to play the Queen's Gambit, and Black says, well, I'm going to defend my pawn in the middle of the board. And White now develops a knight. And now here comes the big choice in the Tarrasch and the semi-Tarrasch. If you want to play the Tarrasch immediately, you challenge the centre immediately. So the whole point is that should White capture a pawn in the centre, you are obliged to capture with a pawn. And it fits in with Tarrasch's principles. You have the centre, you're going to get the pieces developed, and you're going to get the king to safety. This is what he believed in. And for the semi-Tarrasch, which is actually our Chessable prize for our quiz of the day, it actually carries on with the knight developing first, and after the White develops the knight in return, then we have the big challenge to the centre, and after pawn takes pawn, it is now the knight that captures the pawn. And so Black gets everything that he wanted. We've seen these positions actually just now. He gets control of the centre, gets the pieces there, and it's just a very open game. So definitely, as we've seen, a very solid opening.
Yeah, and we do have stats, of course, from the 2022 tour on both semi-Tarrasch and Tarrasch. Let's look at the Tarrasch defense first. 9 games analyzed, and it's looking good for white.
It is looking good for white, you know, and I actually have to say that this opening has kind of fallen out of favour because people have become very good at handling these isolated pawn middle games. But 38.9%, and with only 9 games analysed, you know, it's not a big pool. So let's have a look at the semi-Tarrasch, how that's doing.
Yeah, and actually 16 games analysed, and 2 of them today.
Yeah, and as you can see, a solid 50%. You know, white scores 50% of the time, black scores 50%, and then 50% draws. So, you know, this is a great outcome for a black opening.
Definitely. And of course, today, in our question of today, asking what is your favorite opening, you can win a Chessable course on the semi-Tarrasch, which is apparently very popular among the top players, and especially our 2 finalists, Liren and Pragnanda. Game 4 is starting in about a minute, you guys. Prag is getting ready. If he draws this game or wins it, we will head to tie breaks. If it is a win for Liren, snacking up, getting ready, then he will be the winner of the Chessable Masters. And what do you expect, David, when the game starts?
I think Ding is going to throw everything at this one. He has to. A draw is basically the same as a loss. It's difficult to do that with the black pieces, of course, but Ding just has to keep the tension. No more early trades. He nearly won the last game by keeping tension, going for some crazy tactics, and it's all about that now for Ding again. He has to play against Prag's potential nerves. Prag, remember, in the semi-finals against Anish Giri, he was in this situation. He was 1 point up with white, and he ended up losing a final game to Anish Giri, a final rapid game.
And I actually just talked to Ramesh, Prag's coach. He is suspected a King's Indian.
Okay, it's quite possible.
Okay.
Pragnanda went for a King's Indian type of position yesterday when he was in a must-win situation with black. Will Ding do the same? It's definitely, wow, it's not the King's Indian, it's the Queen's Indian.
Whoa.
And that means developing a pawn on this side of the board, creating a fianchetto for the black light squared bishop rather than on the King side. So, yeah, keeping tension. No early trades, no Queen's Gambit, no heavy theoretical opening battles. It's just getting a position. That's all Ding wants to do. And the white pawn stepping forward, black's bishop fianchettoing as expected. Maybe we'll see a double fianchetto with black's other bishop also lining up on its longest possible diagonal. Ding definitely not doing what we normally see from him. Oof, this last move, though, not with a great reputation, this pawn push.
No, I'd be very interested to see what he's got planned here. I mean, I've played this setup for white many, many years, and the normal response will be for white just to push his pawn on in the centre. And then you have to look and you have to ask the question to black's light squared bishop and say, what are you doing? What are you doing looking at that pawn? So a very offbeat move that black's playing. He doesn't do it. He goes to something else.
Oh, Prag, maybe he's a bit nervous. Maybe he's playing too much for the draw, because here, in this position, he had the opportunity, as Simon said, push this pawn forward. It's a very strong pawn supported, and black's bishop locked in. Look at this bishop just staring on a dead diagonal now at a pawn. But instead, Prag deciding to play it safe, allowing a trade of pawns in the centre and actually castling. This has allowed, meanwhile, this pawn is about to drop off. This has allowed, however, Ding to fianchetto his other bishop on the long diagonal. This one is going to be full of tension. Usually we see white's queen actually step forward and capture this pawn. If the knight takes this pawn, then we would see these bishops leave the board and black is completely fine. So, OK, now he plays the most principled move, Pragnanda, taking this pawn off. And at some point over the next few moves, we might, for example, see the knight develop, black castle, and the white queen often slides across, and white often goes for the attack. For example, here, the white bishop might come out and exchange black's best defender. And the good thing for Ding, though, is that no exchanges, no easy path to a draw for Pragnanda. It's going to be a complex fight in this middle game. And look at Prag right now, head in his hands. He's trying to work out what to do. Maybe he studied this position before, but maybe it wasn't recently. So difficult decision now for Prag.
Interesting. He only needs a draw, and only getting a draw against world number 2 is definitely not easy. We do have a move.
Yeah, even with white, it's definitely not easy. It's not always about the opening either. We saw it in previous games. We saw it yesterday. Black won 3 of those 4 games. And that is an omen, maybe. Okay, meanwhile, not the move I predicted. Castling the black king. He's first asking a question of the white queen. Does she step back or does she step across, like I showed there? I think the reason the white queen might hesitate from stepping across is that the black king doesn't need to commit and castle on that flank.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think of this opening choice now? It's changed slightly from earlier, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a decent choice by Ding. Remember, he's got a win with black. He's keeping all the pieces on the board. And he's now asking Prag the question, yeah, where'd you put the queen? I always prefer white myself in these positions because I like having a bit more space. Our friend Tarash would be very happy in this position, I think, of white, because he's got one more pawn higher up the board. But, of course, early days at the moment, but it might come to life very soon.
And do you have any stats, Jovanka, about this this opening? Is it popular among the top players, this knight move, this black knight jump, attacking the white queen?
Yeah, it's popular-ish. You know, I'm 269, well, roughly, let me count all the games quickly. So around about 400 games on the database, which is a relatively reasonable amount. And the main move here is actually for the queen to slide across, but not all the way.
All the way.
But just 2 squares. And this one has been played 82 times, the queen.
Okay, and Ding instantly reacting by pushing a pawn forward. I did show a moment ago the white bishop normally wants to occupy the square the pawn now sits on. So black is not going to castle. Black is just basically trying to say to the white queen, you're offside, you're misplaced. The white queen doesn't really have any threats anymore.
And what's worrying is that the statistics are saying, actually, that white is doing really badly in this line.
Oof.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, only winning 38.6%.
Oh dear.
And Ding moving very quickly here. I think that's another thing he's got in mind. Prag does take a lot of time. Prag does get very short of time. So let's put the pressure on him. Let's get this game over with quickly. Get into the tie-break so I lose. It's kind of like, you know, an all right position for Ding to be in. I know he's had a bad day so far, but he's got a free shot here at winning the competition, and you know he can take a bit more risks with the way he plays. And I mean, the last move surprises me a bit, but it does line up rook against white's pawn in some variations as well.
Yeah, just improving the rook, keeping the tension. And also, we should mention that Ding, he's very experienced in knockout tournaments like this one. He's played over the board in World Cup finals. I mean, he's played in other big tournaments like candidates tournaments where he's been in must-win situations, even with black. And he will have worked out a repertoire where he can keep all the tension, where he has to win, no draws in sight. And Pragnanda, with a couple of decisions already, it does feel to me as if maybe he's not kind of playing the most principled moves. Maybe he's not playing the moves he would play if Prag wanted to win. He's just happy to kind of just play safety first at the moment. And it's early, but we'll have to see. The opening, yeah, it's concerning if white's not scoring that well. This last move, a bit mysterious, a bit slow, just shuffling the white rook across one square. Maybe we can explain why this was played. The white rook now, it looks like it's on a decent square. The white bishop, it looks like this piece is actually the one that wants to move. But if you move your rook across, then, if you move your bishop out first, then, for example, this pawn might be attacked. We might see at some point a trade of knights, maybe not in this exact position, but this pawn will later come under fire. So white just defending this pawn, first of all, bring his rook across. And not just that, but he can now meet this knight jump attacking a pawn at some point by pushing his own pawn forward. You definitely don't want to push, you probably shouldn't do it in this position, but you don't want to push this pawn forward ever while your rook remains on this diagonal in the corner. And what do you think he's going to do here, guys? Because there's a double threat. Knight takes pawn, or rook takes pawn, but also capturing in the center. This knight is attacked twice.
Yeah, he's already asking questions, which is, you know, I mean...
Can you save the pawn, first of all?
Well, yeah, that is the question, isn't it? I'm trying to stall and trying to work out. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, I mean, even if you do lose that pawn, the thing is black's king. It can't, you know, black's king is a little bit shady. You know, if it castles, you can't castle because you lose a pawn on your king side. So maybe there's some clever way you could sack that pawn here. But then, do you really want to be sacking pawns when you only need a draw?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I mean, the knight can retreat, but that looks horrible. Actually, maybe it can't. No, you can't do that. It just looks so wrong.
It does, doesn't it? Also, suddenly black can castle. So, yeah.
Look at the white queen as well. The white queen actually doesn't have many safe squares. Maybe she can use the square in the centre or the square behind her, but not great squares. And as you guys mentioned, maybe black can castle the king. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe there would be a trade of knights and white's queen could grab this pawn. But either way, big questions for Prag to answer in the current position. As you mentioned, Simon, this is an ugly, ugly move to play.
I mean, maybe knight d2 just loses to g5. I mean, oh no, you've got knight takes knight check, of course. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, you can trade knights. Maybe you can park your queen in the centre. I mean, that's why it looks so weird. It looks
as well,
just about, because there is actually a pin on this diagonal, so knight takes knight doesn't quite win a piece. You can take the bishop. But like you said, Simon, it's running out of squares, this queen.
I mean, guys, I mean, my tactics are going downhill quite sharply. I can feel it already. I mean, I wonder what these two players who are playing at very late times and they've been playing for like 8 days now. They must be, the fatigue surely must be coming into it a little bit now.
Yeah.
I mean,
definitely.
It is. I know I saw a selfie from a fan in India. It was midnight. So it is about midnight for Pragnanda, even later for Ding. And fans in India, oh, they must be nervous right now.
Yeah, I can say it. But everyone is cheering for Pragnanda. Everyone has been captured by his spirit. And, of course, the excitement that both these players are providing. And whilst the players are in deep thought, just wanted to share with you a few selfies. One from Geert van der Velde, who's CEO of Chessable, I think. And he says it's the worst selfie ever, but with the good people at the Chessable Masters watch party. There's another watch party in Lauro, Barcelona.
And look at that. I see Levon Aronian that we talked to yesterday. I see his girlfriend, Ani.
And I think we see another Grandmaster, Miguel Illescas. Wow.
And Arcus, which is also in the Chess24
And I think
company.
there's Dimitri as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, everyone.
Definitely.
Yay.
well, they're enjoying themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Trying to make us jealous.
Enjoy your dinner. And, of course, the chess.
It could be a long night. Oh, we could be getting close to tie breaks if Pragnanda can save a draw in this game. Thinking for a long time now, though. He is, Ding has almost double the time.
Yeah, opening choice, it's definitely gone in Ding's favour. I mean, the opening battle, it's still early days, but we can safely say playing an opening, even if it's not the best one, but gaining 7.5 minutes on the clock compared to your opponent, it's a big win.
It's incredible, isn't it, actually, that he's actually 7.5 minutes, that's half your time. And Prag's doing his time, and time and time again. I'm saying time a lot, but it's but he's got some issues to solve here.
TikTok,
and it's sort of a little bit tricky actually.
Okay,
it's an ugly move to play this, but maybe he had to play it.
Maybe it's necessary.
I mean, you don't want to retreat your knight, blocking your bishop in. But what else could he have done there?
Yeah, you are protecting your pawn. That is the only real positive behind this knight retreat. Look on Prag's face as well. Is that the nerves? Is he calculating? Either way, it's definitely an uncomfortable situation. He is very, very confident, as we've seen before. He's defended way worse positions than this. This is still relatively balanced, but it's just about whether he can stay mentally strong enough to kind of lock things down and maybe go for the right exchanges at the right moments. Still, as you mentioned there, Simon, still tricky for the Black King to castle at the right time. And at least for now, White's Queen does have enough squares to escape to. So, maybe a good decision. It cost him a lot of time, though.
Yeah.
And for the first time in this game, Ding is thinking.
It'd be very tempted if, to push the G pawn, Gary, here, wouldn't it? I mean, just as you need to win.
Super tempting.
I mean, why not push the queen around? You castling does look risky because the nice line you pointed out. So let's go aggressive. Let's just push the queen and, see what's to do next. I mean, there's other moves. I mean, you could push that knight away. Very interesting move as well. Maybe by just pushing the pawn one square. I mean, but you're going to be quite a lot of exchanges going on there with that move. So it's at least Ding is now thinking for a bit. So
yeah, Ding is thinking for a bit. And yeah, it's all about this queen. You're right, Simon. This variation looks very good, actually, for black. You're right. Maybe when the queen moves, maybe there'll be an exchange of these bishops, and Ding is just hesitant to swap everything off. He still needs to castle at some point, remember the black king, so that will cost him a move later. But yeah, if we go back to this position, the other move you mentioned, I'm not sure I'd be able to resist if the white queen has to end up on a square like this one. She'll never escape that little corner.
Yeah.
That's ugly.
Yeah, I mean, if you could get away with this, you play it, right? I mean, you just, definitely.
That's what Ding's trying to work out. I mean, maybe, as we mentioned, the white queen can swing across to the middle of the board. Maybe it's not so bad. But, for example, after the black king castles, the white queen still has to waste even more time, maybe sliding back off the diagonal of this dark square bishop. And maybe the one downside to this push by Ding would be that his king side is slightly weak. These pawns are slightly too far forward now.
Yeah. So still in the balance, I think, at the moment. I mean, Prag has been a little bit shocked in the opening, but he's handling it very well, and he is keeping that balance. He just needs to hold this game to take it into some very exciting playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. I know I love Ding's opening choice. And whilst the players are in thought and Ding is contemplating whether he should just attack a piece, the knight or the queen, well, we do have you still have time to enter our quiz of the day, where we are asking, what is your favourite opening chess in and why? And Ryan says that he actually likes Surya Ganguly's course on the semi-Tarash. It's his favourite opening. The plans are intuitive, the opponents think it's lame, and I love winning on time when they fall asleep at the board.
Your tweet, David.
That's the best way to win. You don't bore them to death. Why not?
And Mikolai Gemba has a very smart answer. He says that their favourite opening is the opening of my wooden chessboard. The smell of wood, soft touch of green material inside that calms me down after a whole day. It's like romantic dinner when you are sure that it will be good, pleasant time spent on chess. Oh. That was a very romantic tweet in the end. But they do say, you know, I mean, perhaps it doesn't count these days, but they did say that the love of chess becomes because you love wood, pushing wood around.
Pushing wood around.
Never heard that one, but whatever floats your boat.
I didn't say that, Simon. I just said it, but, you know, they say it. Anyway,
there is something special with... I mean, everyone plays online now, and it's fantastic, these opportunities, but having real pieces and the smell of wood, it is really nice, and just weighted pieces. You know, I love really heavy chess pieces. It feels like, you know, you've got a trophy every time you're pushing. There's something special about playing with a real board. There really is.
Have you ever seen, like, how the pieces are made? I mean, it's super intricate.
No.
They have to make the knights by hand.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, all this love for chess, I'm surprised I mean, the theme of the day has been Tarash. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned that quote, Jovanka. That famous, I mean, probably his most famous quote, right? It's chess, like love, like music, like art, has the power to make man happy.
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
I've forgotten. That was his quote.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I was too focused on the controversial quotes.
And there were many.
That was some fantastic piece of trolling that he did.
Yeah.
And that they did with him, you know.
19th century trolling.
19th century Anish Giri, maybe.
No, I mean, but it's so bad. I just thought it would, like, when I was reading all the comments of like what his peers had said about Tarash, I could not stop laughing, you know. It was just like, this guy is just an egoist, you know. His books, they're funny, but, you know, it's totally about him. It's his own games, his own thoughts. We don't want to know about these things. It's just
been a fun
self-worship.
time to be in chess.
Yeah, well, this is what they're saying, you know, because also you had other strong personalities, and he had that very classical approach that you take the centre, and the others like Nimzovich, they were kind of hyper modern, and they were like, hey, we're going to play this different way. Your style is boring, and well. We actually see a move from Ding. He has not committed any pawns and instead castled the king to safety.
I mean, this is surprising, isn't it, David? Because, I mean, I think you pointed out a very simple yet nice idea for white here.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, now at the very least, I mean, maybe white has other moves. You can keep the tension. You can push a pawn, for example. This guy's weak, so you can protect it. But yeah, I'm surprised because now knight takes knight. The bishop can recapture. I don't think black's idea is really to make his pawn structure ugly like this. Now with an isolated pawn and double pawns, that can't be Ding's idea. Actually, we're seeing this on the board now. The black bishop attacks the white queen. The white queen moves. She takes a pawn in the process, and Ding's idea was to trade off light squared bishops and now capture this pawn. But the reason we were surprised, Simon, is because everything's just disappearing. Ding needs to win.
Yeah.
And now, for example, the white knight can take this black knight. Okay, no, Pragnanda, he's more ambitious. Of course he is. He jumps into the centre with his knight, attacking this bishop.
I mean, the black king is very weak now. You've got potentially 3 white pieces attacking that king. You've got the knight, which is coming in. You've got the bishop. You've got the queen. So it's scary with some strong checkmating threats. Even the knight can also join in the attack, threaten checkmate in one move in a lot of positions. And this is, yeah, I mean, I would just avoid playing this way as black. I mean, these guys obviously a lot further than me, but I'd have one look at this position. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing this. It's too scary. Yeah. So maybe this is where he's taking his risk here by tempting Prag into checkmating him.
I don't see what the benefits are, though. It's just level material. You're basically suffering for nothing. You're getting attacked. Maybe there are ways to defend. For example, in this variation we just showed, in the current position, again, you can't allow knight takes bishop. It just looks too ugly, that pawn structure. If you retreat, maybe, I mean, this knight jump's so scary. Do you have to push a pawn forward just to stop the knight coming in? But yeah,
it's not nice, is it?
That can't be his plan. What is Ding's plan in this current position? If we backtrack, this is the current position. Maybe he just missed this knight jump from Prag. To be honest, I missed it. I thought just knight takes knight, maybe black's okay, but yeah, nice move from the Indian player again. And
it's good
on the back foot.
Good turn of events for Prag, this one. I mean, you know, he only needs to draw, and now he's got a position which is also very easy to play. Yeah. You know, you don't have to think too much here. He had a very tough position earlier. He was a bit surprised, but he can just throw his pieces at the black king. I agree with you, though. You really don't want to allow your bishop to be exchanged. Yeah. I mean, that looks horrendous, doesn't it? I mean, your strong defensive piece. Yeah. I mean, this kind of structure, maybe you can play, but I mean, it looks horrible to me for black.
It does. So, yeah, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Isolated pawn in the middle of the board, doubled pawns. Yeah. At some point, the white bishop might kind of enter this long diagonal.
But the other option also looked really bad. So it's like, you know,
why is the computer saying black is doing okay? Black is doing more than okay in the current position.
Really?
I don't really understand.
I don't understand that
either. Is it possible you could kind of approach the position like a Sicilian defence and go, yeah, my dark square bishop is an amazing defender, and I'm just going to step it back, and when the knight does, the queen retreats and the knight is kicked away, you know, he did it before. He might do it again.
I think you could get mated here quite sharpish.
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
You want to run away with the king, Jovanka.
I think there's a knight e6.
Allow a check and run away.
Oh, but look at this.
Ding.
Oh, he's allowed his bishop to be taken.
Yeah. If we go back to the current position, this is the one, and yeah, knight takes bishop now. It's about to happen for sure. You might as well remove that very good defender of the black king and ruin your opponent's pawn structure in the same time, but
I mean, David is also like, you know, does knight g5 help? I don't know. I like knight takes bishop. Must be right, mustn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. In the game position, yeah, you could, as well as taking this bishop, you could jump in, threaten this checkmate, as Simon mentioned. Now the knight has to be captured at all costs, and now the white bishop jumps out. Yeah, great attacking piece as well, attacking some pawns. Look at this black king, just so open.
So it's looking great for Prag, and obviously a win and a draw is the same. That still means tie breaks. He is shaking Prag, full of energy.
Yeah.
And I have to share with you a tweet that just came in from Ramesh, who is Pragnanda's coach. He's tweeted, "Thank you, mosquitoes."
He actually tweeted that after the previous game ended, which was the result Prag needed. And Ramesh actually, if this goes to tie breaks, which seems likely right now, Ramesh has said yes to joining us before the tie-break start. He is the coach of Pragnanda, and it will be so interesting to hear from him. He must be nervous and excited for his student with this amazing performance.
Yeah.
That's super cool. One of the best coaches in the world, and Prag's lucky to be working with him. We're lucky to be hopefully talking to him.
Yeah.
I wonder how he'll be feeling now. I'm probably quite confident about this game.
Yeah, it would be kind of interesting to find out like how excited, nervous he gets watching these games, you know, or is he just like simply in the mindset that he's just looking for Prag's weaknesses?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I can tell you, if it were my student, I don't think I could watch. I'm not sure I could handle the tension.
I mean, I guess the other thing is, like, whatever happens, even if Prag loses this match, he's done himself so proud. I mean, I didn't think he was going to fight back today. I keep saying this about Prag. He just amazed because Ding's so strong. He's world number 2, and it's so hard to fight back against someone as well prepared as Ding. But he has. He surprised me again. It's like Magnus. I always sort of thought, no, Magnus won't win this. It's the same with Prag. I'm Team Prag now, you know, definitely. Not going to doubt him again. So.
Oh, no, but you might jinx him now, Simon.
Yeah, because
this
look,
always happens with your favourite football
team. Just when you said it, the bar just jumped down.
The Black Knight retreats. I was going to say the only reason the evaluation bar could have jumped down for Black was actually a really weird move, jumping with the Black Queen into the middle of the board, maybe. Wow. I mean, it came to my mind. I thought it was so ridiculous. The White King stepped back and we saw the evaluation bar shift. But here, the Black Knight is threatened and understandably Ding retreated. Maybe he had the option to jump into the centre with the Queen. Who knows? This White Rook is almost trapped. The Black Queen now improving to a central square, but this just looked too risky. You do give up your knight in the process, perhaps. So if we go back to the game, the Black Knight did take a step back. Prag improving his bishop onto a nice long diagonal. If he can clear the Black Knight out the way, he's doing great. But Ding is at least activating his rook now. So one good piece, one active piece, and actually a very good one. Attacking this pawn. How does Prag fend off this threat? Does he really want to retreat his queen, for example? Does he want to bring the queen back to defend the pawn? Actually, maybe there are some big tactics here. Yeah, you have to be really careful. Rook takes pawn. Could we see that? OK, he doesn't fall for this. This would have been a nasty trap, and the Black Knight now jumping in to cause massive damage to the White King. Instead, Prag, maybe a good decision. Now, removing the Black Knight from the board. That being said, Black's pawns have corrected themselves. No more doubled pawns now. Black can occupy the centre later. Is this position turning? The Black Rook, very, very strong.
Mm. And also, I have to say, Black's pawn structure, especially in the middle, they can be very powerful. The more the game develops and the more pieces are traded off.
Yeah, if Black can somehow throw this pawn down the board later, that will be very strong. Temporarily, at least, Prag has dealt with a threat against his central pawn, and he's attacking this pawn himself. Yeah, good move there, maybe by Prag. Safety first, but maybe that's what the position required, especially when he's lower on the clock than Ding again.
And we saw Ding in the last game, that crazy last game, which, I don't know, anything could have happened. He used his H-pawn. Yeah, you know what I'm going to say, obviously, by now. You know, I just have to say it every single game, like a broken record here. But if you're white here, you could certainly use your H-pawn because you just look at where your opponent's weaknesses are, and Black is lacking a pawn protection around his king. So why not aim for that area? You want to open it up more. You can use your H-pawn as a little lever just to try to get rid of another pawn in front of Black's king. So there is certainly still some aggressive ideas of Prag. It's not all one way for Ding in the middle of the board here.
No, definitely not, yeah. And I think it's a countdown that's inevitable that it will happen at some point, I think, Simon. Just in heavy piece endgames, it also makes sense to give the White King an extra breathing square, pushing the White H-pawn forward. First, though, how does Ding defend the Black pawn in the centre? Do you have to step your rook across to defend? There we go. And now Prag's pawn on the A2 square, the Black Rook attacking it. Maybe you can just step that White A pawn forward first. Alice, followed by Harry, the H pawn. Yeah, Prag doesn't have too many weaknesses, that's the good thing. Black does have one active rook, but that's it for now. OK, the Queen actually teaming up with that Black Rook to attack White's E2 pawn. The pawn behind the White Queen. White's just going to defend that with a rook, though.
Do you feel that Ding is fighting for a win in this game, that he really wants to win this tournament now in the rapid portion?
You can tell by opening choice, by some of his moves, he's desperate to win this game, but Prag's just saying no at every turn. Super solid for White at the moment. I think Prag maybe would have been better a few moves ago if he'd really needed to win, if he wanted to kind of take a bit more risk. The one thing that Black can hope for are these central pawns that Jovanka mentioned. Are they scary at the moment, do you think, Yovi?
No, I don't think that they're scary, and I'm just I'm a bit confused as to why Ding put the Queen on the edge of the board. I kind of wanted her to always have some kind of contact with her king, you know, the ability to travel along the 7th row, because you know, you guys mentioned it, you know, that white does have the plan of pushing forward and perhaps destabilising the king situation there.
And I've just seen another very interesting idea, bringing that rook up to the centre and caveman chess. You know what I'm going to suggest now, don't you? Yeah, I mean, like, let's say black, we can bring this rook up a couple of squares and throw it on the h-file.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not totally crazy either.
What a move as well, Simon. Bring the rook up to the 4th rank, utilising the fact that this pawn is actually pinned in the centre of the board. For example, if it takes the rook, then the black rook drops with check. And then, yeah, you swing and you win.
You swing and you win.
Isn't that a Robbie Williams song? Swing
when you're winning.
Sing when you're winning.
Yeah,
Here,
but he also did
swing
when you're winning as well.
Yeah, and the white rook could swing across and go for the black king later. Instead, we do have a couple more moves. We did see not this happen, unfortunately. In this position, the black queen actually came forward, a very clever move, defending and also keeping an eye on this rook, and the white queen kicking away the black rook. Has resulted in a retreat from Ding. And now Prag, he's going for the draw. That is clear. It's just whether this is effective. He's trying to trade off the queens. To be honest, I think he's on the worst side of an equal position here, Prag, because if the queens do disappear, for example, black does have these central pawns, which are very nice. And not just that, black has control over the only open file in the position, the only fully open file. That's the C file. And black's rook has a path in towards the white pawns later. That being said, best play should be a draw.
I like black's position, like you mentioned, and also the rooks are better, and the black king is going to be better as well. He can join in the action in the middle of the board, and I don't know. I feel that those pawns in the middle, they control a lot of squares and a lot of space.
Yeah, these pawns even in an endgame, and potential pass pawn there.
Yeah, there should be more like guess the computer evaluation, like puzzles.
Yeah.
Because here, I mean, again, it says it's equal. I mean, I don't know how strong the computer is, but I go along with what you're saying here. Black must be better here, surely. Why is this equal? With two, central pawns are more valuable. You've got the open file. So yeah. I would never guess equal here anyway. Okay, it's gone up in Ding's favour now at least.
Yeah.
So.
I wouldn't guess equal either, to be honest. I'm slightly surprised he's not rushing in with the black king. OK, maybe there was a threat of white's pawn stepping forward on the queen side, so Ding has locked things down on this side of the board. But now Prag, I like his last move, stopping the advance of this pawn, and now this pawn is going to become a target. White is going to slide his rook across, double up both his rooks against this guy. So still very tense. While 2 sets of rooks remain on the board, Prag is still far, far from forcing a draw. And Ding, OK, slightly shaking his head there. He doesn't look too confident about his winning chances.
No, maybe he's regretting not moving the king in earlier, as you mentioned, David, there. And now Prag trying to push that pawn to simplify. If he can start swapping pawns off, that draw becomes nearer and nearer. I mean, who's the favourite if it does go to? I mean, is there a favourite? Can we call it? I'm not going to say Ding anymore because I'm going to have to go Prag this time. I mean, for once. So
Jovanka has a pattern here. You've noticed something throughout the tour, though. It's always the player who fights back.
Yeah, exactly. The person who strikes back uses all their energy and resources, and just to get to the tie breaks. And once the tie breaks happen, somehow these top players, the ones who lost the match, they have managed to reset themselves and get used to it. So the only person actually who'd managed a comeback was Magnus.
Yeah, he's very strong mentally, Magnus. I mean, as well as strong at everything else, that's one of his real, strengths in the whole competitive angle of things. But so you would say Ding if Ding didn't win this game, it went to Blitz playoff, to going by those rules, you'd say.
I would say Ding, but look at them in terms of energy. I mean, one is bouncing up and down, the other one looks like, oh my goodness me, what has happened? He just looks a little bit tired, and
and he's got mosquitoes to deal with
as well.
So,
I think Prag owes 10% of his prize money to the mosquitoes if he ends up winning the tournament. But there's just not much to do here, unfortunately. We talked about the black pawns in the centre, but they're just stuck. And as you mentioned, Simon, the white B pawn stepping up, supported by this rook that's just moved. that's going to kill all the fun.
Yeah, and I think Ding realises this. Obviously, I mean, that's not a very optimistic pose there, is it? And you were mentioning, I think yesterday, Heidi has mentioned the body language, and Ding has, as we said before, in previous tournaments, been so stoic, but here he's showing his emotion, right? And you don't see this. I mean, I think it shows how much he wants to win, and maybe he's thinking now, okay, right, if this is going to be a draw, which probably is, I need to sort things out and win the Blitz playoff. I mean, that's prepare yourself for that, so you're not just thrown into it. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Would it be sensible now to get into something quite drawish very soon for both of these and just get started with the playoffs?
Yeah, it's still Prag playing for the draw, but I think he will force it over the next few moves. There's no real risk for Ding, unless he really kind of goes on tilt and lets his emotions overcome him. But okay, he's just defending his central pawns now. And I think we'll see that pawn push from Prag. Why not just trade off a set of pawns? There we go. Everything's starting to disappear. And after a pawn trade, we'll see White's rook at the bottom of the board come up to the 5th rank, challenge a couple of pawns, and the trades have begun.
This is what Ding realised, I think, this ending, and this ending at this level. I mean, it's equal material. Black does have a pass pawn, but if anything, it's often White who gets the better chances in these positions somehow. Because that pass pawn, you can put your rook behind it, best way to deal with a pass pawn, and then, it's a dead draw at this level. That's a great move as well, this one.
Great move.
Really good move.
And
Keith would be proud, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Keith Arkle, our good friend, endgame expert from the UK. And actually, I would love to be White in this position. The black rook is stuck defending not just the pawn behind it, the Alice the A pawn, but also the central pawn for black is a bit lonely. And suddenly, Prag's king can step up. Prag's H pawn, Harry the H pawn, is a potential winner. There we go, flying up the board. And that pawn will keep the black king honest, and White's king will soon start improving.
If you were playing with the black pieces, would you just offer a draw and just...
In the playoff situation here?
Yeah, and then just head straight to playoffs.
I mean, a draw and a loss is the same. I mean, I think I was Ding, I'd be like, right, it's going to playoffs now. We're going to get playoffs. That's really exciting. I need to adapt to that. So maybe I can just use this time now to adapt to that. So if you think like having a quick end will help you, then go for the quick end. But I think he needs a bit more time to get ready for this, right? Just by, looking at his body language, I don't think he's ready.
Then again, I mean, the longer we play this game, the later it is in China.
It's true.
There'll be, 3, 4 a.m. Where he is now. And okay, the black pawn is racing down the board. We talked earlier, we talked about the learning point where rooks behind passed pawns supports them. Here, black's rook is actually not behind a passed pawn, it's stuck in front of its own pawn. So black's rook blocks the advance of its own pawn. And there we go. He's just happy to actually give it up. He's going to exchange a couple of pawns there, and temporarily black is 1 pawn down, but this white H pawn is not going to live long, and there we go, draw offer and a result.
We see a result. Pragnanda, he wins the 2nd match in Chessable Masters final. We will decide this in Blitz tie breaks, you guys. They now have 15 minutes to just shift tempo and get ready for Blitz chess. Wow. I mean, at the start of the day, I didn't think this would happen. What do you think, Jovanka? How exciting is this?
I mean, it's tremendously exciting, and it just feels like it's a fairy tale somehow, that Pragnanda came back, and it's just incredible performance by him. I was so impressed by his play. I mean, during the breaks, we've been like, wow, the 16-year-old is playing like this. And it feels like we're watching a future world champion in action.
And he could get close to his biggest win so far in his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think for any chess player, for any elite grandmaster, winning a tournament with the world number 1, world number 2, plenty of other grandmasters, I mean, that's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But for Prag, it's just going to be the start if he does win this tournament. Either way, it's been a great performance so far. Such high-quality chess in every single game.
And, of course, he still has to beat Ding Liren in Blitz tiebreaks. I mean, who's best when the clock ticks down?
Again, it's so hard to just call it. It's so hard. I mean, I'm going to say Prag because I've just gone against him so many times. I'll be honest. I didn't think he'd be in this situation. I thought after he lost to the world number 2, let's remember yesterday, to fight back and get a positive score today would be nearly impossible, but he's done that, and he's proved me wrong again. And if he wins this event again, it's like you guys are saying, what a result that would be for a 16-year-old, and you know how proud, you know, all of India's chess fans. It would be fantastic. I mean, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's going to happen soon.
It's going to happen in 13 minutes. We hope you all are getting ready. We are going to build up to these tie breaks. Ramesh, Prag's coach, will be joining us shortly, but first, a quick commercial break.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on AIM Chess. Hello? Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average? What? So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, all right? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back to Chessable Masters. In 10 minutes, Blitz tiebreaks with 16-year-old Pragnanda and world number 2 Liren will start to decide the winner of Chessable Masters. And now we are joined by what must be the very proud coach of Pragnanda, Ramesh. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you all.
How are you right now?
A bit tense, I would say, for sure. But really also happy, like the way he fought back after losing the first match. Also in the first match, he lost the first game with the white pieces, and he could come back with a win on demand the very next game with the black pieces. So that was really impressive. And in the third game, he went for g4, and that was really not necessary, and lost the game. So now here we are.
Yeah. And I mean, if you talk to Prag, which you probably did before it all started today, what was your plan and his plan to make this comeback?
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious, like we have to push with the white pieces, and we had to find where he could go. And he went for this line which both Anish Giri and Magnus had played against Prag, with the symmetrized structure with c5, cd4 ideas. And Prag came up with this move rook d1, early rook d1. he had played the Bishop E2 against Magnus at Oslo Rapid. And he got a very small edge out of the end game. And really, really impressive how he converted it to a win.
Definitely. And now to play Blitz tiebreaks against the world number 2, who do you hold as a favorite?
No, I think the momentum is slowly shifting in Prag's favor. So I feel he's feeling more confident. I think the win today would have given him a world of good. And also in the final game, he found these 2 critical moves, Rook B1 and Knight D2, which was very hard to find. And under pressure, he was finding these moves. So that gives me a lot of hope that Prag will be able to do it this time.
Yeah. And what would it mean? I mean, to win this tournament with world number 1, world number 2, a bunch of the top 10 players in the world for both you and for Prag?
For me, it's like I would really be happy because Prag is. I'll be very happy because Prag is doing something great, which is very good for his career. And for Prag, I think it has already done a world of good. His confidence will be super high because he has been playing this 2750 players quite frequently and with very good success rate as well. And I just hope this confidence will spill over in standard time control also when he starts playing in over-the-board standard tournaments, which he has been missing quite a lot in the last few months, I would say.
Hi, Ramesh, and what conversations have you been having with Prag about, for example, balancing schoolwork, exams with the chess?
Yeah.
Surely it's been difficult for him.
Yeah, he's going to give the exams in the morning. And just got an offer from one of the top companies in India the day before yesterday, and he was inducted formally today. So he has been quite busy off the board as well. And he looked pretty tired when I met him in the afternoon. So I just hope he will have the stamina to see it to the finish line.
Absolutely. And I have to ask you also, what is the hype like in India right now? Is everybody now watching this and cheering for Prag?
Yeah, the response has been phenomenal. From all walks of life, people have been following this. Now, Prag is becoming extremely popular in India. And that's good for the game, I believe. Not just Prag, the other youngsters are also doing quite well, like Arjun Ergaisi, Gukesh, Nihal Sareen. So that's a very healthy competition happening among all these youngsters, which is really good for the game. Each one is inspiring the others. And they're also all very active. They are not spending much time on preparation. Instead, they're just going out there and playing in whatever tournaments they get a chance to. So it's a lot of attention. Media is giving a lot of attention to this tournament in particular, especially after his win against Magnus. So good situation, I would say, for chess in India currently.
So have you seen his confidence? Because it feels like that when I interview him and also when we see him play, that after that win over Magnus, he's just gotten 5 years older. He seems so much confident. Is that your experience as well?
Yeah, I can see he's believing in himself. Like even in the game where he was struggling for most part with the black pieces, where Ding had the queen against rook and 2 pieces. He was in trouble with all the queenside pawns advancing, but he kept his nerves calm and he found many one-leaf moves in this whole tournament. At many difficult situations, he could somehow find the one-leaf moves to just hang in there, and that puts tremendous pressure on his opponents.
Absolutely. And well, Ramesh, it's getting close. You've been working with Prag since I think he was 7. So how big would it be for him to win this super strong tournament at 16 years old?
16 years old. Yeah. I've seen him from when he was like a 7-year-old, as you mentioned. So really happy for him that he has come to the big stage and has done quite reasonably well. Really happy for him. I just want him to see it to the finish line. I just hope it will happen today.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Will you be sort of sitting there calmly watching, or will you be a little tense, nervous looking at this? What will it be like for you?
No, I try not to become too tense because like me and Prag have discussed this even when he was a young kid, that it's very important to keep our composure in tense situations because it's very easy to become emotional and reactive and then our mind may not be able to think clearly. So it's better to keep the concentration rather than on emotions on the position. So he could keep finding the moves, because these guys are not going to make it easy for him. So any small slip, they're going to pounce on you. So whatever happens, you just have to keep your calm and try to give your best. So that's our philosophy, and it has worked well so far.
It's working very well today, Ramesh. We wish you best of luck on behalf of Prag in the Blitz tiebreaks. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, keeping calm. That is exactly what Prag has done today. He has made a comeback, and Blitz tiebreaks against world number 2 Ding Liren will start very shortly. I bet you guys at home watching this are very tense. Let's take a look at some of your selfies. One minute to go before Blitz tiebreaks between Ding Liren and Pragnanda to decide the winner of Chessable Masters. Will it be world number 108, Pragnanda at 16, or will it be world number 2, Ding Liren, playing now at what must be like 4 a.m. in the morning in China? Pragnanda will start with the white pieces. That means Ding, who ended up, no, is it Prag who's chosen? Or who was the better in, in the preliminaries?
Good question.
That's such a long time ago.
Pragnanda came fourth.
No, I think Ding came third.
Ding has chosen to start with the black pieces, and here we go. What are we seeing on the board?
Okay, it's very early. Will we now see the Queen's Gambit? Will we see the Nimzo Indian? Okay, we do see the Queen's Gambit declined for, I think, a third, fourth time in this match already from the Ding Liren's side, and the Ragozin variation, White's Queen jumped out to give a check. This is still very well-known stuff. White's lost a bit of time with his Queen, but there are reasons for that. Black's Rook, meanwhile, developing. Black ready to throw pawns forward in the centre of the board, if possible. And yeah, just early days. Nice development from both sides.
And just a reminder about regulations for the Blitz tiebreaks. They play 2 games, one with the white pieces each. And if they are still tied, we will head to Armageddon, where we definitely will decide a winner. And of course, time control in Blitz, David.
Yeah, the time control is 5 minutes per player on the clock, but they do gain 3 seconds after every move. So pretty much 3 times quicker than the rapid chess that we've been seeing so far in the event. And yeah, the players, they've been playing very quickly up to this point. That is good. Always the hardest part is switching from rapid to blitz. Just that mentality, that's just that speed, that decisiveness. And Simon, what do you think of the position?
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, it's a much quicker switch to this time limit than we saw in the previous playoff, when I think Prag was, you know, I think against a niche, where he had a brilliant result beating a niche, but that he was moving a lot slower. So that's a positive sign. I mean, generally, I like these structures for white, because I like having an extra pawn in the centre. Yeah. That's just, you know, one very basic thing I can say about this. I prefer to be white, but black's very solid, and black can get his bishop on a lovely diagonal on the next move. So it's all pretty normal at the moment. I feel. I'm sure Ding has prepared this position, but yeah, I'd still rather take white slightly at the moment.
Yeah, you've jinxed him though, Simon. Just as you say he was playing quicker, he's now stopped for 1 minute on this
I'm
move.
so good at jinxing people. If you ever want to lose a tournament, just let me say you're going to win it, and you'll be fine. I mean, like, yeah,
Wow.
got to stop it. So.
Well, we just saw some action in the centre, and now Pragnanda has taken control, and it's all about whether Ding can start destabilising those pawns in the middle.
Yeah. First of all, it's time for Prag to castle, get that white king to safety. You do have the pawns in the centre, but they will get undermined in a moment. Ding is going to start challenging those 2 white central pawns. So before things open up, why not get your king to safety? And, OK, he doesn't do this. He pushes even more pawns. He's trying to stop black from breaking out on this left side of the board. It's partly gaining space, partly to stop the breakout. And Ding, very mysterious move, but there is a specific reason. First, he protects his light square bishop. That rook move, notice how the black rook is on the same line as the white queen. If things open up, that might be a factor later.
Ding moving so quickly. I mean, he's up on time. I mean, this is, you know, he's really playing a la tempo here and keeping the speed up, which is going to put some pressure on Prag if he starts to freeze a little bit. Saying that, this is a key moment now. Now black trying to break through, and white has a tricky decision to make here.
Yeah. Do you take this pawn? If so, which way do you take this pawn? Do you leave this pawn? Yeah, Simon, Jovanka, there's 3-4 choices.
I kind of don't like Prag's b4. It kind of seems like it's just given Ding a target, actually, to play against. I think Ding's rook b8 seemed very, very clever. OK, so he's now trying to make some exchanges. Maybe he will push on with a b-pawn. OK, no, he's hitting that rook.
Yeah, so you mentioned that clever move that black had of just swinging the rook across. I was going to say the position's about to open up and that black rook's going to look great opposite the white queen. But no, maybe a clever move there from Prag, hitting that rook. Maybe forcing it to move again. Will we see another set of trades of pawns? The position is really blowing open now. And Ding has slightly slowed down. Still much, much ahead on the clock, though.
Yeah, a really, really tense position because, you know, white has signaled their intentions. You know, once the pawns get eliminated, the rooks will come to the open lines. The queen will also start occupying long diagonals. And I'm not entirely sure who is actually better here. It does feel like Pragnanda still has a slight pull, especially with his time control. But he is down on the clock.
Yeah, to be honest, just from my experience playing Blitz, it's a lot of responsibility having more space, your pawns further forward. And here, that's the case for Pragnanda. If you look at white's pawn in the centre of the board, that is a target for black's pieces. When you're playing Blitz, you don't want to be stuck defending those pawns, worrying it will drop off the whole time. So there's reasons for Ding to be happy as well. Meanwhile, Ding's rook did move out of the eye line of that white bishop in the centre of the board. And decision time for Prag. How does he improve the white rooks? First, he trades a pawn, and white's queen is actually attacking the bishop up there, the black's light square bishop. Then again, if the white queen moves, then white's light square bishop falls to the black queen. So, yeah, a bit of tension there. Is Ding going to blink and move his bishop, or is he just going to ignore it and take back this black pawn, this white pawn?
And he captures the pawn. And now the question is, there's a lot of captures now. There's the queen takes the bishop, there's the bishop takes the knight. There's so many on the board. Which one to go for?
I mean, it's all on the pieces, isn't it? Because it is a symmetrical structure now. So, but that doesn't mean it's equal here, because there's pieces everywhere, and there's pieces everywhere being attacked. So they've got to remain sharp here. One little mistake and something could easily drop off. Time situation, OK, still a bit worrying for Prag. I mean, he's gone he's done half of his time, and Ding has 4 minutes. So that's again will be important later on.
OK, first the bishop steps back, attacking black's rook. Black's rook now might step 2 squares back. That black light square bishop is also under fire, so double attack. Black's rook had to protect its bishop. There we go. And, yeah, still very loose white's pieces. White's minor pieces, the knight and 2 bishops.
Wow.
Feel uncomfortable there, but Prag gets greedy. Yeah. Brave move.
So could there be lots of simplifications now of black? OK, black doesn't take the pawn in the middle. He switches his queen over, and I'm kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks like black's pieces are working so well together now. All of black's pieces look beautiful. And you're a pawn up, though, as white.
Yeah.
But
I don't
temporarily.
know. There's pins all over the board. And, OK, white defends the pawn in the middle. But I'm just looking at the queen and the bishop, how they're lined up on the same line. And then
the white queen and bishop, right?
Sorry, yeah, the white queen and bishop, yeah, and also the black queen and bishop.
Yeah.
Beautiful diagonal for them.
It is a pawn, though. It is a pawn, and we saw Prag win a game earlier on today where he won a pawn and he held on to that pawn, even though it looked like Ding had loads of pressure throughout. That pawn won the game. So that extra pawn, you know, it's nice to have.
And his one win yesterday, Prag, that was because he had an extra pawn and guided it to victory. So his 2 wins so far against Ding have both been from getting greedy and just holding on to the extra material. And there we go. White's bishop was under fire, retreats back to the centre. Black's knight now putting some pressure on bishops. I don't think, ideally, you want to take off this black knight with one of your bishops. If black's 2 bishops get active, then black will be in control, despite the pawn deficit. So white ideally wants to keep his bishops nice and safe, and there we go. The bishop steps away from potential capture. How can black improve? Maybe the black rooks now will start lining up in the middle of the board.
Can you go crazy and play the f-pawn up 2 squares?
You want to blow open the position side?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, OK, it's a bit too much maybe, but, you know, at some point that could really...
It's still there.
It's still there. I mean, it could bring things to life. Like now, it's even stronger because you certainly hit a lot of people.
And it's on the board.
Oh, Simon, the fortune teller.
Yeah.
Well, I'm always a Dutch player, aren't I? You know, once a Dutch player, I'm always going to push that f-pawn 2 squares if I can. And with the time situation, I think this is a very good practical move, going for maximum complications when your opponent, Prag, is only 1.5 minutes left, ticking down quickly.
Yeah, we saw the evaluation bar swing. Objectively, this move might be a bit dodgy. It does open up the black king, but Simon's right. It's the practical value, making your opponent guess, making them navigate this kind of tricky, muddy waters. And the white queen lining herself up on the same diagonal as the black king, but what's happening here? Maybe black now can go and attack the white queen. Nice intermediate move there from Ding. Before the white bishop is captured, white's actually a piece up. First, Ding went to attack this white queen. Where to move her? That's the question.
I guess I'd love to get rid of that bishop. And this is a brilliant, what a brilliant move.
Look at this. Stockfish confirms that was the best move, and Ding instantly reacted. Look at Ding, devastated.
Wow.
How did he find that, Prag? Within seconds. That's a beautiful move. Your queen was attacked, but you kind of do a bit of a crisscross. You counterattack against the black queen in the corner of the board. If black gets greedy now and grabs the white queen, black's queen falls off as well. White is going to be a pawn up in a simplified position. What a move by Prag.
Incredible move, right?
What a move.
To find that instantaneously with this crisscross situation, and that's put him in the driving seat now. If he can just hold on to the time, and yeah, like you said, David, it's Ding's face. It just dropped immediately, and he's done that a couple of times today.
We have to show this because it looked like white was in big trouble. This queen was attacked, and next move, wherever she moves, suddenly the other black bishop would jump out, taking with the white bishop. And look at these 2 pieces. Dominant, the white knight now about to fall off, but Pragnanda, he had seen even further into the future. Ding had missed that bishop takes pawn, does this crisscross movement, and here we go. The queen's maybe about to leave the board. If black does play bishop takes queen, then white is simply doing great. Yeah, white will end up with at least an extra pawn, and here we go. Ding couldn't touch the queens. He didn't take the queens, but now in the current position, we see white simply 1 extra pawn. Black has an isolated pawn in the middle. Also, the black king, very weak on this diagonal.
What a chance for Prag. This is a great chance for Prag. I mean, this could be a dream coming true in this game. Obviously, there's another game after this, but he's a pawn up with a better king, and look at the A-pawn shooting up the board.
Again, Simon, he won the earlier game with his A-pawn, and now he's winning again with his A-pawn. I mean, just mirroring all of these games, and I mean, Ding, I can't blame him at all. That tactic was so hard to see, but Prag found it.
I mean, Ding's I thought he was playing very well. Just, you know, not as well as Prag.
But I have to say, you know, Prag has been playing in a really calm way. You know, he's allowed the rook onto the second row. He's calculated everything, that the game will be won because of the A-pawn. And, OK, dangerous threat on the board for Prag. The black queen is threatening to come down and capture the F2 pawn with a deadly check.
Yeah, black's queen and the black rook on the second rank, they're teaming up. First, though, Prag can flick in a greedy move, another pawn capture, a pawn grab, and then why not go on the defensive? You're now 2 pawns up with white, and the white knight is about to start jumping in towards the black king.
It's surely over, isn't it?
It's totally over.
It must be.
Winning.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 45 seconds, but, I mean, this will mean Ding needs to bounce back in the next game. And Prag's been so good today, so good. Just reminded me of Magnus at his best, the way he's playing today in these games.
I mean, just almost speechless. We're running out of superlatives for him, running out of praise for Prag, because he's just so good right now. And he's just, with this last defensive move, guarding the pawn near the white king, he's just ensured there's no more risk. And look at the light squares around the black king. There's so many open light squares. The white knight is about to start jumping in. That might be deadly. First, the black bishop is lining up against the white king, but that is not a real scary threat. White's king can happily hide on a light square in the corner. And yes, you can gain back one pawn with Ding, but it takes too long. Not only does White have this extra A pawn, that queen and knight combo that's incoming from Prag, that's going to decide this game.
At least Black does have a blockade of the A pawn, you know, at least, and the queen and knight look like they should win the game, but you know, you might need to get another piece into the attack to finish it off somehow. There's still some chances of Ding. If Ding can draw this, it'd be, you know, it'd be amazing result for him.
And now both players around the 40-second mark, which means the nerves could start jangling, and Ding offers a trade of queens.
Question, to trade or not to trade?
That is the question.
I don't think
no trade. No, don't trade, because the black king is totally unsafe.
Yeah.
Keep queens on, let the queen and knight together do some damage.
Under 20 seconds, I mean, something like queen over 2 squares, keeping on the light squares, seems very natural.
Oh, I don't like that decision. That's safety first. But now the margin for error is diminished. It's lower. If you lose one of your 2 extra pawns with White, Ding might draw this game.
And it's under 5 seconds. Prag must make a move. OK, so he offers a trade of rooks, and one pawn is going to drop off.
Yeah, that's really clever. Now, the black bishop is attacked, and actually White was covering his back rank. So now he can keep his extra pawn. The white rook is very active. This is really clever from Prag. I don't like the queen trade, but still, he's in charge. He should still win.
Yeah.
The white king is coming as well.
Yeah.
Give a check with the white knight. Bring your white king towards the centre.
Still looks very good, doesn't it? I mean, the white knight is a very powerful piece in the centre of the board here. Even if the knight gets swapped for the bishop, it's a very tricky ending. Maybe it's losing ending.
Black's rook is so bad.
It's so bad, and White is so well centralised in this position. It still must be Prag who's going to win this game with 15 seconds left on the board against 33.
I feel like Prag is a bit mean, you know. He gives Ding a little bit of hope and then plays this open endgame perfectly and says, nope, it was lost all along.
Yeah, that white king actually has a clear path towards the black pawns now. You can walk in on the light squares at some point. First, black is trying to cover the 5th rank. White's king maybe shouldn't rush towards those black pawns. First, a check, a really annoying check. And, OK, he's just repeating the position, gaining a few seconds. They do gain 3 seconds after every move. So, Prag, though.
Seconds.
Low on the clock. That's the only thing that can really stop him. It is a winning position. It's just the clock.
This is a lovely tactic, because I think now the A-pawn might come up the board, and Black's possibly going to have to sacrifice his bishop for that pawn, simplifying things for Prag even more. I mean, can you push the pawn now, or can you get your rook behind the pawn? We saw Prag do this before. He's pushed the pawn.
And that white pawn will cost Black his bishop, most likely. OK, the black rook can slide behind.
Yeah, it's not so easy, maybe, is it? I mean, like, now that pawn is gone. OK, it's all about the kingside pawns here, right?
Yeah. Prag just trying to... I mean, he's giving up his pawn. He's leaving it now. He's just trying to get active, but...
I don't know now. I mean, that pawn was such a trump, you know. This I think, now has got better drawing chances. Yes, the black king is in a lot of trouble here, but if you can just hold it off, drawing chances.
Yeah, and now the bishop rejoins the action. I mean, it still feels so good, but maybe he's let it go. Maybe he's let it slip. Now the bishop defends this key pawn on the G7 square. And Prag shaking his head. Yeah, maybe he's blown it. I think he tried to be a bit too clever. I was praising him. I thought it was winning as well. But Ding found a genius defense to get rid of that white A pawn. Now
2 seconds.
2 versus 2 on the same side. Oh, Prag's playing with fire on the clock.
Yeah.
And how is he going to win? Those black pawns are defended by their bishop.
Yeah, look at the white king. What weird square for it. You know? Not necessarily stupid. OK, he's going for a little sacrifice.
Don't think it's going to work, though.
No, I mean, this is this pawn is going to be exchanged.
And the rook is going to just grab the G pawn, and then it's just a matter of time before the rook pawn falls off.
Ding there, he breathed out massively. He's so relieved. And there we go, it's a draw. A knight alone will not checkmate. Prag on the brink, but not enough.
Looked miserable there, Pragnanda. The first Blitz game, he had the white pieces, is a draw. And that means, ding, in 5 minutes, he's going to have the white pieces in that final Blitz games. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the tournament. If it is a draw, that means Armageddon. And this game, it was looking so good for Prag, David. Take us through it.
It was looking so good. He was about to win, but he pulled the trigger at the wrong time. And here, it's all about the white A pawn. This white A pawn is so close to promoting, just 2 squares away now from becoming a new queen. And now Prag chose to push it forward. He saw that pushing this pawn, if the bishop captures, then the bishop would just simply drop off the board. The white knight would go over with a check and a fork, picking up the bishop on the next move after the black king runs away. But, however, he had missed after this pawn push that the black rook can sneak down the board, give the white king a check, nudge the white king away, and now the black rook can actually slide behind and pick off this pawn. As we saw in the game, the pawn disappeared and white's winning chances disappeared with it. But I think here, Prag, instead of pulling the trigger now and pushing the pawn, he could have won in a variety of ways. For example, he could have brought his rook across behind the passed pawn, supporting it, pushing forward. He could have maybe brought his rook up the board, gone behind for some of black's pawns. A winning position, but just a bit too eager from Prag in the end.
But he has to forget about it. In 3 minutes, game 2 will start. Another chance to win that and to win the tournament. And out there in the world, especially in India and China, there must be a lot of nervous fans, and we want to see your selfies. Thank you, everyone around the world, for being with us in this thrilling final in Chessable Masters. A little over 1 minute to go before game 2. Ding Liren will have the white pieces. Prag, the black pieces. The first game ended with a draw. And this next Blitz game could decide the winner of the tournament. Should you now hold as the favorite, David?
It's so close. I'm going to say still Prag slightly, because he was in charge that last game. He was only maybe 1 or 2 accurate moves away from finishing it off. Ding doesn't look at his best. He doesn't look himself. Maybe the mosquitoes will play a part. Who knows? It's all about refocusing for Prag. If he can, I think he's still got decent chances. I would love an Armageddon match, though.
Oh, that would be fun. And if we have a draw, we will see Armageddon. Prag, he was getting close to winning the first Blitz game. It was a draw. And he seemed disappointed, Jovanka, but he's been an expert this whole tournament that just, you know, the disappointing results.
He just makes a comeback.
Yeah.
You know, we saw he did that against Anish Giri. He lost the 4th game. They had to play tie breaks. Played fantastically. Yeah. We saw that today as well. You know, again, came fresh to the board, and the game moves are off, and there we see Queen's pawn opening, and it's the Nimzo opening.
Yep, the Nimzo Indian, and this is one of the highest scoring openings for black on the tour this season. So interesting choice, and not the most common, not the main line of the Nimzo Indian. White asking a question of this bishop, to trade or not to trade. Black's dark square bishop can swap itself off for white's knight, or it can retreat. It can go back where it came from. Still, decent opening choice, lots of tension ahead, Simon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is, you know, all the pieces remain on the board. You get this, it's kind of like a Queen's Gambit pawn structure, we've seen time and time again. Ding plays very well in these positions normally, but, you know, at the moment, Prag's been up for the challenge. And standard stuff here, the rook coming to the half-open file. And it's so hard to call. I mean, I don't know which one. I'm going to say Armageddon. It has to be an Armageddon now. Yeah. It's gone this far.
Feels like a fitting way to decide and choose between these two great warriors. I mean, Armageddon, it's all about speed, all about nerves. But, yeah, I mean, that's the only way they'll be separated at this point. Another trade of pawns, and black has what we call hanging pawns in the centre of the board. Those two black pawns in the middle. They can be very, very strong, but they can also be weak. They can be targets for white's pieces. So interesting decision here. The evaluation bar liking black already.
Yeah, it likes the space that black has, you know, the freedom of to develop the pieces and also the attacking potential. And my experience with those two hanging pawns in the middle is that you should not commit them. You should not move them forward.
Yeah, keep the opponent guessing. Those two black pawns might be under fire later. Maybe you have to push one of them at some point, but they just control so many squares. And weird move by Ding, retreating the white knight, allowing the black bishop on the edge of the board to capture one of the white knights, shattering the white pawn structure. Do you like this?
Well, do you know what? I remember this manoeuvre in a game I was looking at, and it was David Howe, white pieces, Jovanka, the black pieces, in some structure where against the isolated pawn. But yeah, this is a very interesting position that's occurred here. I remember this manoeuvre because I was thinking about how to play the position, and I saw you played this same idea with the knight coming over. Yeah. But this is really interesting, right? And now we could see Ding launching an attack against the black king. His bishops are both pointing at the black king. You've got an open file. You can move a rook to the open file. You can just go for it here. This is really, really interesting position. But the white king is in the middle, and black can at maybe some point push the pawn in front of his queen forwards to open things up. So really exciting stuff.
Yeah, the black rook now lining up. It's blocked temporarily, but that black rook is on the same line as the white king, which will most likely be stuck in the middle, as Simon mentions. And I don't think we're going to Armageddon. I think this is just too crazy a position to be a draw. And white castles the king. So counterintuitive. We thought the white rook would actually sit where the white king is, going for the black king, but no.
It's very open.
It does. So he will have to start defending that king with pieces. But if you take a look at the king, the weaknesses are on light squares, and black doesn't have a light square bishop, so it should be okay for now.
Should be okay for now, but long term that white king will be very, very open. Black as well, as Simon mentions, does have those two central pawns. At some point, one of those two black pawns can just push and explode open. Even more lines, even more diagonals. First, the black knight goes back, defensive piece, but can also start heading towards the white king. All the knights now sitting in front of their kings.
Knight and f5, all five. It's coming to f5, and I think Ding's still going to probably try to put a rook on the open file and generate some attacking chances like that. But Prag bringing all of his pieces over to defend the black king as well. But I agree with you, David. I think this is going to be the decisive game. Yeah. There's too much stuff going on here. Both kings in some danger. A lot of pieces in the middle of the board. It's very sharp position. I can't see this being a draw at the moment.
Yeah. And white has a few checks up their sleeve, so black has to be very careful. So does white. Oh, yeah. Excitement on the board. This is what we like. It's like a perfect second game to a Blitz playoff.
But one theme of today has been Ding being a bit faster. We noticed it in the rapid games. Prag was great at handling it when he was low on time, but he was always the lower on time. Now look at the clock times again. Ding with another extra 1.5 minutes, and Prag, he's going for it now. He sacrificed a pawn.
Who's attacking who? Yeah. And I think it's actually now black with that knight coming into f4 must 5.
We need to find another rhyme for that.
Once more.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good at this time of day as well. Brilliant. And also the black queen is now sliding over as well. I mean, OK, it's not going to be checkmate, but it could be very scary. Might be checkmate.
Look at the evaluation bar. It's on Prag's side. And just to show what's about to happen, it's all about this outpost. One of the black knights is going to sit here. Both of them can use this square, actually. And like Simon said, the queen is coming in with a nasty check. It's definitely the white king that's the big target in the current position. White is a pawn up, but his king is so open. And this knight on f5 is not thriving. It's definitely about this key square. The knight and the queen coming in could be the end for Ding Liren if he's not careful.
I kind of like Prag's position now. Okay,
me too. Is this like
jump in with the knight, or give a check with the queen? So many moves here.
I mean, the good thing about Black's position is that he can get his queen into the attack, and White can't get his queen over into the king side. And I wouldn't be able to resist giving a check here and just going for the king. He's brought it in. He's come in, and now with the knights and queen combining, could this be a very, very monumentous finish to the event? With Prag taking it. I mean, this is, again, I like his position here so much.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the black knight in the centre of the board is attacked. You could even just bring the final piece into the attack, final piece into the game. The black rook that's asleep in the corner, swing it across, line it up with the white queen. There we go.
He's done it.
Yeah, before you launch any attack, make sure all of your pieces are at the party. They're all working in harmony together. Valuation bar, not 100% sure, but White's position is just full of holes. White is actually 2 pawns up now, but so many questions to answer. I don't understand how you plug the holes around the white king. And okay, Stockfish, the computer says there's only one move here for White to kind of contain the damage, and that is not easy at all. White's queen going off to the side of the board, the left side of the board, where there's nothing happening. The idea is to actually swing the white queen across on the 4th rank to challenge the black queen, but
I mean, even then, you know that. No, I wouldn't find that. No way.
Never find that. I think
because the black knight could jump in. I mean, it's actually really dangerous because this pawn in front of White's king. Prag's simple idea is just to target that pawn with a knight, with a queen, within checkmate. And this is why Ding is taking so long, because he suddenly realised, hang on a minute, how do I defend? How do I defend against this attack?
But there's no natural space for the queen to go to. Everywhere she heads, she's going to get cut off from her king. So I do think Ding will find this this queen move, but I think it will be by a process of elimination.
He's not happy though, look at the camera.
I mean, I would just put my rook across one square without thinking here. This is the kind of move in Blitz you play. You move your rook to try and defend. I mean, I think most humans would play this move, you know.
I think that might lose a piece, though. Black does have a threat of Black's knight taking the bishop, and the white queen was under fire. So he does find the best move, Ding.
Wow.
The top players in the world, they always find the best move by process of elimination if there's only one good one. And that white queen actually, if she gets time, wants to swing the whole way across, swap off for the black queen. If the queens disappear, it's Ding with the chances. It's all about keeping the queens on for Prag, going for the white king. How can he do that?
Surely the knight comes to f4 to stop the queen swinging over.
Cut the board in half. I would choose a centre knight, because then at least the rooks get opened.
And the other knight might want to come to h4, would be the way I'm thinking. But I don't want to allow that queen that's moved to come in front of the black queen. If it swings all the way over, you swap the queens, as you said. And if you swap the queens, Ding will win, because he's got these. Look at the pawns on the queen side that Ding has. So I think this move looks like the right way to stop that queen swinging and keep attacking. Just keep going for it.
That's the key for Prag. He has to keep throwing kind of wood on the fire right now. He has to keep everything burning. There we go. You guys were right. Threatening checkmate in one. That black queen, if it came down next to the white king, that would have been the end. But White's rook is able to plug those gaps temporarily. Can the black rooks now come deep into the white position? The black rook on the e-file can come down to the 2nd rank, going for that white king. It's hanging by a thread for Ding right now, but the problem for Prag is he's 2 pawns down. He's 1 minute down on the clock, and he has to find something now.
And remember, if this is a draw, we will head into Armageddon to decide the winner. Whoever wins this game is the winner of Chessable Masters, and you're liking it best for Prag right now. Do you think that is the most likely result now?
The clock time, though, it's also it's hard to defend when you've got no time, but it's also hard to attack when you've committed so much already. And Black is 2 pawns down, remember, so he's committed a lot, Prag. He jumps in with his knight. This is a double attack, a fork, hitting both rooks at the same time, but the white queen at some point will be able to slide over.
Can she do it now? No, she can't.
Well, maybe you do it anyway, because just to get the queens off, but then c-pawn drops her.
Yeah, the white rook at the bottom of the board isn't protected. Maybe you need to move that one.
So I'm dropping pieces everywhere now. It's just so
the
easy.
Players as well.
But this is a really tricky move that Prag's found here. I mean, you've got to keep creating threats now if you're Prag. You've only got 50 seconds to do it.
Yeah, which white rook do you save? One of the white rooks is about to drop to that black knight. But which one do you save for Ding? That's Ding's dilemma. I would move the rook at the bottom of the board somewhere, but I don't really know where, to be honest.
I mean, how do they remain so calm and play such good moves with such pressure on them? Yeah. It's incredible.
Again, it's another high-quality game. And, OK, that white rook was not protected, the other rook is, so it swung across, and now we see the black knight get greedy. And after this knight is recaptured, we'll see a situation. Black has a rook for white's bishop and 2 pawns, so level material roughly.
And the bar is jumping up for Ding.
Oh, why though? I don't understand. It still looks like Prag is the one creating threats.
Maybe he can just try and trade off those queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's that pawn dropping. Is that not? Yeah.
Loads of pawns dropping for white.
This looks like a very logical move. The move that has just been played. You move the rook in. You threaten to take a pawn with check, and now they're both going to be under a minute very soon.
It's so complicated that the computer's changing its mind. It still doesn't know who's better. It thought white was doing well. Now black's doing well. Yeah, I think here I would like to be black. Just white's king is the more vulnerable of the two, and there are threats. Ding is the one on the defensive.
And he has also ticked under 1 minute on the clock now. Ding Liren under pressure against the 16-year-old. Has to make a move.
Only one move to save the game, and that was defending the pawn with a bishop. That was it. And Ding, these guys are so accurate.
Finds it again.
Finding only moves with so little time in such a big game. It's incredible move to find there.
Yeah.
So
feels really loose for white, but everything is protected for now. All of the white pawns around his king are protected. That white bishop in the centre of the board, very shaky, but protected by its queen.
19 seconds for Prag. He needs to come up with an idea of attack. Where is the point? To me, it's those weak pawns on the right.
The clock.
Throw a rook.
He's got to move. He's got to move.
Okay, he attacks this bishop, but this bishop maybe is just going to slide back. It wanted to move anyway. Yeah. Maybe Prag here is just trying to get greedy and grab some pawns, but yeah, it just feels like a step in the wrong direction. This feels like panic. He didn't really improve his position, just a vague threat.
And is the black queen suddenly potentially under some heat?
Black queen doesn't have many escape squares. Okay, he's going to try and remove this knight. That knight and f5 that we've talked about so much today. It is attacked by black's rook now. It's also attacked by the black queen, so Ding has to defend it, or move it, or counterattack.
But, you know, Prag is going backwards here, so his attack is now over. I mean...
The white rook can actually go up now, attacking the black queen. It's almost trapped. The black queen only has one escape square, taking this pawn, but now the white light-squared bishop, double attack.
Oh, but he's found a defence.
He's the king of counterattacks.
Always counterattacking Prag. It looked like he was about to lose a rook for bishop, but nope. That offer of a queen trade, it's all about this white pawn now.
Oh, wow.
But look at that c-pawn marching up the board. It's so strong.
The time, this is going to come down to under 10 seconds each. 3 pawns now. It must be Ding who's pushing in this position with those very far advanced pawns.
Ding must be winning. Surely white has 3 versus 0 in terms of pawns on the left half, but we've seen it before. Remember that game where Ding had the queen and those 2 pawns running up the board? Prag stopped those pawns. He's done it before. Can he stop those pawns again? But they're running.
Yeah.
Prag has lost control. Surely those white pawns now are going to decide this game.
Yeah. But we've seen miracles happen, actually. And anything can still happen when the players are so lost.
He's just blundered.
He's lost his rook.
He's just blundered his rook.
First blunder of the final, but it's going to decide the Chessable Masters. He just left his rook attacked. And Prag, I think he was smiling there because now it's over. White simply has 3 extra pawns on the left side and they'll promote. This is over. Ding will take the tournament.
What a finish. They're still playing, but look at the bar. And look at Prag.
It's heartbreaking for just one move in the end to decide it. Ding was already the favourite there, but one blunder. That's all it took. That's the only way these two were separated. They've both been so good this tournament. And the white pawns, they march forward.
Yes, avalanche of pawns. Unstoppable.
What players, though? I mean, you know, what quality of Blitz games and games in general today. The quality has been outstanding and, you know, unfortunately one of them has to lose, right? But they've both played so well. Ding as well. We talked a lot about Prag's play, but for Ding to come back, you know, when his position was... He had to find only moves, about 3 only moves.
And it's over, and look at that, Ding Liren, his first smile so far in the tournament. And of course, Pragnanda, he looks resignated. He loses the Chessable Masters to world number 2, Ding Liren, on the day, 3 weeks before candidate starts. Ding Liren wins Chessable Masters. He knocks out world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals, and he wins against the super prodigy 16-year-old Pragnanda in the most tense final I think I've seen on the tour. What can you say about Ding's performance, David?
I mean, he deserves it in the end just because his nerves were strong. But, yeah, I mean, it could have gone either way in the end. He looks very relieved. I think he's just glad it's all over. He's glad he took the win. But it could definitely have gone the other way. Just decided by 1 or 2 moves at the end there.
And fantastic to see a smile on his face. World number 2. How strong is Ding right now, Jovanka?
Ding is incredible, but you can see what a battle Pragnanda put him through. You know, today it's all been about the young Indian. You know, he's played so well. So many times Dings has had to save these dreadful positions, losing positions. And what can I say? You know, 2 fantastic competitors. Yeah. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better show.
Simon, you follow chess for many, many years. What has this day been like with this final? Prag's comeback, Blitz tie-breaks, Ding coming out on top.
It's been one of the best days of chess ever, I think. I mean, it's been everything you want. You've had extremely high-quality chess. It's been, you know, stunningly high quality. You've had an amazing finish. You've had a 16-year-old nearly winner, you know, an amazingly strong event. You've had the world number 2 find only moves. It's had everything, and both the players have just done amazing stuff. It's been brilliant, yeah.
And right now we are joined by Pragnanda. What an incredible fight and comeback you had today, Prag. How are you right now?
Yeah, I'm definitely upset that I got 2 good positions in Blitz and like I couldn't even win one. Yeah, I think first one I should have won. It was completely winning, and then second one I think I had like a very good position and very good attack. But I don't know where I misplayed it. Probably somewhere around 92, I think, where I went wrong.
But you've been finding the whole final, all of these only moves, no blunders at all, and I guess it was a little bit of an inaccuracy in that final game to decide it. Have you feel tired in the Blitz tie breaks?
Yeah, I'm definitely exhausted, to be honest. But yeah, it's definitely a good match and an interesting one. I'm definitely happy about my play overall in Rapid. So yeah, it's a good result for me overall. It's fine, I think. If I finish second, it's a very good thing.
And of course, we understand if you are disappointed right after it finishes. But when you look back at the comeback you made in the Rapid portion today, how happy are you with that performance?
Yeah, I'm definitely happy about the win, because I think to win like that against such a strong player, to convert that position, I was just very happy, because it's kind of his style to convert such positions, and to do it against him, it felt nice.
Fantastic. Prag, congratulations on a fantastic performance and second place in Chessable Masters.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And we're also joined by the winner of Chessable Masters, Ding Liren. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you right now after this incredible day?
Well, exhausted.
But it's so nice to see a big smile on your face. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, today it's very, very hard and too hard to play. It's the last day of the tournament. Also, it's nearly 5 a.m. And after each game, I have to take a rest. I have to lay down on the bed to recover a little bit. And I think the first Blitz game was a turning point. I saved the lost endgame. That gave me a lot of confidence. And the second one was totally crazy. I think he might be winning at some point, but during the game I didn't see how. And I'm very, very happy to find this rook g5. I think without this move and bishop e4 to exchange the queen, without this idea, I might lose. Overall, it's crazy tournament.
What a day. And of course, this is in exactly 3 weeks. You're going to start the candidates tournament, and you've hardly been able to play against the top players over the past 2 years. So what does this mean to you?
Yes, this was my first highest level online tournament, online win. Yes, it's I'm very happy to win this strong tournament, and so I need to rest a little bit and then to consider about candidates.
Of course. And I want to ask you also, Liren, because throughout the day, we've been seeing you fighting with, I don't know if it's a fly or mosquitoes. How annoying has that been?
Yes, sometimes it's a mosquito and sometimes there's a fly.
Was it bothering you?
Yeah, so I closed the window at one point, then, and it
must have been very irritating.
Yeah.
But still, you were able in the Blitz tiebreaks against Prag. Can you say something about the 16-year-old as well? Are you impressed with his performance today? With Pragnanda?
He played like very experienced grandmasters. That he is so confident about himself. He sometimes is down to less than 30 seconds and still think his position is better and he can control it. And that's what I really impressed.
Fantastic. And our expert in the studio, David Howell, has been so impressed with you throughout the tournament and especially in this final as well. I don't think you made any blunders. You played so many good moves. How happy are you with the way you have played?
Yes, I believe when I got the position like I can play at very highest level. Yeah, so that's my style and that's what I'm good at.
Definitely.
Are you confident now for your chances in the candidates?
But the classical tournaments are totally different things. Depends on a lot of opening preparation and many new ideas. And you cannot win with some normal opening, normal lines.
And of course, with only 3 weeks to go now before it starts in Spain, what is your plan now before the candidate starts? What will you do?
Nothing special. I don't want to train so hard to train like a machine. I want to have a normal life and yeah. Apart from the preparation on board, I think the preparation for the mental, also for the physical, is also important. You cannot spend all the time studying chess.
Absolutely, that's very sensible. And well, finally, winning today. I know it's very late in China, but will you celebrate?
Not today.
Go to sleep, yeah.
Not today.
Very understandable.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. We hope you get to do a little bit of celebration. Ding. Liren, congratulations so much on winning Chessable Masters.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Wow, what a tournament and what a final it eventually was, you guys. Ding Liren comes out on top after a thrilling final day in Chessable Masters. Let's take a look at the results eventually in the big final. Ding did win the first match yesterday, but today Pragnanda made a comeback, winning game 2, and that took us into Blitz tiebreaks, where it was very tense, but eventually Liren won game 2 to win Chessable Masters. And tour standings now. Magnus Carlsen, he is still on top, but look at that! Pragnanda, he is the second best player so far on the tour. How incredible is that?
Yeah.
16.
He deserves to be there as well, and he might have fallen short today, Pragnanda, but he's going to be back. He'll be back trying to win the rest of the tour, and we've got to consider him a favourite for some of the other tournaments. Meanwhile, Ding as well, moving up in the table.
Absolutely. Ding Liren now number 5. And the next tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, it starts in July. July 10th is the next tournament on the tour. Before that, there's going to be a candidates tournament. And, well, Ding Liren, 3 weeks, Jovanka. Do you think he's going to be feeling confident now heading into that?
Well, he's certainly a good springboard, but I really like his strategy that he's also going to focus on the mental side of things, not just training like a machine. And he's shown some superb chess. I mean, I've been so impressed. And we have to bear in mind, he's been playing these games from midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning. And that's what he's playing. You know, he's playing so incredibly.
Yeah, he needs to shift his routine again now, getting ready for candidates. He is the winner of the tournament. And we also, of course, have a winner of the question of today.
Yeah, you know, I have to thank absolutely everyone for entering our quiz of the day and joining in the fun, joining in the interaction, sending us your selfie. But of course, there is only one winner of our semi-Tarash course by Chessable course by Liren Dominguez, and the winner is Ashish Joseph, who says that their favorite opening is the Reti opening. All great battles begin by sending a horsey down with a message, peace, for the opponent's camp. Yeah, definitely. And congratulations, Ashish. You are today's winner.
Big congratulations. That was it for Chessable Masters. David, Simon, Jovanka, thank you for guiding us safely through it in the end. And a big thank you to all the players. They've given us incredible action in this tournament. Thank you to Chessable for making us all better at chess. And thank you to everyone out there in the world who has been following and cheering on the players. We will see you again in the next tournament starting July 10th. Bye-bye for now.